Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams. So I guess we better get right to it. Seatbelts. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know what I expected. We went to bed talking about this. So it really shouldn't have been a surprise to me that when I woke up I had a sense of anxiety and depression. Looked at the news, and in fact, I was right. I did not dream that the United States had started an all-out war in the Middle East with its buddy Israel. And that's all we're going to talk about tonight, but it's a hell of a lot. Boy, oh boy. Lot to dig into here on this situation, a situation that I assume is going to continue to unfold as the night goes on. Almost a guarantee. I don't even know what to say. All-out war. Ayatollah Khomeini may be dead, maybe not. I don't know. Iran responding, of course, militarily and at the United Nations Security Council. I haven't watched all of these. I did not have time. But I felt it more important that we just start this whole fucking thing and get into it. Look into what's happened in the last 12 hours since we last saw each other. Anyway. Shoutouts to everybody. Moanoa Preference Frame, Morbius123, Soul Life, A Close Fourth. Fishbone also here, Christy, C. Schmegley, Mr. Spock, Arvin Trevino. Ducky in the Twitch chat. Alright, I guess we better get to it, people. America. And to get us started off, I figured we'd take it easy first video here, go back in time before this whole thing even started. Majority Report.
Defying imperialism. I am shocked that Dave Rubin, who went to Israel recently and took some photos in a bulletproof vest because of how under threat Israel is from the Palestinians that they're genociding.
They want to kill him for his ideas.
I'm just so shocked that he supports bombing Iran and is just like completely in lockstep with the Israeli government's line here. It's almost like Dave Rubin was caught taking Russian money that went away through, a front of Edward Gregorian. I mean, he was really easily fooled when they offered him six-figure checks for videos. It's almost like some of that money dried up, and you had reporting that Benjamin Netanyahu, at some point last year, met with right-wing influencers that included Tim Pool and I believe Dave Rubin as well. And that perhaps they have some aligned incentives here. Now, I'm not saying that Dave Rubin is taking money from Israel-aligned groups, but he has a history of taking money from groups aligned with foreign governments and not asking a ton of questions about it. So here he is on his...
Also, he hates Muslims for free.
Yes! And honestly, that might be the one consistent through line of his career, seriously. Even before becoming the less liberal, he was a bit of it was over the Sam Harris thing, actually.
Sam Harris with Cenk, yeah.
Yes, I mean, and you know, obviously we've had many disagreements with Cenk recently, but that was, I remember, one of the reasons I got into TYT was Cenk was calling out the Islamophobia.
I like that debate. Yeah.
Of Sam Harris, but it was the break was why he had to leave the left was because he just couldn't stomach the idea that some corners of the left were calling out Islamophobia, even though the Democratic Party, by the way, Zionists locked in on it, all for it. So, I mean, look at how Zoran Mamdani was treated. Here's Dave Rubin, but I digress, on Iran.
Anything in the world seems to is always put into these odd situations.
Let me go back a little bit further. This is about intervention broadly speaking.
Oh, the world is always put in these odd situations?
Yeah, it's so unfortunate the situations we end up where we have to point our guns at people.
I mean, the world's just like an episode of Candid Camera.
Maybe we need Donald Trump to help us. Now, this is where America is always put into these odd situations. If we don't do anything in the world seems to go to crap. Then we do things, and sometimes it works out and it's good, and often it doesn't work out. So I don't know what exactly we should be doing in Mexico right now.
Here's a start. Stop selling all the weapons to them. Do you know how many gun stores are in Mexico? Dos.
Sometimes it goes good. Most of the time it goes bad, says Dave Rubin. So I don't know what to think. Genius. That guy. Wow, unbridled genius.
You have a mental health problem.
You know how many are in, that's two for the people who don't speak Spanish. You know how many people, that was from the Harper's index from about 4 or 5 years ago, but I think it's still true. How many gun stores are in the states bordering Mexico and America? About 9,000. So that'd be one thing, is stop selling them the guns they use to arm up, and then the other thing is stop being the demand for the drugs, because guess what happened with when we prohibited alcohol is it made gangs like Al Capone really fucking strong.
I mean, I was wondering where he was going, but one, the Mexican authorities say that the guns that they seized from this group, 80% were manufactured in the United States, and two, like the gangs that they're talking about in Mexico, like if we were more borderless and say the United States, I don't know, this was in our territory. It's not in our territory by design, is basically what I'm saying. Our drug war disproportionately affects countries outside of the United States. So we use militarism against areas where these black markets can thrive and where the drug trade is.
Okay, I just figured we'd do that as our starting video, get us into it here, get us going. Hope everybody's doing all right. Good to see some of you shuffling in. Uh-oh, Nightbot down. Error connecting to remote server. That's bad. Uh-oh, why is my YouTube chat highlight not working? Ah, there it is. We got it. Uh-oh. And my headphones just fell apart. That's good. Okay. I wonder what that's about. Maybe the servers are in Israel? Okay. Now... that was just our warm-up, because, of course, now we have to get into all the shit that's happened in the last 12 hours since we've seen each other, but we'll go back in time slightly to when we were still streaming last night, if you missed it. This is how it all began, 18 hours ago.
Welcome back if you're just joining us here on Al Jazeera. Let's just bring you some breaking news, which we're getting on the Reuters news agency, that Israel has launched preventative attacks and preventative attack against Iran. Israel's defense minister says air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. That's according to the Reuters news agency. Witnesses say they've heard explosions in Iran's capital, Tehran. So let me just tell you that again. We're just getting this breaking news now as we come back to air that Israel has launched a preventative attack against Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister.
You keep saying
and that air raid
prevented.
sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv.
Preventing what? That's not a legitimate reason to do this. And I know he's just reading. He's just reading the Israeli. Fucking, like, I just can't handle it though. Like, the press briefing is bullshit. Preventative strike. What does that even mean? There was a near unprecedented buildup, at least in the last 20 years, the most U.S. troops built up in the Middle East since 2003, almost 25 years. Preventing what? Preventing the United States from being the first one to strike?
Aren't I a
How
good
nice of
guy?
you. So helpful.
In terms of how we got here. But let's talk about just these past few months, from the demonstrations in Iran that were taking place, but also these negotiations between U.S. and Iran that were also going on.
They have been ongoing, these negotiations, but if you remember, President Trump at first threatened to go after Iran in the last month because of the massive protests that you saw across Iran, and thousands killed, thousands of protesters, according to human rights groups who are keeping track of this. The president threatened Iran, and then he has talked very little about the protests, that is not the reason that President Trump wanted to go into Iran. He talked about these nuclear sites. Just at the State of the Union, the president said that he wanted to make sure that Iran didn't have a nuclear weapon, but he also said at the State of the Union that the U.S. had a...
Yeah, and he said that many times. He's been saying that the Iranian... the Iranian nuclear program is completely obliterated. I gotta change the title. There's breaking news. There's breaking news. It would appear. It would appear I have to change the title on the stream because latest reports suggest that Ayatollah Khomeini is in fact alive? Question mark? Unclear, but it would seem. All right, I'm going to keep these going, get us to current, because it would seem that every second we spend in the past, something else is going on in the present.
Well, let's just go back to our breaking news story that Israel has launched a preventative attack against Iran. That's according to Israel's defense minister. Apparently, air raid sirens have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Witnesses say that they've also heard explosion in Iran's capital, Tehran. Sirens sounded in Israel as Israel warns of the possibility of missiles. That's the latest breaking news we're getting here. Let's just stay with this story and bring in Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day. She's in Ramallah for us in the occupied West Bank. Noor, just tell us what's going on in Israel at the moment.
Well, right now, the Israeli army has confirmed that it has launched what it calls a preemptive attack against Iran. It has declared a state of emergency throughout the country and asked citizens to be close to a shelter, whether in their homes, a safe room, or a public shelter. For now, there are no details about the targets of those attacks, but we understand that this is a campaign that Israel has launched, of course, in line with its publicly stated policy that Iran poses a threat to the safety of Israel, and its allegations that its missiles and its nuclear enrichment program also pose a threat, having repeatedly said that the negotiations with the United States were not going to go anywhere and should not have been trusted to begin with.
No, so what more have Israeli defense officials been saying? Because we heard from the Israeli defense minister that they've launched this preventative strike. What more details are we getting about the strike itself coming from Israeli officials?
Nothing yet about the targets themselves.
Okay, I'm going to keep this moving. I feel like we all know essentially what happened at the beginning of this. The United States and Israel launched basically simultaneous attacks on Iran in a supposed preventative strike, something that's not really outlined in international law. Preemptive, perhaps. But preventative is not the word usually used. But preemptive is usually when somebody else is building up massive forces on a border, or you have explicit intel that suggests somebody's planning to begin some sort of war, right? But they have no evidence of any of that. And in fact, the exact opposite is true. The United States was the one building up a massive, near unprecedented force in the Middle East. Not the other way around. You were watching Hassan's stream. We're going to watch some of Hassan's stream. He had on Jeremy Scahill. We're going to watch a little bit of that at some point when we get there. Don't cross the streams. We're going to cross the streams. We're going to do it.
Not going to do it. What?
You say not going to do it? I say do it.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries.
This guy's an unhinged fucking idiot. Your Patreon didn't work? Did you just try and start up a Patreon membership? I saw someone just start a free membership. It's possible you may have started like a free trial accidentally. I think that's probably what happened.
Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen, and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States
The United States is here to stop the terror. So much terror out there. You don't know just how much terror there is. All you people, very unaware. I'm here to tell you we're gonna stop it. Even though there was actually nothing going on.
Particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer
That's why in last year we completely obliterated their nuclear program. And that is why we are now starting a war. Like they literally, he's literally, oh my God. He's one of the dumbest people on the planet. That's why last year we completely obliterated their nuclear program, and that is why now we're starting a war. Because they can't have a nuclear weapon, which they don't have because last year we did that strike. They don't have one, but they can't have one. Don't you understand? It all makes sense if you don't think about it at all. I'm sorry, I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that again. We listened to that whole thing yesterday. It was fucking dumb. It was real stupid. All right, this was in Haifa, I think, and Tel Aviv. No, this is yeah, no wait, this is Haifa, right? Yeah. There you go, you can hear air raid sirens. This was right after the initial onset of these latest hostilities. Air raid sirens in Tel Aviv and Haifa, Israel. This was Al Jazeera from 16 hours ago now.
Tehran there. We have now that clip of President Donald Trump announcing and confirming operations on Iran. Let's listen to it.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United.
We started a war, but they're the nasty ones. Write that down. God damn it. This is not what I meant to do.
Sure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our...
Stop destabilizing the region that we're destabilizing. It's very rude.
How rude. It's our job. Armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
There you have it. U.S. President Donald Trump announcing the U.S. has begun major combat operations in Iran after Israel said earlier that it had launched missile attacks against Iran. President Trump there making a number of statements which we're going to analyze with our chief U.S. correspondent Alan Fisher in Washington. But just to remind our viewers of what's happened, again, multiple attacks on Iran, multiple explosions heard in Iran's capital, Tehran, while blasts were also reported in other cities and other locations across the country. Alan Fisher, to what President Trump has just said in that 8-minute video he posted on Truth Social, what is the objective of this operation from President Trump, and how long is it going to last?
The United States has once again set the table for a revolution in Iran. They've done it before. This time they're doing it with weapons and bombs rather than covertly through the CIA. It's clear that this is going to be a continuous military operation. Donald Trump accepting the fact that there may be casualties, saying that it's something that you have to accept in war, and urging the Iranian people to sit tight for the moment.
Yeah, Donald Trump literally came out and said that people, the U.S. Soldiers, service members, personnel, and otherwise, in the people in the region were going to die, and that was an acceptable cost to do this. He literally came out and said it. It's incredible. It's incredible in its callousness and genuine disregard for American lives and just lives in general, human lives. Doesn't seem to give a shit. Real shitty guy. Alright, let's try and get ourselves back up to the current time. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Let's bring in Nomi Yakov, who...
Mostly because I just want to get us to...
As we continue
we have
follow
so
up
many
the
other
news.
longer and more relevant and current videos at this point. I feel like we already unpacked a lot of this that we're at right now last night. I'm trying to get us to where...
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also made an address to the nation saying that the attack on Iran has been launched to remove, quote, an existential threat. Netanyahu added a call for the Iranian people to take their fate into their own hands.
Israel and the United States launched a joint campaign, Operation Lion's Roar. The objective of the operation is to put an end to the threat from the Ayatollah regime in Iran. At this time, the IDF is...
All right, you want to know what's... You want to know what's annoying me and shouldn't be annoying me, but is in fact annoying me? Is the fact that these guys can't even decide on a fucking name for this mission. Last night, or this morning... 2:30 in the morning. Paige Larson is first. Amanda was third first. Second, then... Why is this in complete reverse order? You guys are weird. All right, Amanda third. Greeny Deal second. Paige Larson first on Twitch. Great job over there. But last night, 2:30, Donald Trump told us a completely different name for the mission. Why do we have two different names for this mission? Last night it was Operation Epic Victory or something like that. And now it's what did he call it? Thank you, Amanda. What did he just call it? Roaring Lion? It's like the same name as the last one, isn't it? Didn't he call us at the last mission Roaring Lion? Can he come up with a better name? These dudes suck.
Attacking targets of the oppressive regime, facilities of the Revolutionary Guard, along with the United States military, targeting ballistic
Epic Fury.
missile sites.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Fishbone. Not Epic Victory, Epic Fury. Oh, would know it. Thank you. Taking Jeff Bezos' money and giving it directly to me. So generous. So incredibly generous of you. That's right, Epic Fury. Operation Epic Fury, the very perfect. And now it's Roaring Lion. Pick one, you assholes.
Threaten both Israel and U.S. forces. This operation will continue as long as necessary. In recent months, the tyrants in Iran have been plotting to rebuild their nuclear and missile capabilities and to bury them underground, where we won't be able to strike them. If we don't stop them now, they will become invulnerable. To that end, the representatives in negotiations are trying to buy time, attempting to buy time in fruitless and deceitful negotiations with our American friends. Whoever lays down their weapons, including among the regime forces, will ensure their safety and secure their future. The Iranian people in all their diversity, Persians, Kurds, Azeris, Baluch.
So basically, Benjamin Netanyahu delivered a speech here, whatever you want to call it, a statement that just reiterated absolutely everything that Donald Trump said to the T. And I think actually got even more specific. But generally speaking, Same exact sentiments. If you just lay down, if you just surrender now, you won't have to die. I'm sorry, I just can't subject us all to listening to more of that. Plus, we're gonna have to hear more from Benjamin Netanyahu later. So I don't know. Just figured I'd save us some of that horrible experience. I don't know what to call it. Travesty to our ears and brains. Now, the response from Iran came fairly quickly after all of this.
A missile fragment falling to the ground and exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar. It's part of the retaliation from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place and just in. The State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. Let's go live right now to CNN's.
Yeah, and there's a reason for that, actually, which we'll get into immediately
if not sooner.
Well, not immediately. Actually, there's a lot to get through, but I'll just tell you right now. Israel started attacking Lebanon. While this is all going on, they figured they might as well get in there and just start striking targets in southern Lebanon. You know, get it done. You know, you're already blasting all the other countries in the region.
Exploding in Doha, the capital of Qatar. It's part of the retaliation from Iran after the U.S. and Israel launched a massive and ongoing military campaign across Iran. U.S. embassies across the region are now telling Americans to shelter in place and just in. The State Department is now urging all U.S. citizens in Lebanon to get out while commercial options are still available. Let's go live right now to CNN's Paula Hancock, who's joining us from Abu Dhabi. Paula, you and your teams are hearing new explosions where you are all the time, right?
Yes, Wolf, there was another wave of incoming missiles, or at least we heard the blasts of what we assume to be the interceptions by the defense here in the UAE. This has been happening for hours now, so we're certainly seeing no let-up in the retaliation from Iran. We've heard from the Ministry of Defense here in Abu Dhabi saying that they have been intercepting missiles. They also say that one person has been killed by falling debris after an interception. We've seen images of smoke near the Al Dhafra base here in Abu Dhabi as well, so potentially not all of those missiles were intercepted, but we're certainly seeing no let-up in this retaliation. We've seen it as well in Doha, in Qatar. They just recently had another wave of incoming missiles. Officials there saying that they are intercepting them as they come in. There are shelter-in-place orders across the Gulf nations. Airspace has been closed. We know in Bahrain, where the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet is based, that they have been targeted as well. And the same in Kuwait. We have heard reports in Jordan as well. There is anger as well as concern amongst these Gulf nations that they have become targets themselves. Many of them had said to the United States they were unable to use their bases if they were going to strike Iran. They had said that their airspace must not be used, as well as they wanted to put some distance between themselves and what the US president was ultimately going to decide to do. We've heard statements, for example, from Saudi Arabia saying that they give the strongest condemnation of this blatant and cowardly Iranian attacks, also pointing out that there have been incoming into Riyadh and the eastern province. Qatar has called it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty. The UAE condemning and denouncing this as well in the strongest terms, the blatant Iranian missile attacks. So there is concern in these Gulf nations who are unaccustomed to this level of intense missile attack.
Jesus Christ. Okay, so that was posted to CNN's channel 10 hours ago. Getting closer and closer to current people. I'm trying to make progress here as best as I possibly can. But this was shortly after the beginning of the U.S. assault, U.S.-Israeli assault on Iran. Multiple targets hit in Iran. Iran responding by hitting multiple targets in the Middle East, Qatar, the UAE, and a number of other places. Frizla, thank you for the super chat. I am sorry to hear this. We do live in incredibly fucked up times right now. Jesus. I'm sorry you can't get a hold of your friends in Iran. Hopefully they're okay and are just, hopefully they're just trying to find somewhere safe to be right now. You would assume it's possible that the communications are being targeted. Let's just hope it's something like that. All right, what do I got next? Let's go to Kyle. Kyle Kalinsky, Secular Talk.
All right, guys, we have major breaking news here for you. It's official. Israel and the United States have now waged an illegal and offensive war against Iran. They are going for full regime change. This is not a little attack by any stretch of the imagination. I have a lot of stuff to get to here, so let's jump right in. And by the way, I warned you. I told you this was going to happen. I told you the negotiations were a total ruse. Israel does not want peace. The U.S. does not want peace. They were faking negotiations in order to lull them into a false sense of security to then attack them. That's exactly what they did. I told you that was what's going to happen. And I knew that not only because we were moving all this military stuff in the region, but because Trump has a history of doing exactly this. This is how he killed Qasem Soleimani, one of the top Iranian commanders who was fighting ISIS. He lured him with fake negotiations, then he murdered him in a terror attack. So here we are, except now they're going for full illegal and offensive regime change. I also told you after the so-called 12-day war that if you think this thing is over, I have a bridge to sell you. And yet again, that's exactly correct. I wish it wasn't. I wish I was wrong, but I'm not wrong. So let's go ahead and jump right in and I'll walk you through what we have right now. So the Associated Press says, breaking. Explosions heard in Tehran as Israel's defense minister confirms Israel has attacked Iran. So this is what Trump wanted.
Real quick, I see somebody on the Twitch chat asking, what does Lebanon have to do with Iran? Everything. At least in terms of this current situation. I mean, Israel uses the relations between Hezbollah and Iran as justification for everything it does in Lebanon, right? Over the last 2+ years, 2.5 years now, or whatever. Longer than that, really, if you want to go back in time, but really over the last 2.5 years, they've been using that as justification for why they've been, fighting another war in Lebanon, which has technically been on ceasefire, even though they've been doing strikes repeatedly there. And so they're just going back to doing that, right? And they're just gonna they're gonna use the same justification this whole time, that this is just a continuation of its war against Iran's proxies.
Israel to attack first, then Iran to counterattack. And then Trump gets to go, well, actually, technically, it's defensive because we were attacked first. Again, even though Israel attacked first, they were our attack dog. It's all bullshit. It's all a game. It's all a con. It's all theater. We were always going to go in and back up Israel. That was the point. They want the regime change. We're going to deliver the regime change. By the way, here's something nobody's going to talk about. The president of the United States was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a honeypot blackmail operation. He was running a honeypot blackmail operation, and he worked with intelligence agencies all across the world, including Mossad. There's no doubt that the Israeli government has videos and pictures of Trump doing horrific things with underage girls. There's no doubt. And now Benjamin Netanyahu, how do we know he didn't blackmail Trump and hold it over his head, say, hey, you're gonna do this regime change or else, or these tapes come out. And by the way, The Iranians are saying if you do the attack, tapes will come out because they claim they have them. So we'll see if that's just a bluff or not. But when I look at this, man, it stinks to the high heavens. And we have a blackmailed pedophile president. We do. And so now look at how deep we're into this. Okay, I got to keep going here because, like I said, I got a lot of stuff to get to. So here we have one of the attacks on Tehran that landed. You could see smoke in the distance. Take a look at this. And this is happening all across the Middle East.
Okay, I watched part of this already, so I'm going to skip ahead because we've already covered much of what Kyle winds up going into here. And where do I want to pick us back up? I think around here, probably. Yeah. I did a little preparation for tonight. I mean, I barely slept. Like, I mean, I don't know if everybody saw my message in Discord, but like, I fell asleep shortly after I finished the stream and then woke up like 2 hours later, just like having like a near anxiety attack. I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. We're actually at war right now. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then I finally got back to bed, and then I woke up, which felt like no time later, but I actually did technically get sleep. Like, I think I got more than 6 hours. But I'm just like I woke up and I had like no time to prepare for this. I haven't even eaten yet. I even bought myself food ahead of the stream. It's all sitting there getting cold right now because I'm just like, I'm more focused on this than feeding myself. It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
World War III, what he's done here, could easily spark what could cascade into World War III. There's already going to be issues. There's already going to be pain felt on the part of the American people that we haven't felt in all the...
I'm glad Kyle agrees with me on this. I've been saying this for a minute now. But this is, in my opinion, absolutely. Because I've been saying, everybody knows I've been saying it. It's nice to be, it's nice to be validated.
Other wars that we've done, okay? This is just crazy to me that anybody could sit there and watch this happen and not do anything about it. By the way, we'll get to, there's protests already popping up. We'll talk about that later. But Democrats, any elected Democrats, for the love of God, they were so fucking chicken shit in the lead up to this. Chuck Schumer wanted this to happen. Hakeem Jeffries wanted this to happen. They blocked the Iran War Powers Resolution to try to stop Trump from doing
You
this.
should be ashamed
but then
of yourself.
they allowed it when they got word, hey, he's going to do the attack this weekend, so schedule the vote for after this weekend. And then, hey, your hands are clean. It's good, bro. So now they get to vote no and say, oh, no, I was against this all along. No, you weren't. For a fucking week, you dragged your feet. You didn't say shit. They were broadcasting that they wanted to attack Iran. You didn't say Dickie McGee's acts the whole time because secretly you wanted him to attack Iran.
No.
Because you guys are also...
I'm sorry. Whenever Kyle says Dickie McGee's act, I can't. I'm a fucking child. I'm a fucking child. Every time he says it, it makes me fucking laugh. I don't know why. Yeah, Democrats.
I'm staying in the race.
Why aren't you saying Dickie McGee's acts about this? Sincerely, Kyle Kalinske. All right, let's keep going through all this. This is from 7 hours ago out of Forbes breaking news. Iranian missile strikes on Doha, Qatar, as salvo continues. All right, now to Hassan, who had on Jeremy
It could be that
Scahill
the
from
entire
Dropsite
thing,
Media.
even if Iran had capitulated in an a shocking way, that they still would have gone short of the Iranians declaring that they're no longer going to be in Iran anymore, and that Trump is welcome to take over, or Pahlavi can come and walk right in, and we'll hand him the keys to the shop. But you had all of this stuff going on, and the Iranians, we started talking to senior Iranian officials, and what they said is, we're putting on the table things that go far beyond the...
All right. Jeremy Scale's in the building. Jeremy Scale of Drop Site is in the building. Esteemed guest. Welcome back, Jeremy. Unfortunately, every single time we have you on, it always...
I would like to point out that Jeremy Scahill is in fact not in the building unless he's doing Zoom from within Hassan's house somewhere, which I guess it's possible, but that would be weird. Are they doing some sort of social distance thing? I mean, I'm fairly certain this
like the world is collapsing right in front of our eyes, but it's still an honor to have you on nonetheless. Can you hear me?
Thank you for having me back.
Of course. So you guys, you just got done with your reporting. I believe you're in officials on the Iranian side, and Dropsite just revealed a couple hours ago, or your latest reporting shows, a very different perspective than what we're seeing in mainstream media. But I know you're paying close attention to what's going on in the news. Let's get started with the I guess now almost 50-year project of Israel finally coming to a close. Do you feel like there is any? Do you feel like there's any argument that you've heard so far that made you go, maybe this is a real reason for why we're going to war with Iran?
No, and I think it has to be stated at the beginning, just from an American perspective, that the Democrats, we've seen this coming for weeks and weeks, that Trump was going to move forward on this. And at Dropsite, we've been reporting on things that we've heard even from people within the inner circle. And one of the things we reported recently is that Trump has been kind of stomping around, even in internal briefings, making statements like, I'm going to go down as the president that forever changed the Iranian regime, and obsessively talking about the '79 revolution and the seizure of the embassy. And they've been, this whole thing started on its surface in mid-January after the protests in Iran that then converted into very bloody battles and attacks in the streets of Tehran and other cities around Iran, and there's competing narratives about what happened there. But Trump seized on that moment in Iran and said, help is on the way. And of course, the utterly discredited son of the deposed Shah also was calling on Iranians to rise up and seize institutions. And then nothing happened in the immediate aftermath of that. And then Trump basically almost entirely stopped talking about Iran is brutal to its own citizens and they're massacring their own citizens. He was obsessively claiming that he had stopped all of these public hangings. But they basically dispensed with that, and then they resumed this talk about nuclear weapons. And every U.S. national intelligence estimate going back years had concluded that toward the end of 2003, Iran had given up its nuclear weapons ambitions. And then in June, Trump conducted all of these strikes over 12 days on the three main nuclear sites in Iran. And then they said that they had completely and totally obliterated Iran's nuclear program.
By the way, if you haven't figured it out yet, the words that it keeps blurring out or bleeping out, this is, I think this is the channel that Hassan hates. I'm not gonna lie. I think this is the AI clip channel that Hassan hates. But it's the only one I could find. And I didn't want to go through his entire stream. Okay. And, honestly, and but it's not even to that. I also wanted to have like a clip to use for now and later, because we are gonna go back to Hassan's stream later, but he's still streaming right now, so I want to do this all in chronological order to some degree. So I threw this in here. But they're bleeping out the word nuclear and the word war. I don't know if you get demonetized for saying those words, or if they won't run ads in our channel. But honestly, at this point, I don't care, because we're gonna be saying those words like a bunch. So I don't give a shit. But I think those are the two words that are being.
In fact, they created a special web page on the White House website to preemptively declare as fake news anyone that would dare to say, otherwise. And then last weekend, we had Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy. He and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law, are the point guys on all of this. Witkoff makes like a Dick Cheney style statement and says, Iran is a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material. And they provided no evidence for that whatsoever. But it also sort of was like, well, wait a minute, you either totally obliterated the program or it's gotten so advanced that they're a week away from it. So they start obsessing about this. They're supposedly in negotiations again. Just what happened last year in June happened now, which is that they claim they were going to have another round of technical talks in Vienna, Austria on Monday. The Omani foreign minister last night was with Vice President J.D. Vance and said that the prospects for a deal are very serious. And then, people wake up this morning to news that the United States and Israel have launched massive bombing at sites and cities across Iran. The death toll in this strike that hit the girls' school in Iran has now officially surpassed 85. I'm hearing from sources in Iran that there's been a strike on some kind of a gym facility in another area of Iran where children have also been killed. The Iranians, unlike last time that Israel and the U.S. bombed, didn't wait to sort of absorb it and then come up with their own calibrated response. As we've talked about before, the Iranians have choreographed their retaliatory strikes through back channels with the U.S. in previous times.
Yeah.
We've been reporting for weeks they're not going to do that again.
Yeah.
In fact, we've had sources close to the power structure in Iran that have said that they understand that they're aiming to kill at least 500 American personnel in retaliatory strikes. So delegation to launch strikes was dropped down to a much lower command level in Iran, and that's why you saw an unprecedented simultaneous retaliatory response from Iran across all of these Gulf Arab countries. They also hit Jordan. A colleague of mine in Israel who's in a bomb shelter right now just sent me a message saying that the pattern of these strikes is unlike anything we've seen in previous attacks, and that the public instructions are to stay inside of those shelters much longer and a much longer duration than ever before.
You only watch Hassan 8 La Ocho? Don't tell me that's a real Hassan clip channel. Hassan 8 La Ocho. It's a real thing? Oh, you're talking about something completely different. I just realized.
These
Never
retaliatory strikes from Iran.
Yeah.
Iranian naval vessels from the IRGC have been turning ships away at the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear if it's officially closed right now, but it appears that could well happen. But to put a fine point on it, let's remember that the Democrats have seen this coming, and Hakeem Jeffries and Democratic leaders in the Senate as well refused to bring to a vote this powers resolution. Now, I don't have any illusions about the position of the Democrats. In fact, we reported at DropSite that Chuck Schumer and others are cynically hoping that Trump does exactly what he's doing right now for two reasons. One, they actually support it. That's the most important thing to understand. It's a bipartisan consensus. They support it. They may not want to say it out loud. But then the other component is that they cynically believe that if it goes foul and wrong, remember, 70% of Americans don't want this war, that it's going to be on Trump and it's going to help their electoral chances. That's what you can distill this down into. They quietly want Orange Hitler to wage a war that they also want, and then they hope it kind of goes bad when he does it, even though they really want it to succeed, but they kind of hope it goes bad.
Yeah, it's absolutely disgusting and cynical. I'm honestly I'm beyond disgusted by Democrats. They aren't opposition. They can't even pretend to be in opposition anymore. Certainly not the current Democratic leadership and the vast majority of Democrats in power right now. It's disgusting. All right, we can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour long. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Having said that, the JCPOA was something that the Obama administration put together to actually negotiate a peaceful path forward with Iran, to potentially normalize relations with Iran, to have a lot of controls over their nuclear program and their enrichment capabilities. And Israel hated that. And then Donald Trump came into office and ripped the JCPOA apart. And Iran still continued following along with the JCPOA for a little bit, but then Donald Trump added additional sanctions. This was Trump 1. And then Joe Biden came into power, and Joe Biden was also an ultra-Zionist, and Joe Biden also followed with the same exact agenda. I feel like post-Trump 1, Israel got into the driver's seat and was no longer simply a consultant or no longer simply, the tip of the spear in some ways on America's MENA policy, but basically took it over entirely. Do you agree with this assessment? I know it's very long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, a couple strings to pull on from what you just said. I think there is a sort of massive shift in aspects of Trump 1 to Trump 2. Remember that Trump openly viewed John Bolton, one of the most obnoxious neocons on the scene. He openly was talking about what a fanatical lunatic John Bolton was. And one of Bolton's kind of crowning achievements in the first Trump administration, when he was the national security advisor, was the assassination of General Qasem Soleimani at Baghdad airport in January of 2020, the head of the elite IRGC force of Iran. And when you read some of the reporting about it, and even sort of how Trump spoke about it at the time, it took a while for Trump to come around to that, and then ultimately he did it, and then he felt good about it, and it kind of showed him his awesome power. And it's like Trump liked those kind of clean things. Oh, I killed Baghdadi, I killed Qasem Soleimani. But, in general, while Trump was a militaristic president, no doubt about it, in his first term, there was you got a sense that he was listening or sort of leaning more toward the direction of kind of the anti-interventionist, isolationist wing of the MAGA movement. And he kept the Israel firster Netanyahu neocon wing kind of a little bit at bay. He comes in this time, and again, the context is
we got to do something about Jeremy's fucking stream setup over there. He's got a beautiful bookshelf back there, but his computer is doing terrible. Just terrible at getting this fucking stream out here. I don't know what his issue is necessarily. It could be a number of different things, but we gotta do something about that. It is so laggy. It is wild.
Joe Biden, 50-year dedicated Zionist who facilitated the Gaza genocide with total enthusiasm, throughout his 4 years in power, and then Kamala Harris, who comes out and when she becomes the nominee and says, "There's nothing I would do differently than him," and that's a huge part of why they lost, of course, but they don't want to release their autopsy, sets the stage then for Trump 2. And I think one of the most telling moments, and it speaks to the questions you're raising, in this entire period of Trump's second presidency, is when he goes to the Israeli Knesset back in October, when he's on his way to declare he's secured the Gaza ceasefire at Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. And he arrives in the Knesset, and it was sort of like a reverse Nuremberg trial, where the war criminals themselves are celebrating themselves and standing up and cheering one another. And he goes on and on about the kind of influence of Miriam Adelson, the late Sheldon Adelson's wife, and the single greatest bankroller of Trump's campaign. And he talks about her being the most influential, Israeli in the world. And I think that part of what's happened here that led up to this is twofold. Trump now is completely in the service of the most extreme Zionist agenda in history. He's in total servitude to that agenda for a variety of reasons. He's not as sophisticated of a Zionist as Joe Biden was when his brain was intact. But Trump is all in, and he's willing to do anything for them at this point. And then the other component of it is that these guys are all high on their own supply. You've got drinking buddy Pete Hegseth as the so-called Secretary of War. You've got little Marco, who thinks he's Dulles risen from the dead, trying to overthrow Cuba and the Venezuela thing. They kidnap Maduro, and Trump starts to sort of want it injected into his veins. And I was told that Trump and his people were saying, can we do another Venezuela in Iran? And he's hearing from intelligence and military people, it doesn't work that way in Iran. And he doesn't like.
Oh my God, it's fucking insane.
You have a mental health problem.
Can we do another Venezuela in Iran? Is that gonna work? Can we do that?
This is a human man.
Of what he's hearing from the military people, and he starts to understand that, you know, Iran didn't go all in the last times that they've struck against us, that their ballistic missiles are actually pretty ferocious in some ways, that there are weak links in the Iron Dome system in Israel, that it can be overwhelmed, that U.S. bases can be hit, that you may, Mr. President, face a mass casualty incident involving American personnel. So then they're talking about, what about a Libya option where we use air power? But the problem is, what ground forces do you have inside of Iran? And the other thing is, Iran, for as much as people talk about the supreme leader, Iran has been building horizontal institutions since 1979. This isn't a commentary about any internal political issue. These are for Iranians to debate. I'm looking at this from a perspective of military intelligence, you know, strategic, what is possible and what isn't. Iran is not Libya. You know, Iran is also not Venezuela in the sense that you're just going to lop off the supreme leader and then say we're making a deal with the rest of you. So they now are in this war that is not in any way in the interest of the American people whatsoever. It's not in the interest of anyone in that region except Israel. And so what do we have at the end of the day? The only conclusion we can draw is that Trump is fully purchased and bought into at the same time Israel's war of annihilations in the region. You know, I was in touch with a senior Iranian official this morning and asked him about the response from all of these Arab countries where they're condemning, quote unquote, Iranian aggression, but then they're silent about the fact that it's the United States and Israel that launched this war. And he made a point, you know, he condemned it. He said, of course, you know, this is unfortunately what we've come to expect, etc. But he said, do they not understand? Eventually their number is going to come up. Like you know, they may feel like they're in a good position right now. They had their nice little visit with Trump, but their cards are going to get pulled one day or another in this whole project, you know.
Yeah, I know there's some debate going on around whether or not Kamala would have done all this. I don't think that this would have happened under Kamala. That's my take on this situation. I know that's crazy. I think Kyle Kalinske said the same thing earlier today. I think he said the exact same thing. But I believed that before I heard Kyle say that, and I'm just repeating that to try and justify myself here. But I mean, honestly, I was saying this back 2024 that Kamala wouldn't have been as bad. She would have been terrible. I'm not saying she wouldn't have, but those were the two choices we had in 2024. Sadly, but surely. Now, of course, I can't say with 100% certainty that she wouldn't have done this, but I don't think that she would have kidnapped Maduro and started a new Iraq.
Right now, they're useful pawns in this game.
Yeah. There's also this national security report from Reuters, which, you know, maybe not always the most trustworthy, but at least on the American side, it's important that they're leaking this kind of thing. But Aaron Banco reports as a Reuters exclusive, the CIA assessed before the strikes that even if Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed in the operation, he would likely be replaced by hardline figures from the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And I've said this over and over again, that the Ayatollah himself is 87 years old. He is a zealot, you know, but and therefore I think like martyrdom would probably be something that he looks forward to. But outside of that, there's also obviously like you said, a horizontal.
Here's the thing, because like I think the fact is, while we're sitting here, we're talking about, you know, to some degree how Democrats are co-signing all of this. I don't think they would have had the brazenness, like the gall, to do this themselves. Sure, there's a wing of there's a massive group of people in the Democratic, party, the centrists, who are just thrilled about this, to co-sign it, or to sit back and do nothing as this goes down. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but that's because they don't want to be blamed with this, right? They don't want to be blamed for it. And I don't think that they would have necessarily done this. Certainly not in this way, not even close. And honestly, I think that we would have seen more progress on Gaza at this point. I'm not gonna lie. A full year, I think we would have had. I mean, right now people are still fucking starving in Gaza, and the Trump administration is saying everything is fine. The fact is like they're willing to co-sign it, but or sit there and do nothing. But I don't think they would have been willing to do this, to send an nearly an unprecedented amount of troops there for the last 2 decades. Like, this is insanity. I think Democrats would have known better. I think Democrats know that their base would never be on board with this sort of thing. Which is why it's always much more convenient for them to be like, oh, the Republicans, they did it. We're just sitting here, shaking our fists. Oh, you didn't ask us
leadership
first.
Structure. And within the Iranian forces, within the Politburo, within the political side of Iranian civil society, and within the IRGC, the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained elements, whether it be offering personal setbacks to the Iran nuclear program, or even the restrained nature in which Iran has refused to retaliate beyond some kind of retaliatory theater, as we talked about with Qatar. So if you take out Ayatollah, or even some of the top-line generals in the IRGC, which have become even hardliners from the last cleansing that took place in the 12-day war, you're going to have a group of individuals that are even less responsive to American negotiations. That's my speculation. It turns out the CIA is saying similar things as well.
But
like, just continue on this point. Like, is the difference between the support of Guaido and the soft coup in Venezuela versus the hard coup? Well, this is not even a hard coup. I mean, considering it was just the illegal extrajudicial rendition of the president of Venezuela, right? Like, we all see the clear difference between those two things, and why Democrats come out and say they hate that second one. And even some Republicans are like, that's maybe not great, versus the Guaido situation, where literally like everyone was on board with that shit, aside from like 3 people, right? Like, it's that they're willing to support the soft power moves, the clandestine CIA shit. But like, when it comes to this stuff, they don't want to be the ones to start the wars, right? And that's really the distinction I'm making. It's like it's I know in theory it's a fractional difference, but right now we're living in the real world where we're on the dawn of a new Iraq, with an even bigger and more powerful country.
Yeah, and I think that there's a couple things I want to comment on that, but just to start with what you just said, I think that even is confirmable from the Iranian perspective, because what we've been told by sources is that they have a multi-layered succession system that they put into place at the time of the 12-day war. And it is true that a significant number of senior military figures who fell into a more moderate camp when it came to how should we be responding to attacks militarily by the United States and Israel, they're gone, and there were directives issued, as I said at the beginning, further down the command chain, and that's why you saw this all.
Wait, now there's breaking news that that Ayatollah Khomeini is dead? We're getting so many conflicting reports. Trump saying like oh my god. See, this is what I was saying. This is going to be everything is going to be very much up in the air here for this stream. We're just going to be trying to follow everything. And I'm just, speaking of which, I'm going to keep this moving, even though this is a fairly relevant and important conversation that Hassan had here with Jeremy Scahill. I think we just got to keep this moving. This was hours ago. This was like This was like a third of a day ago. Everything has happened in the last third of a day. Let's see what Senator John Cornyn of Texas had to say in reaction to these strikes. He was speaking at some sort of event. He might be up for election this year. Yeah, this looks like a campaign. Yeah, this is a re-election campaign event.
Senator, your thoughts about Iran and the United States and Israel's actions this morning?
Well, I listened to the 8-minute speech that the president gave last night, and I thought he summed it up well. We may not have been at war with Iran, but Iran's been at war with the West since 1979, since the Iranian Revolution, and they've killed numerous Americans in various terrorist actions in the Middle East.
These guys are wild. They're going back decades to try and justify all this shit. Oh my god. You remember the 70s? I know everybody remembers the 70s, right? This justifies what we're doing here now in 2026.
And the bottom line is, as you heard the president say, Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about President Trump is the risks he's willing to take in order to do important things that have to be done.
He's willing to take a risk. Oh, that's amazing. That's what's so great about Donald Trump. He's willing to take a risk with the lives of all of our American troops and personnel in the Middle East. And all the civilians and other people who are going to die in this. He's willing to take that risk.
This is a human man.
Daddy can do no wrong. Dangerous morons.
Yeah. All right, let's go here now. This is Telesur from 7 hours ago. Iran, thousands on the streets rejecting U.S.-Israeli aggression, calling for an immediate
I mean, can you imagine when he commissioned the B-2s?
Shut up, John. You fucking moron.
Thousands of Iranians took the street to reject the United States-Israeli attacks on their country and chanting slogans calling for immediate retaliation. The demonstrations take place as the aggressors target military, economic, and civilian facilities, evidencing the Iranian people's resolve to defend their sovereignty and independence at all costs and risks, and their all-out support to the Persian nation's government.
All right, we're just keep going through this. This next one is showing. Actually, we don't need this one.
The US and Israel launched a major attack on Iran on Saturday.
We don't need this. Let's go here.
Let's start with Reza again. An update from you, Reza. We spoke to you an hour ago. What more are you hearing, either from the regime, from state media, or from those of your contacts?
Yeah, it is 9:30 p.m. local time here in Tehran. Roughly 12 hours has passed here since the first wave of attacks took place at around 9:30 a.m. local time. There was a lull for about several hours where, from our vantage point, we didn't hear any explosions. But at around 7:45 p.m. local time, a little less than 2 hours ago, once again, from our vantage point, we heard booming explosions. It is impossible for us to say what those explosions we're hearing. 3, 4, 5 more explosions as we speak. Again, it's impossible to say where these explosions are coming from, what they're targeting. But starting 2 hours ago,
Okay, I need food. I'll be right back.
Hearing explosions once again. The initial explosions, bomb attacks, 9:30 a.m. local time. We saw plumes of smoke. There we are, more explosions taking place as we speak. Earlier this morning, plumes of smoke coming from the heart of downtown. Reportedly, the offices of the Supreme Leader among the many targets there this morning. When we went out in the streets, we saw people scrambling for safety, a lot of people stunned and confused, many of them looking up at the skies to see if they can find out where these missiles were coming from, looking at their phones to see if they can get the latest reports. Many people racing home with their children who they had to get from school. So very tense and dramatic times this morning. We heard U.S. President Donald Trump moments ago in his address calling on Iranian people to come out in the streets and, quote, take their government. And I think a lot of people are eager, anxious to see if that develops. What we can tell you is that this hour, the streets are quiet. This is Saturday, the first day of the work week. Usually the streets are bustling. From about a few hours ago, the streets have been very quiet, an indication that many people raced home for safety. And again, from where we are, no indication of people coming out into the streets.
Reza, while you're talking, Ershad, you wanted to just add a point on the strikes.
Yeah, according to the Iranian media, Supreme Leader's son-in-law and daughter-in-law have been killed during the attack this morning to the Khomeini's residence.
This is according to?
According to the Iranian media, multiple Iranian media inside Iran and the media close to the regime, they say that the Supreme Leader's son-in-law and daughter-in-law have been killed during the attack this morning.
Reza, are you hearing any more of figures targeted, figures killed in Iran? We heard from state media, I think, about 3 members of the Basij paramilitary force killed. What more are you hearing?
That's what I've heard as well. This is the first time that I'm hearing these state media reports that the Supreme Leader's son and daughter-in-law have been killed. It's not clear where that happened, but in many ways, it's not surprising. It is clear that this operation is targeting Iran's leadership. From the Supreme Leader, again, this morning it was his offices that were targeted, the military leaders, government leaders. So that's what the intention is in an effort to seemingly decapitate the leadership.
All right, I'm back. Okay, this is video of Israel conducting strikes in Lebanon. So this was literally earlier today on Saturday. Like I was saying earlier, that we would get to this. Israel decided why not seize the opportunity and conduct another military operation in the territory of his neighbor to the north. Okay, just gonna keep trying to get through these. That was from 7 hours ago. This is from 6 hours ago. TRT World, Iranian Revolutionary Guard declares Strait of Hormuz closed.
This is Sepah Navy, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy. From now on, all navigating through the Strait of Hormuz is forbidden. No ship in every type is not allowed to pass from the Strait of Hormuz till next notice. This is Sepah Navy, out.
There we go. That was a declaration from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard on the closing of the Strait of Hormuz, one of the largest, what do you call it? Transportation hubs, I guess you might say, in the region. In the world, technically. I mean, they do a shitload of shipping over there. All right, this is dropped 6 hours ago. CENTCOM releases footage of U.S. military strikes on Iranian facilities. There you go. That was released 6 hours ago. Released by the DOD. Showing strikes on Iranian targets. Around the same time, other video was shown of Iranian missiles overhead in Qatar. And about 5 hours ago, a United Nations Security Council meeting, emergency meeting over this war began. Shit, I gotta close the live chat. Come on. Don't be a dick. There we go. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. I'm just gonna go to the opening of it. And then I've got some clips for us to watch. Damn, Hassan is still alive right now? Holy fuck.
The 10,112th meeting of the Security Council is called to order. The provisional agenda for the meeting is the situation in the Middle East. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Israel to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I also invite His Excellency, Mr. Majed A. Abdulaziz, Permanent Observer of the League of Arab States to the United Nations, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I warmly welcome the Secretary General, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, and I give him the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will speak directly to 3 areas today: the principles, the facts, and the way out. First, the principles. The UN Charter provides the foundation for the maintenance of international peace and security. Article 2 of the Charter clearly states, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. International law and international humanitarian law must always be respected. That is why, since this morning, I have condemned the massive military strikes by the United States and Israel against Iran. And I also condemned the subsequent attacks by Iran, violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world. Let me be clear, there is no viable alternative to the peaceful settlement of international disputes. Lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means including genuine dialogue and negotiations. Mr. President, second, the facts. The situation on the ground is very fluid. There are many unconfirmed reports. Here is what we know. About 20 cities across Iran, including Tehran, Isfahan, Qom, Shahryar, and Tabriz, have reportedly been attacked. In Tehran, large explosions were reported in the district that includes the presidential palace and the compound of the supreme leader. Several high-ranking officials have reportedly been killed, including, according to Israeli sources, Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei, that I'm not in a position to confirm. Iran's airspace has been closed and the country is under a near-total internet blackout. The attacks have reportedly caused significant civilian casualties. According to Iranian media, an airstrike killed at least 85 people and injured many more at a girls' school in Minab, Hormozgan province. Illegal. And the school in Tehran was also reportedly hit, causing 2 deaths. Mr. President, military action is expanding rapidly across the region, creating an increasingly volatile and unpredictable situation and heightening the risk of miscalculation. According to Israeli sources, 89 people have been injured in Iran's subsequent strikes on Israel, and there were also impacts in the occupied West Bank.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do here, everybody, usually at this point during the stream, we're an hour and a half in, I would normally take a break. However, we are going to do something rather unprecedented due to the current circumstances. We're not going to take an actual break. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to try and get some food into my body, among a couple of other things, over the next 10 minutes, and I'll be right back. I'm going to keep playing the United Nations Security Council footage for you all in the meantime. Just a reminder, of course, we are completely funded by individuals like you. Without your support, we would cease to exist. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support, of course. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on the vertical. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All right, everybody, enjoy the... Well, I'm going to enjoy my break. You enjoy the UNSC.
Iran has announced that in reaction to U.S. and Israeli airstrikes, it targeted U.S. military assets in the region. These strikes have reportedly hit civilian areas and infrastructure in the countries that I have already mentioned. Indirect impact of falling debris was also reported in Lebanon and Syria. Most Gulf states successfully intercepted the Iranian strikes. However, the UAE reported that 1 civilian was killed by debris from an intercepted missile. In Iraq, there are reports of drone and missile attacks from both sides. There are also reports that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz for international shipping. Mr. President, the US and Israel attacks occurred following the 3rd round of indirect talks between the US and Iran, mediated by Oman. Preparations had been made for technical talks in Vienna next week, followed by a new round of political talks. I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered. Mr. President, third, the region and the world need a way out now. I call for de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. The alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability. I strongly urge all parties to return immediately to the negotiating table, notably on the Iran nuclear program. I note that the US President has reportedly talked with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran's foreign minister has reportedly spoken to his counterparts in GCC countries and Iraq, and everything must be done to prevent a further escalation. To this end, I call on all member states to strictly uphold their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, to respect and protect civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to ensure nuclear safety. Let us act responsibly and together to pull the region and our world back from the brink. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary-General for his briefing. I now give the floor to those Council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the Secretary-General of the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, for his comprehensive, enlightening briefing. I'd also like to thank the Presidency of the Council for having convened this meeting at such short notice. The President of the French Republic, Mr. Emmanuel Macron, asked that the Council immediately deal with this issue given the seriousness of the moment. Mr. President, this region needs peace. And in order to do this, we need Iran to respect its international obligations. We are very concerned at the launch of this new war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. The escalation underway is dangerous for everyone, and it must cease immediately. Faithful to principles and attachment to the United Nations, France calls for de-escalation, and we would recall that respect for international law is the condition for stability and long-term security in the region and throughout the world. We robustly condemn the indiscriminate attacks by Iran against several countries of the region. It is essential that we ensure the protection of civilians, and we express our solidarity with the countries that have been struck: Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and with our regional partners. And we are ready to deploy the means necessary to protect them if they so request. We will take all measures necessary to ensure the security of our citizens in the Middle East. Mr. President, the events today come in the context of the ongoing pursuit by Iran of its nuclear program that is destabilizing and is contrary to the general guarantees system and resolutions of this Council. For years now, despite the diplomatic efforts deployed by France with our partners, Iran has not taken the opportunity to conclude an agreement with regard to a peaceful settlement with regard to its nuclear program. In parallel, Iran has reduced its cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, which for a long time now has not been able to guarantee the peaceful nature of the Iranian nuclear problem. For many months now, the agency has not had access to the most sensitive sites of the Iranian program. Transparency has still not been provided with regard to the Iranian stock of highly enriched at 6% uranium, which represents an amount which is potentially enough to produce around 10 explosive nuclear warheads. The situation is such and so serious that last August we launched the procedure to re-establish the Security Council sanctions in response to the clear non-respect by Iran of its commitments. Over and above its nuclear program, it's also the ballistic program and the regional actions taken by Iran that continue to constitute sources of major destabilization. Iran is continuing also a policy of systematic destabilization in countries of the region through the support that it provides to its regional allies, be that Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, or previously the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria.
Okay, I'm back, everybody. This is France's ambassador to the United Nations speaking right now, claiming that the reason why all this is going down is because Iran has not engaged in diplomacy, even though they originally signed the JCPOA that Donald Trump ripped up, and have essentially come out and agreed to things that were not even lined out in the original agreement. And yet, you have European powers coming out and acting like it's not, I think, beyond their wildest dreams what Iran was actually agreeing to in the latest rounds of diplomacy. the United States and Israel just refused to agree to it.
Committee is functioning properly. Iran must commit finally to good faith negotiations with regard to its nuclear and ballistic program, and also with regard.
Okay, I'm going to skip us ahead now to some of the other things. I've got clips now for us to go to. I'm not going to watch the whole UNSC Council thing. It's like 3 hours long. It's like we can't. I have so many other things and analysis for us to get to here tonight. No, exactly. Donald Trump completely ruined the deal. He got rid of the original deal, the JCPOA, which Obama got us into, which got Iran to agree to a very low enrichment level and a very scrutinized nuclear program, right? By international agencies, which was in fact doing its job until Donald Trump got out of it. And then they agreed to the exact same measures and more, and the United States refused to accept it. And now people like France and the other U.S. allies are coming out and acting like that's not exactly what just went down. That still wasn't enough for Israel and the United States. We just had to do this war. It's ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. All right, let's go. Let's go here now to the National Director of National Intelligence. Wait, what's Mike Walls' job again? I'm forgetting. Oh wait, did he lose his job and he got a new job, didn't he? Is his new job did they give him ambassador to the UN? Because he is speaking here. I don't know. Did they change his job?
This is a moment in history that requires moral clarity, and President Trump has met the moment. The most fundamental duty of any sovereign government is the protection of its people. Operation Epic Fury is directed towards specific and strategic objectives: to dismantle missile capabilities that threaten allies, to degrade naval assets used to destabilize international waters, and to disrupt the machinery that arms proxy militias, and to ensure the Iranian regime never, ever can threaten the world with a nuclear weapon. American diplomacy was attempted repeatedly and in good faith. President Trump, Secretary Rubio, our special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner, were relentlessly dedicated to diplomacy. But diplomacy cannot succeed where there is no genuine willingness to cease aggression, where there is no genuine partner for peace. The sad irony is that this same regime will attempt to lecture us today about human rights and the rule of law. Its presence here in this council makes a mockery of this body. But where the UN lacks moral clarity, the United States of America will maintain it. Colleagues, peace is not preserved by appeasing those who threaten it. Peace is preserved through strength in the face of terror.
I now give the floor to the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
I'm muted again, huh?
In the name of God, the compassionate.
I'm muted again, huh? Sorry. I got distracted. I don't know how that happened. That's very annoying to me. I'm not going to repeat myself. I'm not going to repeat myself. We have too much. Just too much tonight. Okay, I'm overloaded. I'm just overloaded. You know, this is one of those moments where I'm fuck it. Usually I'd repeat myself, but just can't do it right now. Here's the ambassador from Iran.
We appreciate the Secretary General for his briefing and his contribution to this meeting. We express our sincere appreciation to the Russian Federation and China for supporting the convening of this emergency meeting of the Security Council to address the manifest aggression committed by the United States and Israeli regime. I also thank those council members, in particular China, Pakistan, and the Russian Federation, who have today taken principled position in condemnation of this unlawful act. And it is regrettable that some members of this body, in a blatant double standard, disregarded the flagrant act of aggression committed by the US and Israel on Iran and condemn Iran for using its inherent right to self-defense on the UN Charter. Mr. President, this morning the United States regime jointly and in coordination with the Israeli regime initiated an unprovoked and premeditated aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran for the second time in the recent months, while deliberately attacking civilian populated areas in multiple large cities of Iran where millions of people reside. As a result of this brutal armed attack, hundreds of civilians have been killed and injured. The aggression and atrocious crime of the United States regime and the Israeli regime and the deliberate and persistent targeting of civilian infrastructure are going. In addition to the numerous civilian residential buildings, the aggressors have also targeted a school in the city of Minab, Wobegon province, killing more than 100 children. The number of innocent civilians continues to rise. This is not only an act of aggression, it is a war crime and a crime against humanity. Yet today, once again, the representative of the United States, through a regrettable pattern, has attempted to distort facts and rely on misinformation to justify the blatant aggression of the United States and Israel against my country. The facts, however, are unequivocal. The justification advanced by the representative of the United States today are illegal and entirely devoid of legal foundation. The baseless allegation invoked to defend this unlawful use of force have no standing under international law. The invocation of preemptive attack claims of imminent threats or other substantiated political claims cannot legitimize aggression. Such claims are unfounded legally, morally, and politically, and they contradicted the clear principles of the Charter of the United Nations. I also categorically reject the assertion made by the representative of France, the United Kingdom, and certain other Western members regarding Iran's peaceful nuclear program. These claims lack a factual and legal basis. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the Israeli regime have openly claimed responsibility for this act of aggression and have explicitly articulated regime change as their objective, an unmistakable admission of their intent to violate Iran's sovereignty and territorial integrity. The President of the United States has falsely described this aggression as necessary to neutralize an imminent threat to the American people. This is nothing more than a deliberate attempt to mislead the international community and the U.S. public opinion, and manufacture consent for unlawful war. Similarly, the representative of the United States has cynically sought to mislead this Council, yet history provides ample documentation that the foreign policy of the United States has repeatedly relied on unlawful force, covert intervention, and political manipulation to alter the governments of other member states. This record is well established. The reality is clear and undeniable. What is taking place today against my country by the United States and the terrorist regime of Israel is a blatant act of aggression, a full-fledged violation of international law. No justification, no accusation, no narrative of disinformation can legitimize or excuse this manifest crime and aggression. Mr. President, we have communicated on several occasions with this Council and the Secretary General about warmongering statements and interfering actions in the internal affairs of Iran by the President of the US in a blatant violation of the UN Charter and international law, and called for the Council action. Regrettably, all were unanswered. The issue before the Council is straightforward. Whether any member state may, including a permanent member of this Council, through the use of force, coercion, or aggression, determine the political future of another state or impose control over its affairs. International law and the Charter are explicit on this matter. Article 2, Paragraph 4 of the Charter categorically prohibits the threats of use of force against the territorial integrity or
Omega Star redeemed emote only, Chad, over on Twitch. 1,000 galactic credits used. Emotes only, everybody. Your First Amendment rights have been taken away by your fellow chatters.
Help! Help!
Oh,
I'm
God.
being repressed!
independence of any state. Mr. President, against this backdrop, I would like to make the following points. 1. What is occurring against my country is a clear act of aggression. It is an open armed aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran. The United States and Israel war today is not merely a war against Iran. It is a war against the Charter of the United Nations, a war against international law, and a war against the international legal order upon which the United Nations and the Security Council have been built for over 8 decades. As the Charter affirms, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations from a scourge of war. The Charter, adopted in 1945, is founded upon this fundamental principle. Members shall refrain from threat or use of force in international relations. The sole exception is the inherent right of self-defense under Article 51, and only in the event of an armed attack. The military aggression carried out by the United States and Israel satisfies none of the criteria of lawful self-defense. Accordingly, the action of the United States and Israel constitute a manifest violation of Article 2, a peremptory norms and a fundamental principle of international law accepted by all member states. Neither the Charter nor international law recognize internal matters of states as justification for the use of force by other states. Were this otherwise, no international legal order could endure. The rule of law would be replaced by the rule of force. 2. In responding to aggression and large-scale war, the Islamic Republic of Iran is exercising its inherent and lawful right of self-defense under Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations. The armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran are utilizing all the necessary defensive capabilities and means to confront this criminal aggression and deter the hostile acts Consequently, all bases, facilities, and assets of the hostile forces in the region shall be regarded as legitimate military objective within the framework of Iran's lawful exercise of self-defense. Iran will continue to exercise its right of self-defense decisively and without hesitation until the aggression ceases in full and unequivocal terms. 3. Iran remains firmly committed to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighboring countries. Under no circumstances will we target the sovereignty, people, or interests of our neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf. Our legitimate response have been directed solely and exclusively at the bases and assets of the hostile government of the United States that operate beyond the control of the host states. Priority has been given to the targets that diminish the aggressor capability and capacity to continue its malign actions. We had previously and formally conveyed this warning to the Secretary General and the Security Council. 4. Despite continuous U.S. hostile policy, we were sincerely and seriously pursuing the path of diplomacy and dialogue to reach a just, fair, and sustainable agreement. Yet, for the second time in the midst of the negotiation, the United States betrayed diplomacy and resorted to force and launched an attack against my country in blatant violation of Charter of the United Nations, presently interfering in Iran's internal affairs. They are even calling on the people to riot against their own government. The recent record of the United States toward Iran is equally clear. Since January 2025, the U.S. administration against reinstated the hostile approach, including the policy of so-called maximum pressure and economic strangulation through sweeping sanctions. The General Assembly has repeatedly voted by overwhelming majorities against such unilateral coercive measures. The objective of these illegal measures has been transparent, unconditional surrender. Despite repeated warning by Iran to the Secretary General and the Council regarding serious violation of the Charter by a permanent member, the Council has regrettably failed to discharge its primary responsibility, allowing the erosion of the rule of law in favor of the rule of force. 5. Just as the Israeli regime succeeded in dragging the United States into the quagmire of war with Iran, the United States in turn is deliberately seeking to expand the scope of the conflict by exploiting spaces in the Persian Gulf region. The hostile U.S. government dream of swallowing Iran and forcing the Islamic Republic of Iran into submission will never be realized. This war, before being a contest of military equipment and advanced technologies, is a battle of wills, and in that battle, the Islamic Republic of Iran will prevail. Furthermore, the Islamic Republic of Iran has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to diplomacy and negotiation. However, it will never submit to pressure, coercion, or force. Diplomacy has rules and principles. It cannot coexist with aggression. 6. The duty of Council members is to defend international law and specifically the Charter. They are not called upon to judge the political system of states, nor to determine whether military aggression or economic siege leads to freedom or domination. Expression of concerns and empty condemnation are not sufficient. The Council must act. Pursuant to Article 39 of the Charter, the Security Council must immediately determine the United States and Israeli regime have committed an act of aggression and demand the immediate cessation of its unlawful use of force, including any explicit or implicit threats against Iran, and require binding assurance of non-repetition. affirm that the United States and Israeli regime bear full international responsibility for all materials and moral damage inflicted upon the infrastructure and facilities of the Islamic Republic of Iran and are obligated to provide full reparation. Let me conclude, Mr. President, with a simple and undeniable truth. Israel and the United States have attacked Iran. They have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations. They must be held accountable. So long as this aggression continues, Iran will continue to exercise its inherent right of self-defense firmly, proportionately, and without hesitation until the aggression ends.
Okay. Well, that was Iran's ambassador to the United Nations Security Council speaking about this latest attack, this invasion, essentially, by the United States and Israel, claiming that the United States and Israel have violated international law and the Charter of the United Nations Security Council, that the sanctions regime has been detrimental to Iran's economy and is in fact in violation of more UN Charter stuff, that the Iran has engaged in and attempted as best as it possibly can to do diplomacy in good faith, that the United States has refused to do so itself, and that the United Nations Security Council must take actions.
Security Council must act now and stop this act
Oopsies.
of...
How did that just happen? All right. Now, let's go here. Got some more clips from the UNSC. This was an exchange between the U.S., between Mike Waltz and the ambassador from Iran.
Thank you. I have one word only. I advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for yourself and the country you represent. Thank you.
The representative of the United States has asked for the floor to make a further statement.
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President.
Freedom, says Mike Waltz. You killed protesters in your country. Not like the United States where we kill protesters in the streets in our country. Oh, I'm sorry. Exactly like the United States is killing protesters in the United States. Right. Okay. He's not going to dignify that with the response because Iran does the same stuff. Let's see what Danny Dannon or whatever this fuckwit's name is, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, had to say.
The operation targets nuclear infrastructure, ballistic missile sites, the machinery of repression that fuels terror across our region. We did not act of impulse. We did not act of aggression. We acted out of necessity because the Iranian regime left no reasonable alternative. This joint effort will continue for as long as the threat remains. This operation is guided by clear objectives: eliminate immediate threats, dismantle the nuclear program, destroy its ballistic missile production, neutralize naval threats, break the proxy network that destabilizes the region. The operation was carried out in order to protect the people of Israel within the framework of the ongoing armed conflict between Israel and Iran.
I love how Israel is claiming that Iran is the country that's destabilizing the Middle East.
Give me a joke.
That's a funny one, Danny. It's a good one. Really good. Yeah. All right. Let's keep going through these. What do I got next? All right, let's see what some U.S. Congress people have to say. Senator Elizabeth Warren.
Donald Trump is taking the United States into war on his own with no authorization from Congress. He is willing to sacrifice American lives for what? For regime change? For a war that the president's own top military advisor has warned will be incredibly dangerous? For a war built on lies? For a war that won't make us safer? I want to be clear. The United States had a deal that could have prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. That was Obama's nuclear deal with Iran, and Trump blew that deal up and got nothing in return. And now he's starting another war in the Middle East instead of doing the hard work of diplomacy to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. It is reckless and it is dangerous. It is a betrayal of the president's duty to uphold the Constitution and a betrayal of the American people. Your tax dollars are being used to bomb Iran while Donald Trump ignores the struggles of working people who can't afford health care and are struggling to pay for groceries here at home. That is not America first. All three of my brothers served in the military, so this is personal for me. I'm thinking of and praying for our troops that the president has put in harm's way without justification. We cannot let Donald Trump drag yet another generation into a forever war. The Senate must come back in session immediately to vote up or down on a war powers resolution and block this war. No war with Iran.
All right, let's go to Senator Chris Murphy now.
Trump's attacks on Iran
ago.
Just wildly illegal. They're a mistake of just epic scale.
Illegal.
He has learned absolutely nothing from decades of U.S. military disaster in the Middle East. He's spent apparently not a single minute studying all the lives lost and all the trillions of dollars that we wasted in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. Listen, the American public have been crystal clear about this. They don't want to be dragged into another totally unnecessary war of choice in a far-off place like the Middle East. What they want is an American president who is focused on them. Donald Trump has intentionally ruined our economy. Flat wages, disappearing jobs, rising prices, widespread corruption, and apparently he's interested in doing anything and everything except addressing the disaster that he has wrought on the American people here at home. A military action to eliminate Iran's nuclear program, just totally unnecessary. We had a diplomatic deal with Iran to do that. It was working until Trump threw it out against the advice of all of his advisors. So let's be really clear here. Trump willfully precipitated a moment where Iran is only apparently a handful of weeks away from a nuclear weapon. And I'm not even sure that that's true. Right? You can't trust anything coming out of this administration. Now, he also says that his goal is regime change. Well, he should be really careful about what he wishes for. First, it may not work, and then you're just hardening Iran's resolve to make trouble for the United States and our interests in the region. But even if it succeeds, what is likely to emerge from the rubble is not a Iranian inclusive democracy, but it's a far more repressive, more anti-Israel, more anti-US hardline government, led likely by elements of the IRGC. The American people, I think, now see Trump exactly for who he is. He is a would-be dictator who doesn't care what we think, what Americans want. He doesn't care about our Constitution or our laws. He just sees himself as some kind of 18th century monarch that has unlimited power to drag us into all sorts of disastrous wars of vanity overseas without the consent of the people. But in this country, the only way that you go to war is through the consent of the people. We aren't a monarchy. We don't have kings here. We do not allow one doting, self-obsessed old man to decide if we go to war. The people decide through a vote. That's what our Constitution says. It's absolutely clear about that. And that's why Congress has to be called back into session right now, today, to begin debate on legislation that would either approve of or deny the president's illegal war against Iran. Now, I am praying this morning for the safety of our U.S. forces in the region and overseas, but they are being led into war by a leader who is out of control.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
There you go, Senator Chris Murphy, with his take on Donald Trump's unilateral war in Iran. I mean, I think we all knew this was coming. I don't know why we all know why they didn't call for all of this sooner. The buildup, we were talking about it for weeks. We knew this was coming. I've been projecting that this was going to come. Just look back. Now, protests were held in Iran against the actions of Israel and the United States.
بسم الله الرحمن حيدر كرار خامنه‌ای نگهدار علی حیدر کرار خامنه‌ای نگهدار آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر آمریکا مرگ بر اسرائیل مرگ بر ضد ولایت فقیه مرگ بر ضد ولایت فقیه مرگ بر ضد ولایت انتم الاعلام ان کنتم مؤمنین سستی نکنید که پیروزی از آن شماست فاستقم کلام بلند و یک صدا مؤمنین انقلابی با زبان روزه در ماه قرآن در روز وفات ام المؤمنین حضرت خدیجه خامنه‌ای نگهدار ابوالفضل علمدار خامنه‌ای نگهدار ابوالفضل علمدار خامنه‌ای
Okay. Let's see, what do I have next here? We're just going through these chronologically right now. Around the same time, Benjamin Netanyahu made a statement.
The Baluchi, all of you, it's your time to unite and to topple this regime. The citizens of Israel, all through the Gaza war, I took strength from your resilience. You didn't fall for desperation. You stood right and rising. You gave backup to the government and to me to lead this war. This is how people should behave. In the next few days, we should stand together with this resilience and following the instructions of the home front. There is a symbolic. This is the 11th of Adar, the Jewish calendar. Trumpeldor fell in the Tel Hai battle.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
That's in the Bible.
Now here we go. Benjamin Netanyahu getting all genocidal and biblical. Talking about how Israel and the United States must topple the Iranian regime. Now, the Iranian, I think foreign minister, I can't remember what this guy's job is, made a statement around the exact same time.
Al Jazeera's Joy Asadi has been speaking to the spokesperson for the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ismail Baghei. He says Iran is acting in self-defense.
We are facing another unprovoked act of aggression, an egregious act of aggression that is imposed on Iranians. And we have every right, in accordance with international law, with the UN Charter, to defend ourselves with all might. So that's what our armed forces are conducting right now. They are defending national sovereignty and territorial integrity of Iran against this barbaric act of aggression.
All right. We know that the country actually was involved in the trajectory of diplomatic interaction, but with what took place today, can we say that it's a sort of end for hope for the diplomatic track?
That's exactly the point. This is the second time during less than a year that diplomacy was betrayed by Americans. We were negotiating. We were supposed to meet on Monday to talk about technical aspects of any possible deal on nuclear issue. And the Americans themselves acknowledged that these negotiations went quite well. The mediator, Foreign Minister of Oman, qualified this round of negotiations as being of significant progress. But all of a sudden, as you see, the American and Israelis conducted this military aggression against Iran. I would say this is not only a betrayal of diplomacy, this is the betrayal of the trust of the countries of the region. This is the betrayal of the whole UN system, because the main pillar of the UN system, the UN Charter, is the provision of the use of force. And for a second time during the past 9 months, the United States, as a member of the UN Security Council, is launching an act of aggression against another member of the United Nations. So I think what is at stake is not only the security and peace of the region and that of the Iran, but also the whole fabric of international law and the normative system that has been created by the United Nations Charter.
Okay. I'm going to keep this moving. That was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, spokesperson Ismail Baghei. Speaking about how this is another violation of international law by the U.S. and Israel.
Illegal.
Let's go here now, see what Canada had to say about all this.
So reaction does continue to come in from Canadian officials following the strikes in Iran, including from Prime Minister Mark Carney. He spoke earlier today in Mumbai, where he is on a trade mission. Carney says Canada supports the actions taken by the United States. Have a listen.
Canada's position on the developments in the Middle East remains clear. The Islamic Republic of Iran is the principal source of instability and terror throughout the Middle East. It has one of the world's worst human rights records and must never be allowed to obtain or develop nuclear weapons. Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And the Canadian government urges the protection of all civilians in this conflict.
So that was a little bit from Prime Minister Mark Carney speaking earlier this morning from Mumbai. CBC's Catherine Cullen is also in Mumbai. Catherine, what else did the Prime Minister say, because we just heard a little clip there, about the attack on Iran?
He talked about Iran's numerous opportunities to de-escalate the situation, Adrian, and he did say in question, part of a Q&A he did with a journalist, in a serious conflict, you have to make choices. I think that's an interesting remark because it could certainly apply to the United States, the decision to engage in this attack. At the same time, it may well be of application ultimately to the Canadian government, saying in a fashion, there is a choice to make here. We are choosing to back the United States because just up until this moment, in fact, hours, well, minutes, in fact, before this attack took place, Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand was telling reporters here in Mumbai that if in the case of a U.S. attack, what were her thoughts on a possible U.S. attack, which was going to come just minutes later, that the ideal was a negotiated solution at a table, that was something Canada was always going to favor. So Canada has indeed made a choice here, backing the United States. Again, that call to protect civilian lives. He also said he's had a series of discussions with both the Minister of Foreign Affairs and he talked about the President as well about the possibility of this happening in recent weeks. That said, he was very clear that Canada was in no way involved in any of the actions we're seeing here. So we wait to see how Mark Carney and other allies, follow the situation as it evolves. The question.
Okay. Well, there you have it. Mark Carney effectively coming out and supporting the United States' actions against Iran, while simultaneously calling for respect of, what was it? Did he say international law? I can't remember if he said international law now. But it's, I mean, there you have it. Even after everything, people like Mark Carney are coming out and supporting the United States. I guess Donald Trump can do whatever he wants and he'll still get... He'll still get tacit support for his wars. Remember all that stuff he said at the Munich Security Council? Let's go here. Forbes. 6 hours ago. So the video you're seeing right now, this is in Iraq, Erbil. These are essentially Iron Dome missile interceptors going off. Apparently intercepting Iranian missiles headed for what you would assume is Iraqi U.S. military sites. All right, let's keep going through these here. This is the New York Post from 7 hours ago. High residential tower in Bahrain hit in sickening strike. All right, I'm not reading the post. It's fucking.
Oh, Allah.
Oh my.
Bago. Oh my God.
This one is apparently in Qatar.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
It's another strike in Bahrain, apparently at a naval center, a U.S. naval base. These are apparently strikes by the IDF against Iranian soldiers. This is at the hotel in Dubai.
Oh my days, over the beach club is f***ing mental. Look at that. Literally directly above us. That is insane. They were so loud. That is f***ing mental. That is, oh my God. I have no...
Okay, let's keep this going. Fucking hell. This is like my start to the day. I've been up for like 4 hours right now. Barely 4 hours. This is wild. What a fucking world to wake up to. Alright, this is Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. Breaking. Oil tankers avoid Strait of Hormuz following U.S. and Israeli strikes. Oil tankers are avoiding the Strait of Hormuz, a strategic Middle Eastern shipping route, after often used for exporting oil after strikes in Iran Saturday and Iran's retaliatory strikes in nearby countries, according to Bloomberg. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operation said Saturday it was aware of significant military activity in the strait and received reports from vessels citing broadcasts that claimed the strait was closed, but added it was unable to verify those reports. The Wall Street Journal reported dozens of tankers had diverted from the strait, including multiple supertankers chartered by Shell. Now, we can say we just got done watching a Middle East Eye video from a couple hours before this, claiming the exact same thing, that the strait had been closed. We heard the supposed broadcast by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard closing the strait. While some oil tankers U-turned at the strait as a precaution, some small tankers and several bulk carriers continued to cross it on Saturday. According to Bloomberg's Javier Blas, who was monitoring activity on the waterway. OPEC, a powerful alliance of countries that produce oil, will meet Sunday and may consider increasing oil output from 137,000 barrels per day to 411,000 amid fears of supply distribution, according to Reuters. Oil transit through the Strait of Hormuz has previously been disrupted through periods of heightened tensions involving Iran, including tanker attacks and vessel seizures in 2019. The Strait of Hormuz is widely considered one of the world's most strategic energy choke points, linking the Persian Gulf. Others through the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. The U.S. Energy Information Administration said 20% of the world's oil goes through the waterway daily, with 20.9 million barrels transported daily. It's relied on as a route. I can't read fast enough. God damn you, Forbes. As a route to ship oil and gas to North America, Europe, and Asia, but it's too early to know the long-term effects a possible shutdown of the strait may have. Quote, large volumes of oil flow through the strait and very few alternative options exist to move oil out of the strait if it is closed, the EIA previously said. All right, there's Forbes breaking news from, what did I say, 7 hours ago? This is Dropsite Media, the live stream from around the same time. Jeremy Scahill, Ryan Grimm, and, fuck, what's this guy's name? Can't remember right now.
I'm Jeremy Scahill from Dropsite News, dropsitenews.com. This is a special live stream. We're also streaming with our friends at Breaking Points. It is February 28th, and this morning at 9:40 a.m. local time in Iran, President Donald Trump launched what he bluntly characterized as a regime change war aimed at eliminating the Iranian leadership, destroying the country's missile system and its naval forces, and he issued a call for Iranians to rise up and seize control of the government in the aftermath of what he described will be massive U.S. bombings. He said bombs are going to be dropping everywhere. And we ended up in this position as part of what has become a signature component of Donald Trump's approach to Iran, where the United States erected a fake veneer of negotiation with Iran. There was supposed to be technical discussions in Vienna, Austria on Monday as part of the negotiations that were ostensibly about Iran's nuclear enrichment. Marco Rubio said that he was going to be going to Israel on Monday. The Omani foreign minister was just in Washington meeting with J.D. Vance and other U.S. officials and came out and said that he still was optimistic that an agreement could be reached. What has happened today is that the U.S. and Israel have launched a massive bombing campaign across Iran. They say that they are targeting senior political and military leaders in Iran. There have already been several incidents where the United States or Israel have struck clearly civilian sites. In one case, they bombed a girls' school. The last death toll confirmed that I saw was 85 people. We're also hearing reports of other large-scale attacks against civilian infrastructure. The Iranians, unlike previous rounds where the United States and Israel have launched strikes against it, responded almost immediately to these attacks. And they launched their own missile strikes at U.S. bases and facilities across the Gulf, hitting targets in Bahrain, in the United Arab Emirates, in Kuwait, in Qatar, in Jordan, and of course, there has been very heavy Iranian bombardment inside of Israel itself. Today on this special live stream, we're going to be joined by two guests. Ali Abunama, who is one of the founders of Electronic Intifada, a really great independent journalist. And we're also going to be joined by Houman Majid, an Iranian-American political analyst and author. But first, I want to bring on my colleague from Dropsite News, Ryan Grimm. Ryan, we're going to get into a lot of what has been happening here. But first, as you watch this unfolding, and we see this massive bombardment and Trump ranting this morning, sort of throwing out a hodgepodge of rationale for why he believes that this is necessary. What are some thoughts you have right now?
One thing, you're seeing so many Democrats and Republicans either voicing, full-on support for this war, or hedging their comments as they wait to see how it unfolds. But almost all of them lead their comments with Iran's nuclear program, and it's one of the more, to me, jarring moments that we've had, because all of us were alive and sentient beings in June of this last year when Donald Trump launched this, with Israel, launched a 12-day war, and has said ever since then, up to and including this past week, that he entirely obliterated Iran's nuclear program. And it's this, Orwellian is overused in our politics, but it's not even appropriate here, because they're not even bothering to finesse the gap between Trump claiming for many months that he has completely obliterated the nuclear program, and now the entire political apparatus in the United States saying that they've launched this new war because of this nuclear program. There isn't even an attempt to stitch together any rationale, other than you'll get some backbench senator like Tim Scott saying that Iran made the mistake of trying to restart the program with just evidence-free allegations that make no sense in the face of Trump's previous assertions that the program was set back, years or a generation. So there's that crazy making element of it. There's also the fact that we all saw the Omani foreign minister go on American television because I believe he sensed that the Trump administration was going to do this imminently, and he wanted. This is my
immediately, if not sooner.
Better plugged into the negotiations here. As a mediator, I think Oman wanted the world and wanted the American people to know that Iran had basically offered everything in order to stave off this war, even though it was being offered very little. Under the terms that the United States was proposing, there wouldn't even be significant sanctions relief. It just would have been, we're not going to bomb you this weekend. And still the Iranian government was willing to put forward all of these unprecedented concessions. So we all saw this. Anybody following this saw the Omani foreign minister go on television and say, this is what's on offer. It reminds me of the days right before the Iraq war was launched, when the
There's
US
an
put
old
forward
saying
an
in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in
Saddam
Tennessee, that
Hussein had
says,
to
fool
meet
me
when it
once,
came to weapons inspections and so on and so forth.
Shame on-
or else there would be an attack. And Saddam Hussein said, okay,
shame on you.
that works for us. We agree. Bring the inspectors in.
It fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
Well, never mind. We're doing the war anyway.
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I mean, I've been talking to Iranian officials over the course of this process playing out with these, supposed negotiations, and I think there's a real question here of if there ever was even a scintilla of intent on the part of the Trump administration to negotiate on this issue. It is quite clear that it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the entire notion that the United States was engaged in negotiating was all a lie. And part of it, and you and I have reported on this, part of it was that Trump was hearing from military advisors some things he didn't like to hear about the capacity of Iran to respond to this several weeks ago, the actual strength and reach of their ballistic missiles. And we heard from sources also, including people that are informal advisors to the Trump White House, that they were concerned about getting more THAAD missile systems, the interceptors in place, refueling tankers in place, other quote unquote defensive mechanisms to defend Israel in the event of Iranian retaliation, to protect their bases dotted all throughout the region, the tens of thousands of American troops that are there. So it's entirely plausible that this entire negotiation was a farce from the beginning. But if you take it on its surface, as you're indicating, what the Iranians said to us was, we are making almost unbelievable concessions in this process that go far beyond the scope of the 2015 JCPOA, the Iran nuclear agreement. 1.5% enrichment, all kinds of terms that they would never have agreed to before. And they also indicated that they had directly told the American negotiators that they were open to continuing negotiations on other issues. They wanted to put on the table letting in American oil and gas companies. Rob Malley, who was on that negotiating team in 2015, said Trump could have just declared victory then and there. Europeans would have been shocked. He could have danced around the world saying, I got something better than Obama. Obama was never able to do it. But it seems like that wasn't the intent from the beginning.
Yeah, it's true. I think he was he probably would have accepted it. I think Donald Trump would have accepted it if it was pre-Nobel Prize. But as we all know, that's all Donald Trump ever cared about. He doesn't like the idea of peace. He actually likes the idea of war more because it makes him feel like more of a man, right? But winning an award also makes Donald Trump's ego inflate. So, is sort of one or the other.
Daddy can do no wrong. Dangerous morons.
Omega, thank you for feeding the puppy. She is looking hungry. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. We can't watch this whole thing. It's like an hour and a half long. I'm gonna skip ahead to when they get some of the other guests on. Damn it. Why do you hate me so much? YouTube hates me, I swear to God. I don't know what I did to you. It's very rude. Very rude. Very highly rude.
How rude.
Ali Abu Nama, who is a founder of one of the founders of Electronic Intifada, and a really great independent journalist. Ali is in Amman, Jordan right now. Amman has also been deeply involved with this whole scenario that's played out over the past couple of years of the U.S. and Israel attacks on Iran attacking, Jordan right in the epicenter of it there. Ali, first from Jordan, maybe talk about how you've seen this day play out, because you've also been witnessing the missile strikes that have happened, and give us your thoughts about the overarching situation.
Hi, Jeremy. Hi, Ryan. Thank you. Well, it was mid-morning and I was working on an article which I published today. I was going to write about whether the total lack of support for a war in the United States and the collapse in support for Israel among Americans would affect policymakers. When I saw the news flash across my screen that the war had started, and I went up to the roof of where I am here in Amman, and very quickly we could see Iran's missiles beginning to reach towards Israel. And it happened very quickly compared with the war in June, where I was here as well, where it took something like a day or so for Iran to respond. And what happened throughout the day is that it was just a constant, you could say low intensity volleys of missiles from Iran. And just every half hour there would be missiles. And I think from what I saw that the strategy might be just to try to exhaust Israel psychologically and militarily, to exhaust the air defenses, because each time you see a single Iranian missile come down, you hear many, many booms of interceptors going up. So they must be expending a lot of interceptors to counter this. And also that the Israelis have to keep running up and down into the shelter. And this has gone all day. Even a short time ago, I was outside and I could see, well, I'd say about an hour ago was the last time I saw missiles coming down. I expect we'll see more. And in terms of the bigger picture, you know, I can't say that I'm surprised or anyone here is surprised. It very much seemed like a question of when, not if. There was always a hope that they could find some way to avoid a war which risks being catastrophic for many, many people. And already we've seen horrific images from Iran of dozens of schoolgirls, of innocent people being killed in the Israeli and American attacks. And that is likely only to get worse. But what is particularly troubling, I would say, or bizarre, is that Iran has responded in exactly the way it said it would respond against American assets and interests across the region. I don't mean that is troubling or bizarre. That's what you would expect Iran to do. And Iran is saying, and I think with a lot of rationality and reason, that this is self-defense. The country has been attacked. This was an unprovoked aggression by the United States and Israel in the context of ongoing negotiations, which, as the Armani foreign minister had said, were making progress and were expected to resume within days. And they launched a surprise attack. What has been very strange, let's say, is the complete lack of condemnation from almost every country in the region, except for Oman, which was one of the mediators of those negotiations. But what we've seen from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Jordan, Morocco, other countries in the region, and in Europe, is statements absolutely failing to condemn the US and Israeli aggression, but vigorously condemning Iran for
Wow, Joe. I need a mic like what's wrong with my mic? What do you have against my mic exactly? This is a good mic. What is with the mic hatred right now? I'm offended.
Responding. And what Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said just a short time ago on Twitter X, and I believe on NBC News as well, was that, look, we don't want to attack what he called brotherly neighbors and friendly countries, but these countries are allowing their territory to be used by the United States to launch a war of aggression against us. And we are responding against the American bases, and we wish we didn't have to do that, but we do. And, you know, it's just odd to see these countries acting as if Iran responded in a total vacuum without acknowledging the U.S.-Israeli aggression. And interestingly, we've seen almost verbatim responses from European countries, from France, from Germany, from Britain, and others. An exception is Spain, which did criticize the U.S. and Israel while also criticizing Iran's response. And what is, I guess, not too surprising, but notable, is that Canada, Mark Carney, went even further, actually giving positive support to the U.S. aggression, saying Canada stands with the United States in trying to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon, signaling support for the aggression. And this is extraordinary. Just weeks after Mark Carney made that speech at Davos, where he was supposedly standing up to American bullying. And it's even more extraordinary that he would talk about that he would support this war of aggression when Canada itself has been the subject of threats of aggression and annexation by the United States. And similarly, Australia has gone beyond some of the other Western pro-American states by positively endorsing the American.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit here.
Interests.
Let's. I want to bring in Houman Majd to this discussion. He's a political analyst, NBC contributor. He's an Iranian American, and he's an author. He also served as an advisor to the former Iranian president Mohammad Khatami. Houman, it's great to see you. I wish it was under circumstances where we weren't seeing your homeland bombed right now. I want to begin, though, by tapping into some of your expertise on the bigger geopolitical question and the internal question right now. Iranian officials that I've been speaking to are saying that Iran is a society that has built horizontal institutions over the course of decades since the 1979 revolution, and that particularly after the June strikes that Ali was just speaking of, they created an updated infrastructure to handle leadership strikes, to handle higher level assassinations. And they are pretty defiantly saying that they can absorb this, that they believe that they are going to be able to inflict actual consequence on US personnel and facilities in the region. And that while they do understand it is viewed as an existential war, that they feel that they can handle this attack, even if Trump.
You wanted to hear him finish the comments about Australia. I'm sorry. We just only have so much time right now, I'm afraid. We're already 3 hours into the stream, and I've got a fuckload of stuff to go through, and there's events happening literally right now that I'm trying to add in to the list that I've got for tonight. Yes, I'm very sorry, Matt Lee. I apologize.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
To continue on for a sustained period of time. Give us your sense of that right now.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me on, Jeremy and Ryan. I think, I don't think there's any question that the Iranians are prepared to handle this war, as it were, both by retaliating, and then we saw them retaliate within 2 hours versus 18 hours back in June. And the first retaliation was with very limited missiles, not a whole bunch of missiles. Everybody thinks now that Iran has something like 2,000 ballistic missiles that can hit Israel as far as Israel, and they haven't used all those missiles yet. They haven't had a barrage of missiles because they're well prepared for this war to be longer than just 24 hours. And so, yeah, I think that they are. I mean, the regime, people call it a regime. It's 50 years old. It's almost 50 years old. It's been in place for 50 years. They've built institutions. They have human capital. They have support of some percentage of the population. I won't say what that is because I don't know what that is. They certainly have a huge percentage of the population that is unhappy with the situation in Iran. We know that from the protests. We know that from people coming out in Iran. Forget about the people in the diaspora who are constantly saying, please attack Iran, please attack my country. The people inside Iran are so frustrated and so unhappy with the mostly economic situation, but also political freedoms, social freedoms, that they are looking for change. What that change is not very clear because we don't know. Depends on who you talk to. Some people want, a change within the system. Some people want some of the people who are in jail to be brought out and take over. But the country is relatively stable. And the security forces and the army and the military, IRGC, Basij, are at the present time loyal. And even if Khamenei has been injured or killed, I think Iran is well prepared for what comes next and how to handle the country and how to handle the military, if that is in fact the case, or if he's unable to communicate with his top generals. We know that Ali Larijani is someone who is perfectly capable of being in charge of the military. We know Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of Parliament. These are both former IRGC men. We know that there's been some rumors that Ali Shamkhani has been killed, but he's also someone who's capable. There is a broad group of people who are capable and who have been preparing for this since June. And as we know just from the statements of the Iranian leadership, they have been ready to go to war if that was going to happen. I won't say that they were prepared last night. I do think there was a little bit of an element of surprise, given that there was supposed to be this meeting on Monday, but they have been prepared ever since, especially since the June experience of in the middle of negotiations being attacked. So right now, so far, it appears that their response is somewhat measured. We don't know if the base in Bahrain that was attacked by a missile, where a missile hit the base in Iran, if any American soldiers, American troops, American sailors were killed. We don't know any of this.
Considering what we saw in those images, I would wager a guess that some number of American soldiers have died in this. Donald Trump literally said that's fine because this is so important. For fuck's sake. All right, I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. We can't watch this whole discussion. It was like an hour and a half long, like I mentioned.
The minute he lands, but he has to be landed by someone. He's not getting on a plane. There is no Air France ready to take him and a bunch of other Iranian exiles to land in Tehran and then to be greeted by 1 million people at the airport like Khomeini was in 1979. So that doesn't make sense.
Oh, there we go. I was doing some weird shit.
That seems to be the big distinction between this effectively non-existent domestic opposition and the governing institutions that remain in place. To add a layer to what you were saying, in September during the UN General Assembly, I was among a group of 30 or 40 reporters who met with Pezeshkian when he was at the UN, and he said then that after the June 12-day war, they had developed a 6 or 7 layer deep succession plan, and he was talking, and it was interesting to see him talking as if he were going to be killed. Like he understood in the moment that they were trying to kill him, and that there was a very good chance that they would succeed in doing that in the not too distant future, which was just a kind of startling kind of conversation to have with another human being who doesn't have a terminal diagnosis.
Right.
But so they were preparing for this. And in January, as we also reported, the Pezeshkian devolved a lot of power in the event of a war to governors of governance around the region, so that in the event of communications being cut off or whatever, that they don't need to go back to the central government, and that they are empowered to continue to operate. So you have that on the one hand. And Ali, I wanted to ask you about this. So let's say they do successfully assassinate Khamenei and Pezeshkian. The criticism from a lot of people of Khamenei over the years was that he was too conservative, that he held back frequently, that the hardliners would say, if you continue to display this kind of weakness, we are going to continue to get hit. Pezeshkian was very loyal to Khamenei, was not going to push out ahead of him ever. So what could be, Lindsey Graham thinks the Shah's coming back. Setting that aside, what type of leadership might the Iranian government have, if they did successfully assassinate the current leadership?
Well, I think we have to say what an enormous crime that would be. What an outrageous, horrific crime it would be to murder the leader of Iran, to murder Ali Khamenei, who is, no matter what I think of him or you think of him or anyone on this program thinks of him, is beloved by millions of Iranians and is seen as the legitimate leader of Iran. I acknowledge that there are Iranians who oppose the government, who oppose the system. That's their right to oppose the system. But it is not the right of the United States or Israel to murder the leader of Iran, or to kidnap the leader of Venezuela, or to murder the leaders of resistance movements and popular movements across the region. Israel murdered the prime minister of Yemen a few months ago, something nobody talks about. So the sheer criminality is something we have to stop and acknowledge. And who Iranians choose as their leader is their business. It's not up to me or anyone else to say who should come after that. But I suspect that if you murder the leader of a country, if you impose war and not just murder the leader, and of course we're only hearing rumors about this. We have to be very clear. These could be Israeli psyops. There's absolutely no reason to believe any of the reports that we've heard up to this point. But we have seen that Israel and the United States have murdered dozens of children already. Is that going to make Iranians love the United States and love Israel and love Reza Pahlavi, who wants to come in as an agent of the powers that have launched this war of aggression against Iran and waged war in Iran for decades? I mean, Iran had a revolution in 1979 after decades of tyrannical US-backed dictatorship, and it was their revolution, and it is not anyone else's business to determine the future of Iran. But Iran has faced, first of all, in 1980, Iran, soon after the revolution, as it was consolidating itself after overthrowing the Shah, Iraq invaded. But it wasn't just Iraq. Iraq was backed by the United States, backed by all of Europe, backed by Germany, which used its decades-long expertise in making poison gases to provide Iraq with chemical weapons to gas Iranians with. And I remember when I was a teenager seeing the young Iranian soldiers who had been injured by nerve gas and chemical gas being brought to Europe for treatment in hospitals. And that's an image from the television that I still remember to this day. And they waged war, the Arab regimes, the same ones that now are supporting the US-Israeli aggression on Iraq, supported the Iraqi, the Arab regimes that supporting the US-Israeli aggression on Iran are the same Arab regimes that supported the Iraqi invasion of Iran. So Iran is a country that has been under relentless attack by the United States and its Arab neighbors and Israel for decades. For what? What has Iran done to deserve this relentless aggression? Iran has not attacked other countries. Iran has not launched wars against other countries. Iran has not developed nuclear weapons. Iran's missiles are clearly for defense use. Iran never launched missiles against any country until it was attacked. When the United States attacked in 2018 and killed General Soleimani, Iran responded by attacking American bases in Iraq. When Israel attacked in June, Iran responded by attacking Israel. Iran is not an aggressive country, and it is a country that deserves to be left to develop by itself. Iran's politics, you can't separate its internal politics from the constant external aggression, military aggression and aggression by sanctions, which are calculated and targeted. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, was boasting recently that the sanctions created the economic crisis in Iran, the collapse of the rial and economic unhappiness. Hillary Clinton has bragged about that Nancy Pelosi the other day was just saying about how, oh, we should use sanctions to create misery and to create suffering. This is the psychopathic hatred of Iran that exists not just in Israel, but all over the West for decade after decade. Iran never invaded these countries, never attacked them. It's time to leave Iran in peace.
There you go. Ali Abu Nima, Jeremy Scahill, Ryan Grimm, and shit. What's the name of the other guest now? I can't remember. Fuck. And Human Majid. Speaking about this situation going on here in Iran. Well, that was a good panel. Also, Frizla, thank you for the super chat. The Pahlavis were thrown out in the first place because they sold out the country to the Americans and the British. Not gonna work again. Yeah, we looked at numbers yesterday showing like maybe 20% support for him. And that seemed high to everybody. And I still don't know where that number came from. Somebody in chat said it. To me, I'm somewhat dubious even on that number. But even if we give him that number, if we even were to give Pahlavi 2, the son of the Shah, that 20% number, that would mean that only 1/5 of the country supports him, which seems not super democratic or good. Okay, let's go here to BBC News 6 hours ago, where the Iranian foreign minister spoke. I'm sorry, the spokesman of the foreign ministry spoke with BBC. The same guy I think we were just listening to moments ago.
To the foreign ministry in Tehran. We can speak to the foreign ministry spokesperson, Ismail Baghai. Thank you very much for joining us here on BBC News.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Can we first begin with the latest on the impact of these strikes on the senior political and military leadership in Iran? There are reports that a number of senior leaders, including the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, were targeted in Israel's strikes. Can you confirm for us whether the top leadership is still alive, or where are they?
I'm not in a situation to confirm anything. The point is that our people are, the whole system, the whole nation is focused on defending our national integrity, on our sovereignty and territorial integrity. So what we are doing right now is to defend with all force against this unprovoked act of aggression by Israel and by Americans.
But could I ask you, obviously, it would be of concern to the foreign ministry if the supreme leader has been targeted. There are consistent reports that his residence, his offices were targeted this morning. Can you give us at least a confirmation or a denial as to whether or not those residences were targeted?
I can tell you that many places, many targets were hit across the country, including a number of schools, a number of primary schools, in particular one elementary school, and more than 150 innocent girls were killed and maimed, and many of them are still under the rubble in Minab, Wobegon province, south of Iran.
That was one of the first detailed reports to emerge of civilian casualties at school in southern Iran. We understand that the school was very close to a base of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Can you give us more details about that attack?
That's simply a way of normalizing atrocity and atrocious crime. Simply to say those civilian targets were hit because they were in the vicinity of military bases. That's nonsensical. they indiscriminately and intentionally attacked these places. They killed, they massacred our people, they massacred innocent girls, not only in Minab, but also in other places, in Lamer, Fars province also. So they are just calling them collateral damage. And by that, they just try to somehow justify these acts of aggression and these acts of mass killings.
Iran has retaliated as it said it would. You have now attacked countries right across the region, including your Arab allies. They have all condemned your attacks. Don't you risk losing the key support you need among your regional partners at this time?
Two things.
This is my impression of the BBC. Why would you respond to being bombed by Israel and Iran? Doesn't that make you less popular with everyone? You wouldn't want to be less popular, would you? It's very, very silly of you to be responding in any way to having your country invaded by two other countries. Oh, incredibly rude.
I think how you qualify a given act matters. It is not retaliation. It is an act of self-defense recognized under Article 51 of the UN Charter. Secondly, we have not attacked any country. They are all our friends. What we have done, we have defended against an action by the United States. And we all know that in accordance with international, no country is allowed to let other countries, to let the aggressor abuse or use its facilities, its soil, in order to attack another country.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right. I just gotta think of the market. Yes, everyone's making a good point, but what about the Dow? Strong argument from everybody. The classic Pamela Joe.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
It's over 50 thou. It's over 50 thou. Can you imagine? All right, let's keep going through this stuff we've got here. God. I keep trying to update the list. My list keeps getting longer and longer. I didn't even like edit last night's list. Actually, I kind of I took out a bunch of some of the old ones. I've got like 200 videos in my watch list though. But I mean, like a lot of it would have been today's stream stuff that we skipped last night because of the beginning of all of this shit, which took over. Completely hijacked the back half of the stream. Ay. What am I gonna do with these keys? I've lost my place in my fucking list. They're all just blending together. It's just okay. All right, now I found it. Forbes breaking news 7 hours ago. Missile debris hits building in Amman, Jordan, as Iran launches strikes across the Middle East. You can see the missile debris. It's kind of hard to see, but I think this must have taken off the roof of this home. You can see it over here through this window. I think it's probably hardest to see for people on the vertical stream. Okay, let's go here. Another Forbes breaking news clip from 7 hours ago. Missiles intercepted over Qatar. Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta grab my drink. Shit. Yeah. Oh. I'm back. Okay, alright, this is incredibly relevant. Oh, good. Netanyahu had more stuff to say. Here's global news from 7 hours ago. Yay, BB.
לפני שעה קלה יצאו ישראל וארצות הברית למערכה.
A short while, Israel and the United States joined the campaign, Operation Roaring Lion. Oh, wait, we already saw this one. Thank God, we already saw this one. Thank God. Thank God we don't have to listen to BB. Let's go here. AP 8 hours ago, Iran launches retaliatory strikes against U.S. and Israel.
The United States and Israel has launched a dramatic airstrike campaign targeting Iran, and Iran has responded with fire across the wider Middle East, including attacks on Israel. We've also seen Iran launch assaults on Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and even the United Arab Emirates, where I am now. Over the last several hours, there have been explosions and plumes of smoke in the sky as the Emirati forces are targeting incoming missiles from Iran. Already, we've seen one person killed in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates, from shrapnel coming down from one of those interceptions. Now, already the Gulf Arab leaders are talking among themselves, and they're saying that they are willing to strike back against Iran, but it remains unclear whether they'll take that military step, particularly as the American and Israeli campaign appears to be continuing at a high tempo with airstrikes across the entirety of Iran, including those targeting its military and its leaders.
What a fucked weekend. I think the last time we were actually in full talking about Iran was Sunday, last Sunday. And I was saying literally could happen anytime this week. I was like, I literally go back to Sunday's stream when we were talking about Iran. I could swear to God that I said that. That this whole thing could come down anytime this week. Here it was, Friday. I hate that I was right, once again, about a terrible thing. Still haven't guessed the lottery numbers yet. Any day now. I guess I'll have to start playing the lottery first. Let's just keep going through these. Forbes breaking news 7 hours ago. This is apparently a building in Manama, Bahrain. I think this is the same building that we saw struck earlier. All right, let's go to Owen Jones. He posted this video 6 hours ago.
The US and Israel have launched an illegal war of aggression against Iran and have already slaughtered countless civilians, destroying whatever remains of the so-called international order. To be clear here, there is no possible legal basis or justification for this unprovoked attack on Iran. These are the facts. It's not hyperbole, it's not spin, it's not rhetoric. It is a fact. Under international law, you cannot launch a war on another nation claiming that otherwise at some point in the future they will pose a threat to you. There is no basis to argue that this is self-defense. This is illegal. Under US law, as per the US Constitution, there's been no congressional approval. What exactly is the pretext? Last year, Donald Trump declared that Israel's nuclear program had been obliterated. What exactly is the strategy? Overthrowing a regime with airstrikes and then replacing it with what? Some functioning alternative? Never happened before. The Israeli Prime Minister claims that the Iranian Supreme Leader Khamenei has been killed by one of these attacks. We'll come on to the implications of that. What we can conclude is that this war is a great crime, one legitimized by other Western leaders. These are the same Western states which facilitated Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people and cheerled the kidnapping of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. All of this accelerates the world's collapse into violent mayhem. These are the morbid and gruesome symptoms of a declining West. It's also a war of aggression which the Western media are, as ever, justifying and whitewashing, and indeed erasing the actual reality. Let's listen, shall we, to Donald Trump announcing the war today.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime.
Let's listen to him in 2011.
Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective.
Slightly different tune he was singing back then. Let's read some of his tweets. In September 2013, remember what I previously said? Obama will someday attack Iran in order to show how tough he is. a couple of months later. Remember that I predicted a long time ago that President Obama will attack Iran because of his inability to negotiate properly, not skilled. In the 2024 presidential election, the Republicans implored voters to vote the pro-peace ticket. Vote Trump Vance. His director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, long campaigned against the war with Iran. In 2019, she posted, Trump's short-sighted foreign policy is bringing us to the brink of war with Iran and allowing Iran to accelerate nuclear program just to please Saudis and Netanyahu. This is not America first. Let's just see how the BBC is framing this war of aggression, shall we? The headline, Iran launches attacks across Middle East after US and Israel strikes on leadership sites. That's their headline. Absolutely fascinating, foregrounding Iran's response rather than the war of aggression, and presenting the US and Israel's war of aggression as being precision attacks on leadership sites, unlike implicitly indiscriminate attacks from Iran, attacks across Middle East. Shall we look at an example of these leadership sites? The Israeli military targeted 2 schools in Iran, killing over 80 children. After killing tens of thousands of...
Yeah. I mean, right now, Israel's literally waging attacks all across the Middle East, doing strikes in Lebanon last week and the week before it, as well as today, killing Palestinians indiscriminately, day in, day out. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that, anybody wants to claim it's actually Iran who's the one that's waging this all-out war on the Middle East.
Palestinian children, the Israeli military has turned its attention to butchering Iranian kids as well. Let's listen to this from CNN.
We have major breaking news here into CNN. Israel has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Iran.
If Iran launched an attack on Israel, can you imagine CNN saying, Iran has launched what it calls a preemptive strike on Israel? Bollocks. Let's turn our attention to Western leaders. Let's start with the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer.
Earlier this morning, the United States and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned about what this means for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region, which for so many of us includes friends and family members. So whilst the situation is evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response. The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear the regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region. Even in the United Kingdom, the Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents and to the Jewish community.
The state of this. Starmer reserves his denunciations for what he calls Iran's indiscriminate attacks, even as
the
dozens
whole
of Iranian
Jewish
children
community
are incinerated.
Wow. The whole thing. All Jews, says.
By Israeli bombs.
Keir
In the
Starmer,
speech, Starmer says that Britain
fascinating.
isn't involved in this war. He fails to know which is illegal. But his government has allowed the US military to use British bases for purposes linked to the war in the weeks-long build-up. He says that Iran must never have a nuclear program in the speech he delivers, but this war has far greater aims than that. It doesn't even have that as the aim. I mean, Trump said it was obliterated. It's regime change, which he doesn't refer to at all in the slightest because it's illegal. Now, should we go back to what Starmer, then a human rights lawyer, wrote in The Guardian 23 years ago in the run-up to the Iraq War? He wrote then, challenging the idea that Article 51 of the United Nations Charter allowed for a preemptive strike in the name of self-defense, writing, Any threat to the UK or its allies would have to be imminent, and any force used in response to that threat would have to be proportionate before Article 51 can be relied on. The mere fact that Iraq has a capacity to attack at some unspecified time in the future is not enough. Remember Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney during his big speech about the end of American supremacy and the birth of a new international order that had to replace it. What's he saying now? He says Canada supports the United States acting to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace and security. And what of the European Union? The EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kaja Kallas, says that the crimes of the Iranian regime, that's what she wants to focus on. That's the statement she's issued. It's all about the crimes of the Iranian regime. You wouldn't know that Iran's just been illegally attacked by reading her statement. No condemnation of it at all. You see, these people are burning down whatever existed or remained of the international order. And what about the Democratic Party establishment in the United States? They fought to...
Yeah, the Democrats... Staying in the race. Staying in the race to support this war, of course. What else would they do? Okay, what else we got going on? We gotta keep this moving. Oh, a Democracy Now! Special report. Boy, oh boy. 6 hours ago. Democracy Now! Doing a report on the weekend.
What now?
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with this special report. The U.S. and Israel have launched an unprovoked attack on Iran, striking sites across Iran, including the compound of Ayatollah Khomeini. The Israeli military says it struck over 500 targets, including 3 sites where senior Iranian officials were gathering.
Actually, I can't remember if I did this already. I don't think I did. I think I got distracted. But before I'm gonna walk off here for a second. I'm gonna take a quick personal break. Since we've been going over 3.5 hours now, we should have already taken a second break. The normal show we would have already been on our second break at this point. But due to the gravity of everything we're dealing with right now, I'm just going to keep this going. I'm going to just play this Democracy Now! Segment for you. And just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, the subscribe button on YouTube, hit that like button as well. The bell icon as well, if you want to get the latest notifications from the Galactic News Network. And to remind everyone, of course, that we are funded by individuals like you. The only way we stay alive is through donations of space fams, people who enjoy watching the show. A lot of great ways for you to do that. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels over on Vertical, Twitch, bits, power-up subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. All right, everybody, I'll be right back.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with this special report. The U.S. and Israel have launched an unprovoked attack on Iran, striking sites across Iran, including the compound of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. The Israeli military says it struck over 500 targets, including 3 sites where senior Iranian officials were gathering. Iranian state media reports one Israeli strike hit an elementary girls' school in the south of Iran, in Manab, killing at least 85 people, including at least 60 children. 2 more students were killed in a strike on a school east of the capital, Tehran. Iran reports the U.S. and Israeli attacks have killed at least 200 people so far. Iran responded by launching attacks across the Middle East, targeting Israel, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. Several U.S. bases were reportedly hit. In a video message, President Trump called for regime change and urged Iranians to take over the government. Trump launched the attacks without congressional approval. Oman's Foreign Minister, Badr Abu Saidi, criticized the U.S. for attacking Iran in the middle of negotiations. He wrote online, quote, "I am dismayed. Active and serious negotiations have yet again been undermined. Neither the interests of the United States nor the cause of global peace are well served by this," he said. The UN Security Council is scheduled to hold an emergency meeting today. In this special broadcast, we'll be joined by a number of guests. We begin with Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, who's written a number of books about Iran and the United States. Trita, welcome to Democracy Now! Can you respond what has taken place in these last hours?
This is clearly an illegal war and a war of aggression. It's illegal in terms of international law. It clearly is illegal in terms of domestic American law. This issue has not been debated. It has not been voted on by Congress. And this is Trump really also, in addition to all of these things, betraying his own base, who to a very large extent voted for him precisely because he presented himself as the candidate that would end endless wars. But this is clearly a war of choice. The Omani foreign minister laid out yesterday on CBS News clearly that inside the negotiations, the Iranians had moved significantly and offered concessions that made the deal on the table dramatically stronger than what the Obama deal from 2015 was. For instance, not only would the Iranians not be amassing any low-enriched uranium or any enriched uranium at all, whereas in the Obama deal, they would be able to have up to 300 kilos at any time. Now they would be down to 0. With 0 amassed enriched uranium, you cannot build a bomb, obviously. But on top of that, based on the needs basis for continued enrichment, the Iranians actually would likely not enrich anything at all for another 3 to 5 years, which means that during the duration of Trump's presidency, there would be no enrichment in Iran. Despite all of this, despite the ease in which he could declare victory and say that he got a much better deal than Obama, Trump opted to go for war because what he clearly seems to be looking for is not a deal, but capitulation and surrender.
And can you talk about his direct call for regime change and for the people to take over?
So clearly, he is searching for various ways of being able to justify why he has taken this specific position. He has, for instance, done everything from going back to history and claiming that, for 47 years, the United States had to deal with Iran in very many problematic ways. He's referring to IEDs that killed American soldiers in Iraq. He's referring to the suppression of the Iranian people, which it's difficult to believe that he actually cares about. He is searching for justifications of this. And I think that I find that very interesting because it's very clear based on that in my reading that he knows that he's going to have a very hard time actually selling this to his own base. The starting point is already extremely low, with no more than 20% of the American public supporting this. And in general, and amongst Republicans, it's not stronger than 35%, which is a very low level. Remember, when Bush went into Iraq in that illegal war, he had managed to lie enough to get the American people to support that war at 79%.
The latest you have heard about the casualties in Iran and then also the hitting of the Gulf states, not to mention sending drones to Israel and hitting U.S. bases as well, Trita Parsi.
As I had predicted back in August when I wrote this article for Foreign Policy, in the next war, the Iranians would likely strike back hard very early on instead of allowing what they did in the 12-day war, in which they were pacing their responses. This time around, they're trying to quickly inflict as much damage as possible on Israel, on the United States, but also on neighboring states that are hosting American bases, even if those bases are currently not being used by the United States. They're trying to expand the arena of the war, the theater of war, in order to make it as difficult as possible for the United States to continue this war. When it comes to the casualty rate inside of Iran, we're hearing varying numbers, but one thing that I think is quite noteworthy is that the fact that there was such a high casualty rate at a school for young girls in Iran, over the course of 30 days of warfare, it would be almost statistically impossible to see a scenario in which some civilian target would not be hit. But the fact that this was hit on the first day of the war, I think has already colored the view of a lot of Iranians inside of Iran who do not care for this regime, who do want to see a change. But now it's become very clear that this would come at their expense, at the cost of ordinary civilian Iranians, innocent Iranians, rather than this fantasy that is being sold to many people from the outside, that this would be some sort of a glorious and dignified regime change war.
I know you have to go. The latest figures we have, and this is going to change through the time we post this online, Iranian Red Crescent Society saying 201 people killed, 747 wounded in Iran, Trita.
That sounds plausible, although at the same time, I think at the end of the 12-day war in Iran, there were 1,000, roughly 100 killed over the course of 12 days. And for at least for the first day of this war, the intensity of these attacks have actually been far less than what it was during the June war. I suspect, however, that the United States is going to intensify the bombardment significantly tonight.
I want to thank you, Trita Parsi, for joining us. Trita Parsi is Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. We are joined by a number of guests, including Nagar Mortazavi, an Iranian-American journalist, host of the Iran podcast, senior fellow at the Center for International Policy, born in Tehran, speaking to us, though, from the United States. The latest news we have, over 200 people killed in Iran, over 700 injured in this U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. Iran has retaliated by attacking, according to the latest news, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, as well the United Arab Emirates. I think there were reports Jordan sending drones and missiles to Israel. And at a girls' school in southern Iran, over 80 people killed, it's believed, over 60 of them children. It's a girls' school, 60 of them girls. We're joined by Nagar Mortazavi, an Iranian-American journalist, host of the Iran podcast, senior fellow at the Center for International Policy, born in Tehran, in the capital of Iran, speaking to us from the United States. Nagar, can you respond to what has taken place in these last hours?
Absolutely. So a horrific war, another regime change war in the Middle East has begun. That seems to be the goal. I don't know how far the U.S. and Israel are going to go, but we saw a prelude to this in last June, and sort of the same pattern is repeating in the middle of negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. Israel attacked, and then the U.S. joined, and this time they just did a joint operation. It's an illegal war. There's no vote from the U.S. Congress, unlike past regime change wars in the U.S. even that turned out to be failures. But this one had no vote from the U.S. Congress, no Security Council, UN Security Council, no input from the international community. We're hearing from UN leaders. I saw the UN reporter on Iran calling this unlawful. The UN Secretary General calling it unlawful. And from the first day, the first moments even of the war, as you said, Amy, we're seeing civilian casualties. An elementary school targeted in the city, in the town of Minab in Iran, dozens of children killed, many injured. And it's just, the civilian toll of a war in across the region. Also, we're seeing Iran had threatened and promised to retaliate and turn this into a regional war, make sure it spills outside of the border, so its neighbors would also feel the pain and it wouldn't just be bound to Iran. And we're seeing that. We're going to see this casualty, civilian and non-civilian, not just in Iran, but also potentially to U.S. service members in Israel. We're also seeing images, and in many of the Arab countries who are neighbors of Iran and are hosts of U.S. bases.
We have this from Volker Turk, the Human Rights High Commissioner of the United Nations, saying, I deplore the military strikes across Iran this morning by Israel and the United States of America and the subsequent retaliatory strikes by Iran. As always, in any armed conflict, it's civilians who end up paying the ultimate price. Bombs and missiles, Volker Turk says, are not the way to resolve differences, but only result in death, destruction, and human misery. That's the UN Human Rights Chief, Volker Turk. Nagar, if you can talk about President Trump's call for the people of Iran to rise up. He is demanding regime change.
Absolutely. I mean, I echo what the statement that you just read from the UN official and other UN officials that we've seen are doing, not so much from world leaders, Western leaders. I was looking at some statements from European leaders, the EU, EP, France, and they don't echo this. You know, it seems like the Europeans have a hard time condemning wars depending on who launches them and who's being attacked. And this is yet another case. And so it's sort of the double standard and the hypocrisy is there. So I'm not expecting much leadership from Europe to try to stop this, but maybe regional leaders, maybe some of the neighbors, maybe some of the Arab leaders would be able to sort of step in and push for a ceasefire, for diplomacy. But again, going back to President Trump, yes, it seems like the rhetoric matches another regime change war. And it's ironic because this is the quote unquote president of peace who's launching yet another regime change war in the Middle East, potentially something that can be even more catastrophic than Iraq or Afghanistan. This is a president who has criticized, attacked, and mocked past presidents for launching similar regime change wars. He's even attacked or mocked presidents for thinking about potentially launching a regime change war on Iran. And we still don't understand the justification. We've heard it from some congressional leaders who had said that the president needs to make the case to the American people. He didn't, and the justification is not clear. What is exactly the threat coming from Iran? By the comments of the president and the administration themselves, they obliterated the nuclear program, if that's even possible. By the reports of the State Department, the nuclear program of Iran was a civilian program. Iran has posed no harm or threats to the U.S. homeland. And so to essentially attack once again, like June, and call this preemptive or a response to an imminent threat, I think we just haven't seen that kind of justification. And also to do it in the middle of negotiations. The last round of negotiations just happened in Geneva, the third round, and a subsequent round was scheduled for Vienna in a couple of days, and come these attacks as it did in June. So it's just, I would say it's astonishing. It's very horrific, and this is going to have real impact. I've spoken to people in Iran on the ground in Tehran trying to leave the city. There's traffic, roads are being blocked again, as we saw in June, and people are just horrified not knowing what the extent of this is going to be and how far this is going to go.
Nagar Murtazavi is an Iranian-American journalist.
Okay, I'm back. I was trying to find a good spot to take a pause there. Jesus. Oh, excuse me. God, what a fucking crazy way to start the weekend, Space fams. I thought we were going to have a slightly less complicated time. Perhaps I was, that was clearly naive of me to think, obviously. All right, can't watch this whole Democracy Now! Report. Although I really want to. Jesus Christ, what do I even cut out of this? Honestly, I don't even know what to cut out. I haven't watched it yet. That's part of the problem today. Is that all this is so breaking And I woke up so late today because of streaming about all of this into the wee hours of the morning. Oh, God. Fuck it. I'm just going back. I'm going back to it.
Is host of the Iran podcast, senior fellow at the Center for International Policy here in the U.S., born in Tehran. We're going to go to Tel Aviv right now to Ori Goldberg, who is an independent Israeli political analyst and scholar, written extensively on Iran and Israel.
Why no chats? I don't know. Honestly, Twitch chat and vertical chat on YouTube have been pretty quiet tonight. Matt, Lee, and Sean are keeping it alive over there on vertical in the chat. It's just been quiet on those, but I mean, YouTube horizontal has been quite boisterous tonight. So I don't know. I have no idea. I think it just varies night by night. I don't know.
The latest we have, Israel says it has struck over 500 targets in Iran using about 200 fighter jets. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz writes this is the biggest military flyover operation in Israeli Air Force history. Can you talk about what's happening on the ground in Israel? And were you shocked by this attack, the joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran in the midst of these negotiations that were taking place that were being mediated by Oman? Ori.
Thank you, Amy. I was indeed surprised by the attack. I thought that it was in the best interests of both the United States and the Islamic Republic to reach an agreement quickly. What's going on the ground in Israel? Israelis are their schizophrenic combination of resigned and jubilant. We can do both, apparently, ever since Israel began its genocidal efforts in Gaza. And so Israelis have become resigned to the notion of war with Iran. There's absolutely no political opposition. In fact, the leader of the Israeli opposition has said this in so many words. There are no opposition coalition now. We all stand behind the government and our glorious men in uniform. And Israeli citizens are kind of panicking, but in a sort of tangential way to the main effort. Supermarket chains opened, and this is not a regular thing because today's Saturday, it's Shabbat, most businesses are closed, but supermarket chains have opened and Israelis have flocked to them, demonstrating, classic panic buying of staples, even though there's no shortage expected. So on the one hand, Israelis are panicking. Israelis do really feel like they have no understanding of how long this war might last, how long this operation might last, and they don't know how to prepare for it. But on the other hand, Israelis are completely resigned to the notion that war with Iran is necessary, that Israel must fight Iran in order to get directly at the head of the snake, as we like to call the Islamic Republic here. Now, listening to Ms. Mortazavi's analysis, I agree with just about everything she said, except for the notion that this is a regime change war. I don't think this is really a regime change war. I don't think it's a regime change war for the United States, and I don't think it's a regime change war for Israel. I think American and Israeli interests are converging in a very short-term time period. I think that for Trump, appearing to be a victorious, triumphant elder statesman, or at the very least, a maverick who does what he will and restores America to greatness, is of paramount importance, particularly at this moment in time when his ability to lead is being questioned from just about every direction, including the GOP itself. And for Netanyahu, I mean, the quote I just provided from the leader of the opposition says it all. The Israeli political establishment has caved completely before Netanyahu. There is no opposition. Protests against Netanyahu have fallen completely silent. The protesters, many of them are now occupied either in flying these jets or directing them, these fighter planes, these bombers over Iran. So the broad consensus in Israel that war is necessary and war with Iran is most necessary of all has once again been validated, and that is wholly and completely in Netanyahu's favor. To sum it up, I would again stress the point that this convergence of interest is very much in the short term. Neither the U.S. nor Israel has any kind of notion where this might go. And I think the US would be prepared for all sorts of options, including a coup d'etat inside the Islamic Republic and an Islamic leadership claiming it holds the authority to negotiate a ceasefire or an acceptance of American demands. Israelis, of course, are talking about the need to get at Iran before it manages to fulfill its generations long wish to destroy Israel. That means nothing in practical political terms. It is wholly open to political interpretation and manipulation. And I expect Netanyahu, who excels precisely at such manipulation, to do his thing.
Ervan Abrahamian is also with us, a professor emeritus at the Graduate Center, CUNY, the City University of New York. Your response to what Ori Goldberg said and where you see these attacks going?
Well, I mean, as many American politicians have also articulated, the administration's gone to war without making basically clear what the objectives are. This could be intentional, so they can declare victory or whatever happens. But I suspect that they themselves are confused about what they really want. I mean, so many contradictory arguments are given. The last one I heard was about the president saying that Iran had long-range missiles that would hit the United States. This is reminiscent of course, the Bush with Saddam Hussein claiming that he could, at a drop of a hat, destroy Manhattan and so on. But in reality, of course, Iran does not have long-range missiles. It does have medium-range missiles, which could feasibly break through the Iron Dome and affect Israel. But so if this war is about defending Israel, I don't see why the president just openly tells the United States public that this is basically a war for defense of Israel. I mean, Israel is, after all, a U.S. ally. I can't see why he can't be honest about that. But then there's often this, as Nagar said, change of regime. The term of change of regime was a substitute for military coup d'etat. This was the old days when the U.S. had military organizations or had supplement or basically trained, armed, financed various militaries through the world, and at a green light, the military could take over. The situation in Iran is very different. The Revolutionary Guards are the military. And if they're the alternative government, they take over and more sweep aside the politicians and the clerics. That's not going to solve the problem. I would, if I was Israeli, I would be much more nervous with the Revolutionary Guards in power, because they would be much more basically realistic. Let's say our own way of defense is not to rely on negotiations with unreliable people in Washington. Our only way of defense is actually to have a deterrent, go all the way for a nuclear bomb. And this is what American conservatives would recommend also openly, that a nuclear bomb is a deterrent. So a regime change, I'm not sure if the people in Washington have thought this out, because
I don't know if any of our regular viewers can tell, but I'm just sort of looking on in horror right now. I barely know what to say. I'm just, like, beside myself over this. We've been projecting this happening. We knew this was going to happen. I literally said that it was most likely going to unfold this week at some point, considering the level of troops and military equipment and whatnot that had been amassed in the Middle East, whether in the Persian Gulf or the Red Sea and other areas. It's just insane that it's actually finally come to fruition and at this scale, and that, you know, now there's questions around. It doesn't even sound like there's questions anymore. We're going to get to it, but it looks like it's been confirmed now that the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khomeini, has in fact died. I believe it was confirmed on Iranian media a couple hours ago. This is all just unfolding so fucking fast right now. Oh, God. It's clearly, You have Democracy Now! Doing an impromptu weekend report. That's when you know shit's hit the fan. That's when you know things have really sort of come to a head.
If you have an alternative, then it's feasible. But there is no alternative except for the Revolutionary Guard. So this is, I think, again, a way to camouflage the real reason. I think the real reason is much more maximalist, much more drastic. I think they're thinking more in terms of not the destruction of the regime, but the destruction of the whole nation and state of Iran. As it was done in other countries in the Middle East. So if you decapitate, break down the state, the whole opportunity arises that you can pour in arms, depending of discontent in the society, basically start a civil war, and then have maybe 10 years of basically chaos where you don't have to worry about Iran because Iran doesn't exist, so that can happen in elsewhere. And that would be declared very much a victory. But of course, that would be disastrous for Iran. It would be disastrous for the region. It would also be disastrous for Europe because it would create another mass exodus of people searching for haven for survival. So I don't know if they've thought of this or they basically think that 4 days of war, somehow then they can declare victory and somehow say, well, we got what we wanted. So, but that wouldn't solve the problem because, as before happened, Trump said they had obliterated the military nuclear policies. But 6 months later, then again, the fear again is the nuclear project. So is the Armada going to sit there in the Indian Ocean permanently? And that has implications for U.S. military power elsewhere. I mean, the Chinese then might see a good opportunity basically to move into Taiwan if the U.S. is basically bogged down in the Indian Ocean. So these are things that probably the Pentagon thinks about, but people in Washington and in the White House haven't thought through.
In a moment, we're going to be joined by the former Washington Post global affairs columnist Ishan Tharoor and war crimes prosecutor Reed Brody. But I did want to ask Nagar Mortazavi about who exactly Reza Pahlavi is and the position of the Shah's son. The U.S. installed the Shah, overthrowing the regime and the government of Iran, the first democratically elected leader of Iran. In 1953. Take us forward from there and what you see happening with him.
Sure. Just to respond very quickly to Ori, I mean, the regime change rhetoric is something that's been coming from the White House, from the president himself. It may or may not be the end goal. He said he's there to help the Iranian protesters when they presumably needed help. Help never came. So it's very unclear what the goal of the president is. This may all just be leverage for negotiations, for geopolitics. If he receives a phone call from the Iranian supreme leader, from the president, even the foreign minister saying, we're ready to accept your deal and capitulate, he may just stop this. So I think it's also the unpredictability of the decision-making of the president that sometimes brings the understanding to almost a situation of a Russian roulette. You can go either way. I've been hearing from serious people in Washington going either way. But as far as the sort of alternative, Reza Pahlavi, the former prince or the son of Iran's last Shah, has been sort of making the rounds in the past years. We know from reporting, excellent reporting by Haaretz, Israeli media, the Citizen Lab, that there has been serious investment by the Israeli government into sort of creating an image and sort of a popular or hyped popular support for Reza Pahlavi through online operations. Diaspora media has been used a lot to try to project an image of an immense popularity, much more than it actually is. He does enjoy a base in the diaspora. He does have a growing base inside Iran. We see his name being chanted by people as far as the protests. But there's also sort of a authoritarian and undemocratic movement of people around him, his advisors and people that are close to him, some of his supporters that don't allow any form of criticism or sort of challenge to this image of him being the only alternative, the only leader that everyone should rally around and be behind. I mean, just for saying these words on your show, I may get attacked right after online by some of his supporters and the people around him, as it's happened to journalists, to analysts, to academics. But yeah, he's seen as one alternative by some Iranians inside Iran and the diaspora, and potentially sort of a path forward if, and there are a lot of ifs. If this regime were to fall, if there was some form of a foreign intervention, I would say the closest we can compare to is the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and then Ahmad Chalabi, essentially a leader that was brought in from the outside. If all of these things happen and align, which I don't know if that's even likely, then he may be an
Oh, God. Don't say your name. Don't say your name. Yeah, her name is a minefield.
alternative that's available. Or the U.S. may be thinking about a route similar to Venezuela, who knows, a form of decapitation of leadership, but trying to make deals and continue with what's remained of the regime, or a form of a coup inside the country, or just a war of attrition that could potentially stop with a ceasefire similar to what we saw in June. There's so many scenarios depending on how Iran fights back and how the U.S. and Israel continue, and also how the neighbors react to this.
Ervan Ebrahimian, on our show, we've talked to you numerous times about what happened in 1953, the U.S., together with Britain, on behalf of BP, overthrowing Mohammad Mossadegh, the democratically elected leader, installing the Shah, and, of course, this man, his son. Your thoughts on what this means?
Well, it's a very different situation. I mean, in 53, there was an Iranian military that was trained, equipped by the US, and both the British and the CIA had a lot of influence in the military, so they could organize the military. The present situation, there's a Shah in exile. There is no organization, a party in Iran that's pro-Shah. There's no institution. The military is very much pro-war extremist Islamic. The old army, this is 40 years beyond, those majors, captains have gone. It's been actually defanged. The old army is basically has a commissar system that's very much controlled by the clerics. So somehow, out of the blue, is the Shah going to parachute in and declare himself king? The only alternative I could see is, I mean, like basically after the Napoleonic Wars, yes, the Bourbons will return, but to do that, you needed the British army in France, you needed the Tsarist army, the Prussian army, the Austrian army. If you can get such a huge coalition of armies to invade a huge country like Iran, 90 million people, yeah, the Shah could.
Ay, ay, ay. What a wild, wild freaking weekend. We still have a whole day to go. All right, I'm going to skip ahead to the end of this impromptu Democracy Now! Live stream. Jesus Christ. What a weird Saturn day, folks. Very weird.
I wanted to go back to Ishan Tharoor. An official from the European Union said vessels have been receiving VHF transmission from Iran's Revolutionary Guards, saying no ship is allowed to pass the Strait of Hormuz. The strait, the world's most vital oil export route, as Reuters reports, which connects the biggest.
You still want to know why the horse is sad? I've explained why the horse is sad many, 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 many times now. It's approaching like a half a dozen times that I've explained the horse. The horse It's the Chinese New Year meme.
Gulf oil producers such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, and the United Arab Emirates with the Gulf of Oman and the Arabian Sea. If you can talk about the significance of this, Ishan.
Of course, that is hugely significant. It is the strategic kind of choke point of one of the most important arteries in the world when it comes to global energy and global energy supplies. And whereas the U.S. may be a little bit insulated from the blows that this would have on global energy markets, many countries in the region would not be. If you look at, say, the Indian media right now, one of the main points of conversation there is principally on what's going to happen to oil prices and gas prices. And then, of course, outrage over these perceived violations of international law and Western hypocrisy.
Illegal.
So no, this is a major choke point that the Iranians have always potentially been able to close off. Of course, what you read out, the European naval officers' confirmation, this is the only bit of evidence we have that this has actually happened so far. So I don't want to say definitively that they're doing this. But yes, if they do this, this will be the next escalation. And it'll be part of the kind of rolling series of tit for tat steps they can take. I think, just to step back a little bit, when you talk about the Europeans, and Negar brought this up as well, we're barely a month removed from Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney going to Davos and delivering this very kind of definitive speech on the sort of the illusion of the rules-based order and the extent to which, although he didn't say it directly, he basically cast the United States as a hegemon that we should see as middle powers like Canada should see as fundamentally no different than another would-be hegemon in China. And now, weeks later, you have Carney, as well as other European governments, putting out very careful, timid statements about what the U.S. is doing here, not really leaning into any kind of rhetoric about sovereignty or international law, and being very acquiescent to the status quo that is authored by the U.S. whenever it sees fit.
Reed Brody, you've been following, you're an American and Hungarian who lives in Europe. You've been following Europe's stance on what's happening in the United States right through to today. If you can comment further.
Well, I think that's a very important point that was just made. Over the last 6 weeks or so, there's really been, since Greenland and Davos, and there's been a sea change in the relationship between Europe and the U.S., but we're not seeing that here. Spain, Pedro Sanchez, yes, they rejected very clearly the unilateral military action. And you have others, Norway, Switzerland, have called out the violations of international law. And plus, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, and people like that. But the rest of Europe, including the official European, Commission and Council, have given very bland statements about de-escalation and respect for international law on all sides. So I think this is not and Mark Carney, who has Canada has really spoken out in favor of this. So
yeah, it is honestly pretty fascinating how Mark Carney came out at the Munich Security Conference. It was like, this U.S. hegemony must end. We must all accept that it's over. Made all these interesting comparisons to like Soviet Russia. And I guess now he's the shopkeeper with the sign in the window. Mark Carney, a communist. Because he's out here supporting wholeheartedly, full-throatedly, the U.S. actions in Iran here. In a complete contravention of everything he fucking said at the MSC. It's real weird.
Weird.
All right, we're going to keep going through this. Jesus. What a crazy day. 24 hours of insanity. Hey. Just a reminder to everybody, this wasn't the only war to start in the last 24 hours. Pakistan and Afghanistan also started what they called an all-out war as well. But it's been somewhat eclipsed by what has happened in Iran. Talked about it briefly yesterday. Retrograde means he went to school in the 1980s. It says the Mercury in retrograde means disruption in communications. All right, I'm going to make it clear what Mercury retrograde is for everyone. Mercury retrograde is a astrological phenomenon. Really, it's an astronomical phenomenon explained via astrology, called Mercury retrograde when the planet Mercury in the sky appears to go backwards and do like something of like a little circle due to its orbit in relation to the Earth. And as such, astrologers believe that that is a time when communications between human beings is affected negatively, and you should be careful with what you say to people in your life. There you go. There you go, everybody. All right. Let's go here. There were some protests happening today, including outside of the White House back in the U.S. This is Reuters live stream from 7 hours ago to those protests. I can't hear what they're saying. Yeah. Well, the sound isn't the best, okay? Astrology is a better science than race. Yes. Astrology. Absolutely. Absolutely. Astrology over phrenology.
It's science.
Honestly, I used to be kind of into like all of that stuff, like astrology and numerology, and not gonna lie, I lost interest. It was when I was a lot, great deal, many years ago. But I've sort of lost interest in all of that over the years. Replaced it with more real things, more tangible life things, I guess you might call it. All right, let's go here to Al Jazeera now. This is from 7 hours ago. Israeli military officials claim that at least 7 high-ranking Iranian officials have been assassinated.
And we can confirm that several leaders were killed, including one of the leaders of the Islamic Republic of Iran and also one from the Supreme Council Minister and also the Minister of Defense, and Hussein Jabal, who is the leader of the military operations, or the head of the military operations. Ali Shamkhani, counselor and advisor of Khamenei for security issues, Mohammad Shirazi, the head or the office manager of the office of Khamenei. The second targeting was a meeting of all the intelligence, or there was an intelligence meeting. Those who were trying to plan terrorist attacks against Israel and also to terrorize the population of Iran. Therefore, those who were killed in these meetings were trying to terrorize both the Israelis and the Iranians. We have killed several leaders today. Let's be clear. No one who's responsible for terrorism will be safe from the hands of Israel. Today, several Air Force planes have conducted one of the biggest operations, including 200 planes that have dropped more than 500 kilograms on several Iranian sites.
Okay, that's good enough from Israel. Jesus fucking Christ. These guys have just been indiscriminately just killing like all of their neighbors for years now. When that's going to end, I don't know. Doesn't seem like anytime soon. In fact, it looks like the US was joining in now. Full on joining in. I guess the warmongers got sick of watching from the sidelines, paying for it all, but not getting to do it themselves. All right, we're 4.5 hours into the stream. And once again, I'm just going to remind everybody that we aren't taking breaks today due to the seriousness of this situation that we're talking about tonight. But we still need to keep the Galactic News Network alive. We never completed the Galactic content goal, but alas, I'm not going to worry too much about that. However, your donations are always appreciated, some say incredibly necessary. A lot of great ways for you to show your support. But before you do any of that, make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Then, I don't know, maybe consider doing like a super chat or something, super sticker on YouTube, or starting yourself a Galactic membership. Maybe gifting a Galactic membership to one of your fellow space fans watching the stream. Or perhaps you're on Twitch. Bits, power-up subs, gifted subs over there. Prime subs, of course. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you get a free Twitch sub every single goddamn month. You got Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to directly donate to the stream, rather than having Google or Amazon take a cut before I ever see any of it. We got Throne if you'd like to contribute in a slightly different way. Throne's an interesting place. Click the link in my bio for all of these things. But Throne allows you to go and buy actual physical objects that would arrive at my doorstep. Things like snacks and drinks, other crap that would help me out in my life. And of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars remains, as always, Patreon. Where for $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy.
Are you not entertained?
All right, let's go here to the AP from 7 hours ago. United States military releases more videos showing strikes on Iran. Oh, yay. We already saw this one. Thank God. Now we can skip past it. Benihana feeding the puppy. Very thoughtful of you. Very thoughtful, Benihana. I know she appreciates that. Whoopsies. What did I just do? What did I just click? All right. Yay, we don't have to watch one video. Victory! All right. Let's keep this going. Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. Chris D'Annunzio. Nope, this is the wrong video. This is missiles being intercepted over Doha, Qatar. As you can see here. Alright, we're moving. These are just explosions in the air. Okay. Thank you.
Folks, we find ourselves somewhere familiar, a place I hoped we'd never be again. Another American president, another draft-dodging president, sending other people's kids to go fight a regime change war in the Middle East. I'm a veteran of the war in Iraq, which was a strategic disaster. But yet, unlike that war, the American people have not authorized this war in Iran. The Congress has not authorized this war in Iran. And yet, as I said, Donald Trump is sending other people's kids to go fight. This is a moment for the Congress to show up. We ought to get back to Washington, put a stop to this before precious American lives, our troops might be lost, before the region is further destabilized. And to every politician beating the drum to war, they should answer a simple question. How many Americans are you willing to see die in this war? If they can't answer that question, they ought to shut up about it.
What? Shut up.
There you go. Chris D'Annunzio, representative from Pennsylvania, saying Donald Trump is willing to send American soldiers to die while his children are safe. And telling people to shut up. Put up or shut up. Free Palestine from Islam. Wow. Wow, I don't think you're gonna like hanging around here, but okay. Fuck Trump, but fuck Islam more. Yeah, you seem like a shitty guy. I'm not gonna lie. You seem shitty. Can almost guarantee you at some point you're gonna get timed out and or banned by a mod. What was I doing? Oh, right. This is a protest in Times Square against these attacks by Donald Trump and Israel.
So are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? Not another nickel, not another dime. No more money for Trump's crimes. Thank you. Are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? Are you ready to stand with the people of Iran and to reject this war loud and clear?
Yeah, this guy is a fucking idiot over on Twitch. Oh my god, I might have to ban you. Defending the most archaic conservative mindset on the planet isn't a very good look. Have you heard of Israel before? You want to talk about archaic conservative mindset, a literal ethno state with a different set of rules for different ethnicities and like you got to be kidding me right now. You've got to be kidding me. You're living in an alternate like reality right now, pal. Get a fucking life. Who do you ban, Soul Life? It's on Twitch. He's on Twitch. Dude is out of control. This is Forbes from 6 hours ago now.
S0 U Life just subscribed for 5 months.
There you go. That was footage from 6 hours ago showing Israeli jets taking off as the U.S. and Israel launched more strikes. Soul Life, thank you for the resub over on Twitch. 5 months. Is it only 5 months for you? Huh. Weird.
Weird.
All right. Let's go here now. This will give me a moment to rest on going between clips. Oh, Zateo's live stream from 6 hours ago. Prem Thakur, Frida Parsi, Mehdi Hassan, and friends. Imagine being so ignorant you think Islam is a race. Who said that Islam is a race? Palestinians. It's racist against Palestinians. Stupid. They're also hateful against Islam. It's like it's the same thing as anti-Semitism, right? It's the exact same thing. It's just, I mean, literally. I mean, it is literally. It's actually, by definition, actually anti-Semitism. The same way hatred of Jews is hateful and bigoted. Whether or not you want to call it racist or not, it's up to you. Really, it doesn't bother me. But if you really want to parse words, get into the nitty-gritty of it, it seems like you're hateful and bigoted.
Hello everyone, sending you all wishes of safety and care wherever you are today. Thank you all for joining us, another Zateo Town Hall. Today, the US and Israel launched strikes on Iran, setting off a series of events that are still unfolding as we speak. One such attack by the Israeli and US governments killed over 80 students reportedly at a girls' school. Iran's retaliation included attacks on US bases in the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and so forth. Debris has endangered civilians in these countries. And now Israeli officials are claiming that they say that the Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is dead. History, as we see, is being written, and it's not yet clear who's going to be left holding the pen. We will be live for the next hour. Please feel free to share questions with us wherever you happen to be watching. We'll try to get to as many as we can.
Dude, you're out of control. You're out of control. Did you ban him? Okay, good. I was about to say, you're literally out of control. This dude is claiming that Islam calls for all Jews to be murdered. But the Old Testament doesn't call for basically the exact same thing. When it clearly does. Right? Like, it literally, like if you're an unrepentant sinner, you're like and it's like, I'm not gonna get Old Testament, but the Old Testament literally called for a genocide. So I don't know what your point is. You honestly don't know your history very well.
Later, I will be joined by Nagar Mortazawi and Trita Parsi, but first, I will be joined by my colleagues Mehdi Hassan and Swin Soup saying, Mehdi, how are you reacting to things? I know things are changing by the second, but when you first saw the strike and now, what are you thinking about?
Yeah, I saw the strikes last night. I was in a hotel room in Atlanta heading here to Texas for an event. And I wasn't sure what it was, right, Prem? Because a lot of the reporting, including from Swin, who's going to give us his take in a moment, was, is this going to be a smaller strike first and then they do a big strike later? Is this Trump's way of bringing the quote-unquote regime to the table, even though they were in the middle of negotiations, even though hours before these strikes, the Omani foreign minister, the Omanis, for those of you who don't know, don't tend to talk very much in public. The foreign minister of Oman went on American TV and said, you know what? The Iranians have pretty much agreed to everything the Americans want. They've gone beyond what Barack Obama got from the Iran deal, and yet they still attacked, which everyone should keep in mind when they hear American officials saying this was about the nuclear program. A complete load of bullshit. This is a huge attack. Trump called it a massive wave of attacks last night, and Senator Tom Cotton, the very hawkish Republican chair of the Intel Committee, has said today, this is an attack that won't end in days, it's going to last weeks. So we are looking at a major attack. I've always worried that a war with Iran would make the war with Iraq look like a walk in the park. I hope I'm proven wrong. Something you said, Prem, stuck out to me, which is...
Hey, I will be right back. Everyone will leave here with the Zateo boys. And gals. I think they're... I'm not sure, actually, who's gonna cameo on this stream. I'll be back shortly.
History is being written, but we don't know how it's going to be written. The problem we have, and I would urge all Zateo subscribers to keep this in mind who are watching right now, is the media are going to tell you all sorts of things about who's up, who's down, who's won, who's lost. It's meaningless. This is the first few hours of a major, major war. Remember what happened after Iraq. Remember George Bush standing on a ship saying mission accomplished. Remember the people who mocked some of us saying, see, it all worked out amazingly. We took over the country. We got Saddam. And Iraq was the disaster it was. Same with Afghanistan. Same with Libya. This early basking of triumph doesn't always last. And let's see what happens with American soldiers. Trump has talked about American soldiers losing their lives possibly. And I know my colleague Swin, I want to hand over to him, has just been reporting on that.
Okay, so when Trump announced this in the middle of the night in his stupid fucking hat, and he's now running a major regional bloodbath from the auspices of fucking Mar-a-Lago, his private
venue
club in Florida, in the months-long lead up to this moment, he was briefed by intelligence officials and senior administration appointees repeatedly about the array of potential options and wargaming and gaming out of scenarios that the highest levels of the intelligence community, the Pentagon, and Trump's administration had done about, like, okay, if we go this route, if we go this route, if we take this military option or military option B, these are the ways that are setting aside everything else for a moment. These are all the different ways that there could be American casualties if you go ahead with any of these, like, arrays of options in a war with Iran, in a new war with Iran. The range and gamut ran from a smaller number of potential U.S. casualties, military personnel and otherwise, in the region, if this was going to be a days-long conflict, a weeks-long conflict, or if things spiraled and this became a protracted engagement. Obviously, the U.S. casualty numbers start to creep higher in these different estimates, in these different classified briefings. After all of that, the supposed peace president, the supposed ending wars president, all bullshit, we've known that since 2015, looked at all that and said, yeah, let's go ahead with it. It's okay. These American lives, which may very well be lost in these varying degrees of estimated numbers, gonna be totally worth it, so I can feel like a big man on the global stage with my latest horrifying air war above the Islamic Republic. And Donald Trump kind of acknowledged this after months of being briefed on these options and these potential American death tolls in his stupid fucking middle of the night speech, where he said, yes, our brave soldiers, some of them might die from this, but you know what? This is a noble mission and we need to do it, and we're doing this for the future, not the present. The Trump-Vance administration is trying to front run possibly inevitable stories about caskets coming home of dead American soldiers, and trying to front run all these stories about grieving widows and grieving families because Donald Trump wanted to feel like a big man. I am even a little bit surprised that the president of the United States just came out and said that in his inaugural speech on this so-called mission, that, oh yeah, sure, that could happen. I don't think I hear presidents usually talking in that way when they plunge us into regional bloodbaths. But there you go.
I'm curious, if you have a sense from your sources and folks that you've talked to your point, this is something that generally would be something that would come out in a shocking leaked tape that the New York Times would report on in the midst of the beginning of an assault campaign like this. He went out and said it in his USA hat, mind you, at his, Mar-a-Lago beach.
In prepared remarks.
Right, prepared remarks. And I might add also, just added the symbolism, a week and a half after the Israelis, who he's working on behalf of at the behest of, killed another American. So I'm curious, did your sources have this sense of whether they thought that was strategic, that they were just going to be so explicit in saying Americans will possibly die from this?
Well, yes, in part because, look, they knew they would have to grapple with this publicly in one form or another, especially over the coming days and the coming weeks, largely because they have seen all of the same polling that the three of us have, and that I think our viewers have, which is overwhelmingly the American public do not want this fucking war. They do not want it. Every single poll shows that a supermajority either are strongly or moderately opposed to it, or just do not support what Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and the rest of this gang has just unleashed. So, look, Donald Trump's approval rating is hovering in disaster territory right now, right around the mid-30s. The Republican Party knows that they could get dragged down by this guy's approval numbers in the upcoming 2026 midterms. And they also know how unpopular military action against Iran right now is with American voters. And everybody knows how disastrously unpopular in an election year it can be if you're going about shambling about the Middle East or any other region, and viral images of bodies of American military personnel are being flown home to crying children and crying families. Yeah. So this is almost like a murder-suicide pact that the entire upper echelons of the Donald Trump administration are in with right now, where they know how sideways, politically speaking, not even talking militarily, but politically speaking, this can go for them very quickly, but they still are just gonna do it because the God King Emperor Trump feels like doing it, is going ahead with it. And yeah, there's just, even from the people in the administration, like the Tulsi Gabbards of the world, who are supposed to be fundamentally opposed to this stuff, they're kind of shruggy emojing it off. Donald Trump, the big, strong man, he's got it with his sidekick, J.D. Vance. And to go back to something you were saying earlier, Prem, you were saying at the behest of the Israelis. Okay, yeah, there is kind of elements of where you can argue Netanyahu is trying to take the American government for a ride on all these kinds of different regime change actions. But at the end of the day, this is an inherently American mission. It has been in the neoconservative and particularly American Republican Party bloodstream for years, if not decades, to try to force a regime change war in Iran. And they finally got their man to help them do it. A mentally desiccated, elderly, racist game show host. Congratulations, Republican Party.
Yeah, Mehdi, there's a few questions that comes from that. Firstly, we talk about the question of public will. Mandeep K on Substack asks a good question here, which is, what evidence does a country have to show that an attack was imminent? It feels like USA and Israel, quote, say that an attack is imminent to back up their illegal attacks often, as we've seen before. So let's talk about the language of preemption and preventative strikes.
Yeah, it's a good question. We just run a piece at Zeteo. If you're a Zeteo subscriber, it's in your inbox.
Okay, whoopsies, I was muted. Okay, I'm back. And on the idea of preemption, you have to be, technically, according to international law, you're supposed to have to be able to prove that the party that you're attacking was preparing for war on an imminent basis, meaning in like days or weeks, essentially, that they were like amassing troops along the border, building up forces here or there. Like, you have to be able to, technically, according to international law, you're supposed to be able to make some sort of case for that. I don't see how they could possibly do that in this scenario. I don't think they have the ability to do it. I'm just going to skip ahead here on this Zeteo stream a little bit.
Our coverage that you know them to provide, so please continue to support and subscribe to Zeteo. There's so much more to come. We're going to stay on this as much as we can. We'll be as diligent as you all deserve. Next, we have two experts joining us to keep talking about this ground-shaking news. Firstly, joining me is Negar Mortazavi, editor and host of the Iran podcast and senior fellow at the Center for International Policy. And as well, we have Iranian-American relations expert Trita Parsi, who is also a co-founder and the executive vice president of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Trita, Negar, thank you both for joining me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
So, Negar, firstly, just to start out with on the basics, and before we begin, just a reminder, folks who are just joining us, please, whether you're on YouTube or Substack, please feel free to share any questions you have. We'll try to get to as many as we can. We have these two for the next half hour, so we'll try to get to everything that we can speak to. So thank you so much for being here. Negar, first of all, what was your reaction when you first became aware of the strikes earlier today?
Well, I actually heard sort of the rumor or the buzz last night, as I'm sure Trita was also hearing. I mean, we had been hearing about it for a couple of weeks, or sort of the deadline, the TikTok that was getting to this point, 2 weeks after Geneva, the second time the Iranians and Americans met in Geneva, and then 10 days, the deadline that President Trump gave 10 days ago. Essentially would be the end of this month. And then right after the third and final round of negotiations in Geneva, where finally the Iranians submitted a proposal which the Omani mediator described as a good proposal or as good concessions and with room for diplomacy to actually work. And then I guess that wasn't seen as desirable by the president, and then came the attack. So I heard about it last night. I wasn't quite sure if I can believe it because it kept being repeated also, but then eventually this morning woke up to horrific images of just the ugliness of the war. And as it was mentioned, I think Mehdi was just mentioning, for anyone who isn't clear-eyed about the civilian casualties, on day one, the first moment, one of the targets is an elementary school, a girls' school with dozens of children killed, many more injured, and other sort of civilian targets and infrastructure, as we also saw in the June war, when the Israelis were launching a quote-unquote targeted attack on Iran, on Iranian leaders and the nuclear program. We saw over 1,000 Iranians being killed, most of them civilians. So it's horrific. It unfortunately was something that Iranians were anticipating since the June war. It's something that the U.S. and Israel had been talking about, and it finally happened. But at the same time, it's also unlawful, as we're hearing from members of Congress. The Congress didn't get a vote on this. U.S. has done regime change, big wars in the Middle East in the past, and at least they had the support of the U.S. Congress. They turned out to be absolute failures. But they had the support of the U.S. Congress. The American people didn't weigh on this. Every poll that we're seeing shows that the majority of the American people are actually opposed to another big regime change war in the region. And also the international community didn't have a say. This didn't go through the UN Security Council or U.S. allies. In fact, U.S. allies across the region have been pushing back against it. So happy to talk about any of these issues, and curious to hear what Trita thinks also.
Thank you. Trita, I have a million questions for both of you. I'm curious, initially when the strikes happened last night, it was framed as, or this morning rather, depending on where you are.
505 just cheered 100 bits. Not trying to stunlock the stream, but I just saw a CBS poll earlier today that it showed that the majority approved of the attacks on Iran. But what do we expect from an Israeli propaganda network that CBS has become? We know that poll is fake as heck.
Yeah, there's no way that the majority of people in America support this. That's got to be bullshit. that sounds like propaganda. Thank you for the bits, though, Columbia Rican.
Framed as an Israeli-led strike against Iran, and of course the U.S. quickly jostled to say this was a joint operation. Can you speak to exactly what Israel's motives are here, and the extent to which they are bringing the U.S. into this versus the U.S. pursuing this as their own policy as well, and it just happens to align with Israel's needs as well? Let's talk about that.
Thank you, and it's great to be with you and with Nigar. So I think first we have to recognize that there are some significant deviations between the U.S. interest and the Israeli interest. Even the one that Trump is pursuing, I don't think the Trump administration actually wants to see complete chaos and civil war in Iran, whereas from the Israeli perspective, a regime collapse, a state collapse that could lead to civil war, that could lead to separation, secessionist movements taking over, actually have a lot of benefits from the Israeli standpoint. Not only would it completely take Iran off of the geopolitical chessboard for decades to come, but it would also create prolonged problems for other rising Israeli rivals, or at least rivals in the Israeli view. I don't think that they themselves necessarily view themselves as rivals, such as Turkey. So for instance, if you have Kurdish separatists breaking out of the Iranian territory, etc., this will create massive problems for the Iraqis and for the Turks for time to come. And this has been a long-standing policy of the Israelis. They've been very much supporting trying to create a Kurdistan, which they would view then becoming quite dependent on Israel and an ally of Israel in the region. I don't think that is where the administration wants to go. As I think Mehdi mentioned in the previous segment, we saw that in Venezuela, they opted to actually keep much of the existing regime in place in order to make sure that there was a level of stability. And in the Venezuelan case, it's understandable because they would not want to do anything that would actually bring about more refugees, given how negative the administration is towards people coming to the United States. In the Iranian case, that's not an immediate concern, but it's a secondary concern because of the manner in that those refugee flows will be affecting regional states, GCC states that the U.S., at least to a certain extent, is sensitive to. So I think it's important to recognize that there is a significant deviation. Then take the potential assassination of Khomeini. That is illegal according to U.S. law, so it's not surprising to hear that this is what the Israelis did. I'm sure the U.S. was quite happy about it at the end of the day, but the U.S. itself is not allowed to do something like that.
I mean, it's not a given that we didn't do it, though, even though we're supposedly not allowed to do it. Everything Donald Trump does, we're not allowed to do. Okay, we're gonna keep this stream moving. The videos somehow keep piling up. It's like I feel like I'm walking in place over here. Like I keep adding clips because shit keeps happening. I'm just trying to stay up to date on the situation with you all. Like, this is like a sort of unprecedented situation, and so I'm literally like I'm learning as like the same as you all to some degree. Like, I'm hearing these things for the first time, just like you all are. I mean, in fact, some of you may have heard them before me, because I'm listening to them in order and at 1x. Usually I listen when I'm doing research. I'm like 1.5 to 2x. Depending on a number of factors. Okay, I'm gonna move to this now. This was from 8 hours ago. First report, I think, of all of this. MS Now. formerly MSNBC. Breaking. Trump says Iran's Supreme Leader Khomeini is dead.
Let me just read something Donald Trump has just posted on his Truth Social account confirming that Iran's Ayatollah Khomeini is dead. This is Donald Trump writing or posting on Donald Trump's account. Quote, Khomeini, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khomeini and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems. And working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. This is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. We are hearing that many of their IRGC military and other security and police forces no longer want to fight and are looking for immunity from us. As I said last night, now they can have immunity. Later, they only get death. Hopefully, the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. That process should soon be starting, in that not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week, or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world. General Hertling, Iran denies that the Ayatollah is dead. I'm just struck by how much detailed information is in here about our methods, the, quote, tracking systems and the highly sophisticated intelligence that he credits with finding Khomeini, and then the public declaration that the plan is for, quote, the IRGC military and other security and police forces to look for immunity from us. Your thoughts?
What's fascinating about that to me is I don't know how the United States could possibly guarantee people's safety when we're doing airstrikes. So I don't know how you're going to be able to see from a fucking F-35 or something like that that someone's put down their AK-47. I'm not sure how. I mean, I guess maybe, you might be able to pick it up, but I feel like it would be kind of tough. Ay, ay, ay. All right, we're just going to keep going through these. This next one is from Global News 8 hours ago. Just trying to get us caught up to the real, the moment, present, IRL. Iran launched missile and drone strikes across the Gulf on Saturday in retaliation for U.S. and Israeli attacks targeting Tehran.
Oh my days, over the beach club is mental. Look at that.
We've already seen some of this shit.
Literally directly above us. That is insane.
We've actually seen all of this. Great, perfect, fantastic. Yay. Yay, we don't have to watch it. That is great. Was that the third video we get to skip out of like... I've got like 7. I've got like 70 videos. I just keep adding them. It's a disaster. We've made great progress. We're like 3/5 of the way through it. Ish. 3-ish fifths. All right, Forbes breaking news now from 8 hours ago. Sirens around Jerusalem as Israel intercepts Iranian missiles.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 200 bits. Here are a bit more bits. Another quagmire this country has gotten us into. The Republicans voted for a quagmire pedophile president who is getting us into more political quagmires while committing a lot of crimes in the process.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
I don't want reality.
It's true. It's true. Columbia Regan is right. Thank you for the biddies over there on Twitch. My guy. Dead on. Dead on. Description of what the hell is happening right now. All of that. All of that was true. It's all true stuff. Now let's go here. This is from 8 hours ago as well. Forbes breaking news. Now in Tehran, where more strikes continued into the night. Okay. What do we got next?
Tonight, Donald Trump says Iran's supreme leader is dead as fears grow for all-out war in the Middle East. US and Israeli airstrikes have targeted operations in Iran, and it's called Epic Fury. The president tells the Iranian people now is the time to overthrow the regime.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Iran has retaliated, hitting many countries in the Gulf, including their residential buildings. This was the scene in Dubai tonight as a large hotel was struck. There are concerns for people living in and visiting the whole area. And this is the scene live right now in Tel Aviv, which has continued to be hit by Iranian missiles tonight. We're here to tell you all we know about the situation and what it might mean after a momentous day for the Middle East and the world. Hello to you from Tel Aviv, a region on edge tonight over fears of a wider Middle East war. In the last hour, Donald Trump says Iran's supreme leader is dead. If confirmed, it is a seismic moment for this whole area. So far, Iran has rejected the claims that he has been killed on what is a dramatic day, with Israel and America launching a wave of airstrikes on targets right across Iran. Several sites were hit in what Donald Trump has described as a successful mission. The Iranians have, however, hit back themselves with force right across the region. Plumes of smoke were seen in an area of Bahrain near the headquarters of the US Navy's 5th Fleet. An airbase in Doha was also hit, where there is a significant US military presence. And this missile was captured on camera over Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. Thousands, including tourists, have been caught up in the strikes. We'll have full coverage and assess what the implications could be for the Middle East. But first, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has the very latest on what's been going on today.
This was Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the tomb of his predecessor at the end of January. If Israel has killed him, as Donald Trump says, the Islamic regime in Iran will have taken a huge blow. One analyst called him the superglue keeping the system together. Israel and the US will hope that if he is dead, the regime will come unstuck. Benjamin Netanyahu said he was killed in a powerful strike on his compound in Tehran.
These guys have no plan, just a goal, hegemony. This is a power grab, right? This is an intention. This is an intent to weaken its neighbors. They have no actual plan. They have no interest in actual democracy in Iran. They have no interest in, honestly, in anything they claim to be interested in. They just want to defeat one of its more powerful neighbors. That's all this is about. It's getting the U.S. involved in Israel's regional war against everybody that they hate, especially Iran. They've been hoping for this one for a while. Honestly, Benjamin Netanyahu was hoping the 12-day war would turn into the 12-month war.
For 3.5 decades, this tyrant dispatched terrorism across the world, made his own people miserable, and worked constantly and tirelessly on a program to annihilate the state of Israel. That plan is...
Columbia Regan using 50 sweet bits to gigantify the perfect emote for the situation. Well played. Well played, sir.
No longer, and there are many signs that this tyrant is also no longer.
Satellite images show the destruction of the compound used by the supreme leader in Tehran. The Iranians say he was not there when it was attacked and told ABC News in America that he was safe and sound. The Americans believe that this time their raw power can impose regime change on an enemy without creating a disaster. The removal of Iraq's Saddam Hussein in 2003 led to a catastrophe. Long years of war that incubated jihadist extremist movements that still exist. The Americans released video of their targets. With Israel, they believe the economic and political weakness of the Islamic regime in Iran gives them an opportunity to strike that they have to take. Israel and the US went back to war with Iran just after breakfast time in Tehran.
Yeah. This whole thing is fucked. This whole thing is fucked right now. Alright, I'm just going to keep going through these. Alright, let's go to the Associated Press, see what some of the world leaders have said about this attack by the United States and Israel.
На жаль, Україна знає, про що йдеться надто добре, хоча українці ніколи...
Unfortunately, Ukraine knows what it is like. Wait, hold on. Unfortunately, Ukraine knows what it is at stake at, well, all too well. Okay, why isn't this playing? What the fuck? Although Ukrainians have never threatened Iran, the Iranian regime itself could be an accomplice to Putin and supplied him with shaheeds, and not only with the drones themselves, but also with technology. Iran also provided other weapons to Russia. In total, during this time of full-scale war, the Russians used more than 57,000 Shahed-type drones against Ukraine.
It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process. We want to see peace and security and the protection of civilian life. Iran can end this now. They should refrain from further strikes, give up their weapons programs, and cease the appalling violence and repression against the Iranian people.
今も現地に残っておられる邦人の方々の安全確保に向けて
I instructed to take all measures to secure the safety of Japanese nationals who are still there. Additionally, an information liaison office on the Iranian situation at the Crisis Management Center of the Prime Minister's office has been set up. The scale and nature of the military, political, and propaganda preparations preceding this reckless move, including the deployment of a large U.S. military force to the region, leave no doubt that this is a pre-planned and unprovoked act of armed aggression against a sovereign and independent member state of the United Nations, in violation of the fundamental principles and norms of international law. We condemn this morning's attacks, which, in addition to being a clear violation of Iran's sovereignty, threaten the peace of our friends, the Iranian people. Similarly, we find Iran's missile and drone attacks against our friendly countries in the Gulf unacceptable. Regardless of the reason. Well, there you go. There was Zelensky, Keir Starmer. Trying to think of who else we just listened to. Russian foreign minister. The... oh my god, my brain just fucking broke. Oh god. Bunch of people in there. Erdogan from Turkey. A variety of receptions. Oh, what's her name? Sanae Takaichi. New Prime Minister of Japan. All right, let's go here now. What do I got next? I'm going to skip a couple that I don't need. We already saw different versions of this already. Yeah, let's go to this one. This is Forbes breaking news from 4 hours ago. Raw video. Missile launched from Iran strikes Jerusalem. The sounds of that strike took a really long time to come across the valley there. Yeesh. All right. Now let's go to here. Reuters, 4 hours ago. More and more reports, including Donald Trump claiming that the leader of Iran was killed in some of these strikes.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, was killed in massive U.S. and Israeli strikes on Saturday. That's according to a social media post from U.S. President Donald Trump. He did not elaborate on the source of the information. Iranian news agencies denied that Khomeini had been killed in the strikes, saying the supreme leader was, quote, steadfast and firm in commanding the field. But a senior Israeli official told Reuters Khamenei's body had been found. And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Khamenei was no longer alive.
For 3.5 decades, this tyrant dispatched terrorism across the world, made his own people miserable, and worked constantly and tirelessly on a program to annihilate.
For this guy to be talking about tyrants it's a fucking, it is a shameful thing. Love of God.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
What a shot. All right, let's go here now. We are starting to catch up to the current moment. I'm going to have to double check my feed at some point here. Make sure nothing else new has happened. Although we got plenty of content still. Don't think we're ending anytime soon. We still got a whole bunch of shit to get through. Yeah, let's go to this one now. NBC News 3 hours ago special report. Iranian state media confirms Ayatollah Ali Khomeini has been killed.
We have a bit of breaking news that has just come in. Right now, the Iranian state media is telling the people of Iran that the Ayatollah has been killed. Again, Iran's state-run media is now confirming that the Ayatollah has been killed. Earlier, we had reported this, citing President Trump, citing leaders in Israel as well, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, first announcing this. But now we have it even from the Iranians, saying that the Ayatollah has been killed in those strikes. Gabe Gutierrez is still with us right now. So, Gabe, this reporting confirming what the president had said earlier, and again, we can't stress enough sort of the magnitude of this moment right now. He had been there since 1989. This may change the game completely for Iran, change the region. And from what we've seen now, this strike and this killing of the Ayatollah has now started a regional war. Where it ends, we don't know. How much further it goes from tonight and into the morning over there, we don't know. But still a monumental moment.
Monumental indeed, Tom. When we think about it, the United States taking out the supreme leader in conjunction with Israel, it is an incredibly historic moment here. And the president was alluding to this earlier in the day. He said that the people he had talked to, the intelligence, he believed that the Ayatollah had been killed. And now we have that acknowledgement from Iranian state media. Certainly a huge surprises here that, as Richard was talking about earlier, that this war has already spread to other countries throughout the region. But this new development that Iranian state television now confirming the death of the Ayatollah is certain to ripple across the world very quickly. Now, right now, Tom, the president is at his Mar-a-Lago estate. He's expected to return here to Washington tomorrow. Politically here in Washington, Democrats are vowing to force a vote to restrict his war powers next week. But really, Tom, with Republicans so far largely in lockstep with the president today, those votes aren't likely to go very far or do much other than to give lawmakers a chance to get their opposition on the record. But here, that's what's happening in Washington. Across the world, this news that the Ayatollah is confirmed dead raises a lot of questions about how long this conflict drags on for, how long and how much American troops get dragged into this war. Certainly, we will be looking for any White House reaction in the next couple of hours. But again, the president had said it earlier today, and now we're getting that official confirmation from the Iranians. Hugely significant.
Okay, Gabe Gutierrez, stand by for us still at the White House. I do want to bring in Michael Froman. He's the president of the Council on Foreign Relations. Michael, thanks for joining our special broadcast. As you just heard us report here, Iranian state media now confirming the Ayatollah has been killed. Talk to us about who you think is in charge right now in Iran. Is it the president, Pezeshkian? Is he now the leader? And cannot be checked by anyone else? Or is there some kind of theocratic leader? Is there another cleric that will take over?
Well, first of all, Tom, I think there's just a lot of uncertainty right now, exactly what's happening on the ground. You mentioned the president, who evidently is alive and is still there, but there's also Larijani, who's the national security head and who has really been the power behind the throne and the Ayatollah's number two for some time. And so whether he's a transitional figure until something further happens remains to be seen. He's not a cleric, so he can't be really a...
Did this fucking idiot just say that he thinks the national security head of Iran should be the transitional leader of the country? Did he really just say that they should have, I guess, a military coup? I mean, it's a soft military coup, I guess. But at least in theory. But what is this guy? Is he literally saying that? Oh, I should have martial law in Iran. Fascinating.
Successor in the form of an Ayatollah, but we have to see how that plays out. And I think that's the real question: is what happens now? Now that senior leaders have been killed, will people rise up? How will the various dynamics within Iran, including the role of ethnic minorities there, the Azeris, the Kurds, Arabs, and others, how will that play out? And ultimately, what does that mean for the future leadership of Iran?
The UN has already discussed this. Countries like China have come out and condemned the attack by the U.S. and by Israel on Iran. What do you think the role of both the UN is and other?
I see a question over on Twitch from a new follower, Afrojack. Welcome to the stream. I've been watching for a while today, amongst other streams. Have they announced how many missiles actually hit so far? I've seen 2 so far. I think I've seen at least 4. Maybe possibly more. It's not clear. I haven't been counting. I wasn't expecting to be put on the spot on exactly how many missiles had. Are you talking about Iranian missiles or just generally, or U.S. and Israeli missiles? Because I guess it depends on. I'm thinking of Iranian missiles. I've also seen, I think, at least 2 or 3 or 4 U.S. and Israeli strikes. It looked like they had successfully, but it's not clear. There's also an internet blackout in Iran, so hard to know exactly what's happening there.
Major nations across the world now that Iran is, it may descend into chaos. It's unclear. I mean, this is all still fresh. We'll see what happens, but a regional war is underway, or at least a conflict right now.
Well, look, on one hand, I think with the exception of China, Russia, maybe North Korea, very few countries are going to cry tears for the loss of this regime. It's been an evil regime that has wreaked havoc across the region and sponsored terrorism and challenged U.S. interests and interests of Western countries and Gulf.
Oh, God, he challenged the interests of U.S. and Western countries. Oh, God, who the fuck is this asshole? I'm moving on. I'm sorry. I was taking a break when I put this on. This is terrible. This is terrible journalism. Who the fuck is this douchebag? Where did they find this fascist? Michael Froman, Council on Foreign Relations, really? He works at a Republican think tank. He works at a conservative foreign policy think tank. No shit. Perfect. That makes perfect sense. Thank you, NBC. Great journalism. Thanks for bringing him on. Both sides. Both sides. Or just one side. Whatever. Wild. All right, let's go here. Tammy Duckworth. Senator Tammy Duckworth had some stuff to say here about Donald Trump's unilateral decision to invade another country.
We are back with our continuing coverage of the U.S. and Israeli strikes in Iran, and we are joined now by Illinois Senator Tammy Duckworth, a Democrat who's on the Senate Armed Services Committee, also an Iraq War veteran, and a Purple Heart recipient. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
What's your reaction to all you've seen from early this morning to now?
I'm deeply concerned that President Trump is breaking his promises to the American people yet once again. He said he would get us out of forever wars, and yet here we go. He's putting American lives and national security at risk by these strikes on Iran. It's clear to me that this is a long-planned, deeply calculated move by him, and it completely, wholly undermines any attempt that they're trying to make that there was some sort of imminent threat. And I worry that American taxpayers, and in particular the brave men and women of our military, will be paying the price for this for a long time to come.
Senator, the rap sheet against Iran is long and well known. Sponsor of terrorism around the world, butcher of its own people by the tens of thousands, responsible for the killing of hundreds of U.S. service members over the years. Are you disagreeing with the way the strike was launched or with the strike itself?
I am disagreeing with the fact that this president did not come to the Senate and present to us the conditions for why he launched these strikes. He's been saber rattling for quite a while now. He's been saying that Iran's nuclear program was completely annihilated by him under Operation Midnight Hammer, and yet now he's saying that there was an
Here's a question. Why can't any of these Democrats come out and directly denounce the strikes? I don't think we've heard a single person denounce the strikes themselves. They're just like, oh, why didn't you come and ask us first? Jesus Christ.
This is ridiculous!
Threat from the Iran nuclear program. So which is it? And in particular, I worry that this president does not have a plan for what's next, right? He likes to launch missiles. He likes to do these strikes. But then what's next? Is he going to be sending American troops into Iran the way, we ended up sending American troops into Iraq 2 weeks after supposedly we were supposed to be met with flowers and candy in Iraq, and yet we were there for 20 years. I worry that we're entering into a forever war that the taxpayers are going to be paying for, and in particular, men and women in uniform are going to be paying for with their lives.
Yeah. Senator, we will see about whether this is a long war and there are American soldiers involved. The vice president just a few days ago said that that's not going to be what happens, but we will see. There are Iranians celebrating here in America, also videos.
There's also videos of people protesting against this here in America and abroad. Thanks, Tony Two Cuts. Tony fucking Two Cuts, everybody.
The muscular class. The muscular class.
This is a human man.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up. Tony Two Cuts. Tony Two Cuts.
Don't be creepy.
Look, I'm not the one who got... I'm not the one who got 2 cuts, okay? It's Tony. Tony is the one who got 2 cuts. Because he's a weirdo.
That's creepy.
Weird.
It's weird.
Don't look it up, says Moanoa. That's fair. Don't look it up. It's disturbing. Look, it's his fault that I have to bring it up, okay? He's making me do it. I'm not the one. He is instigating this, all right? He's brought this upon all of us. You can't blame me for this. I refuse to take the responsibility for Tony's 2 cuts. That's on. He's a grown man. He's a grown man.
Adult baby. Adult baby.
He is an adult baby. He makes his own god dang decisions. Okay. Okay. I'm just here to report those decisions. It's basically my job. Although tonight, been sort of low on L donations. Do not forget that you can contribute to the Galactic News Network in a multitude of ways. Cash App, PayPal, Throne, YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. Twitch, bit subs, gifted subs, Prime subs. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. All right, let's go to the man, the leftist, the leftist Joe Rogan.
This is insane, dude.
Hassan.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
Is it? It is on YouTube, that's true. Well, Hassan did today's stream on YouTube. Something he hadn't done for weeks, which leads me to think that he actually never got into an agreement with Twitch. He was doing pretty big numbers for a second. Over there. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead. It's an 11-hour stream. I'm just gonna skip ahead to the last 3 hours or so. See what's been what Hassan's uncovered last few hours.
It's the head of the Fifth Fleet, so Navy command and control.
So long, and thanks for all the fish. You're welcome. You're welcome. And while we're at it, don't forget that the answer to life is 42. Write that down, and don't forget your towel.
They just keep pummeling Bahrain, bro. I don't know. The Fifth Fleet in Bahrain is home to all U.S. mine countermeasures, ships, and helicopters, which would be needed to clear mines if they decide to close the Strait of Hormuz. To be fair, I don't think Bahrain is controlling the media output. Israel could be getting bombarded worse than we know. Nah. I mean, it's definitely yes and no. Yes, Israel's getting bombarded worse than we know, but it's also not getting bombarded as aggressively as Bahrain because there are so many fucking people in Israel, brother. They would not be able to shut down the internet. Like there would be hand cams. Like there'd be fucking phone footage just like last time. You know what I mean?
Limited, just given the obvious risks of sending the Secretary of State into a potential conflict zone.
As the day begins, IDF has begun an additional strike wave targeting the ballistic missile array and the aerial defense systems belonging to the Iranian terror regime.
Without any press, which is a departure from precedent. Now that those strikes have happened and for now do not appear to be limited.
Months ago issued a report stating that Iran could, if it chose to do so, develop in 8.5 years up to 60 intercontinental ballistic missiles. So if you're the
bro, how many hours do you want to just sit there and fucking lie? Like, do they not get bored just for the fuck of it? Like, have, Mohammed Marandi on or something, like, have like one loyalist on or something. Just throw it in the pile. Have some fucking fun with it, It's just literally Jake Tapper interviews virtually every human being that has salivated at the prospect of nuking Iran. Cycle in like one guy who's just like, I actually don't think we should go to war with Iran. Just one. Fucking one, dude. You don't got one guy? You're not even interested? You don't want to hear from any other voices at all?
One guy, one time.
He just fucking sits there. Get a guy from Bahrain on. Get a guy from Bahrain on. Be like, yo, what's up with your people, bro? Why are you guys Why are you guys enjoying the show like it's fucking fireworks? You know what I mean? One guy? Nope.
One guy.
Oh my
Here's
God, dude. American Enterprise Institute hand-selected Arab guy who's going to tell us that Iranians have horns in their heads and deserve death and destruction. Here is now the... up next, we're going to have the Foundation for Defending Netanyahu. FDD's very own. It's actually not Benjamin Netanyahu wearing a wig and a mustache and glasses, although he does kind of look like Benjamin Netanyahu wearing a wig and a mustache and glasses, but it's totally a different guy. He's tuning in from Berlin. Different guy, though. Yes, he sounds a lot like he has a Philadelphia accent, but it's not Benjamin Netanyahu. Totally different guy. Every fucking interview is like, oh, dude, Iran was like seconds away from ICBMs. They told me. They told me. They were like, we're making the best ICBMs, actually.
Violent crime.
What is this? Image of the Year award candidate. We have more in the next few days. The minute Iranian missile obliterates the Jewish Ministry of War in the heart of occupied Jaffa, Palestine. The one thing I picked up on as hours have passed in this war, less and less talk about the Iron Dome being effective. Yeah, I have noticed that. But I also have noticed that by the way, the casualty numbers are fucking crazy. This is the first day. And according to...
Thank you, Jokey, for the super sticker over on YouTube. Hype.
That is the first day. That is crazy. That's not even the full first day.
I really appreciate that.
Throwing a lot more. They're throwing a lot more fucking munitions into the pile. And on top of that, they're just blowing up the Bahrain naval base. Which is priority target number one. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe it's because of the damming operations in the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe that's what it is. That kind of makes sense. Because I can't... They love blowing up Bahrain. What is this? Khamenei alive? Titty Respecter says, yo, they didn't actually get me. Hop on Fort. He just messaged me.
Jesus Christ.
Breaking several heavy explosions in Tehran now. Well, we missed it. Hop on Fort, big dog.
You can always count on Hassan's audience.
A congressman who wants to bomb Iran, a general who bombed Iran, a dissident who wants Iran bombed, and an NSC official who wants Iran bombed.
Look, that is diversity, okay? Come on. That's all of the shades of wanting Iran bombed. Sasha G. Gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships on YouTube. Much appreciated. Who got him? Herbie Bibb. Timothy Jones. Zach to Change. Your back is seat co-host. Official People's Party USA. All of them getting a sweet, sweet galactic membership from Sasha. Much appreciated, Sasha. Incredibly generous. Hopefully all those people appreciate it as much as I do. All right. Back to Hassan Parker.
Hassan Parker.
All perspectives covered. I'm glad they got every angle. It's the same with fucking CNN too, by the way, which is why I was like, how much more pro-Israel can CNN even get? New Washington Post, MBS lobbied Trump with Netanyahu to bomb Iran. Behind the scenes, a lobbying alliance of Saudi Arabia's MBS and Israel's Netanyahu urged Trump to level a major strike against Iran in the days before the president's decision, even as Riyadh publicly advocated for diplomacy. I don't know if
Oh,
I
God.
fully believe that.
Oh,
And
Jesus
I am not a
Christ.
fan.
Oh, God. Sorry for sneezing in everybody's ears. And thank you for the follow, shower chat.
I will see. Do you think Israel is letting some missiles go through to justify more support from the U.S. like they did on October 7th? Brother, what more support does Israel need? First of all, Israel doesn't need support. At this point, if people in the Western world watch Tel Aviv get fucking cratered, that's not going to cause them to go, oh my God, I feel so sad for Israel. Israel started it. People are going to go, oh, that's really sad. That's just so bad. Oh, well, that's going to be the fucking response. No, also, let's be real. Why are we even acting like we need democracy here? There's no democratic process. Who the fuck said yes to go into war at the behest of Israel? Nobody did. Israeli police are IDF blocking people to flee. Breaking Israeli settlers are trying to flee, and Israeli police are blocking roads and keeping them as human shields. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, by the way, this sell, tough sell, but they're doing it anyway. President Trump is ending the forever war that Iran has waged against America for the last 47 years.
Bruh.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. President. Dude, sometimes you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, okay? That's right. Donald Trump is ending the forever wars by starting the forever wars, but actually that forever war is going to be ended by the start of the forever war. Thank you. You fucking did it. I mean, this one got 600 likes, okay? They're not, even their base ain't eating this shit up. So I will say another thing.
Daddy,
Okay?
Daddy
I
can
will
do
say
no
another
wrong.
thing. The Persian diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, has that same like Zionist attitude that I think will cook them in the long run, where they're just objectively fucking annoying. Where they just straight up will be like, no, you have to understand, like, if you don't fucking slaughter my grandparents, I will kill myself. Like, you have to slaughter.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, God. Logan Hill. Thank you so much for the super chat, pal. Incredibly generous. I think we just completed the galactic content goal just now. 2 hours after we ran out of time. I'm doing the math. I think we have, if not close enough for me to do one of these. Pull one of these moves right here. Thank you, everyone, for your donations here tonight. It would look like we completed another galactic content goal, this time in 6 hours. Perhaps longer than usual, but we've still done it. I knew we'd do it at some point. I appreciate each and every one of you. Oh, I never read Logan's chat. Behind protest tomorrow in Red, Texas. Thoughts on a sign. Currently going with America first, question mark? On one side, and then on the other side, how many Iranians have to die to lower my cost of living? Not exactly what I wanted to say, but I live where I live. I mean, honestly, those aren't bad. Those aren't bad. Those are pretty decent sign ideas. I don't have anything better off the top of my head right now. But if I think of something, I'll let you know. Either way, everybody bask in the glory brought to you by space fams like you. This goal was completed thanks to the donations of viewers of the Galactic Spacecast. Hope you've all been enjoying so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Maybe hit that like button and the bell icon too. They both help us out. One helps me, the other helps you. Never miss a show. All right, everybody. Take one last look at the epicness. It's all going away. We're going back to the content. All right. Back to Hassan.
My grandparents right now, you have to blow up their home. They got bad fucking vibes. They have to go. Like every time there's someone of the Iranian diaspora on television, they literally are like, "Oh, you don't care about me. You don't care about me. Just like you said Israel was bad." And it's like, how does anyone unironically watch this goober? They watch, well, ask your mom. She watches with one hand on the mouse, and the other hand flicking her own fucking bean.
Oh, no.
Okay?
Wow.
What do you think the next few days is going to look like now that Khamenei is presumably dead? Do you think the IRGC is going to go all out now? They're getting close to a point of nothing to lose? Maybe. I don't know. I assume, yes. I think America is going to get infinitely more ruthless going forward, though, because let's be real, if Israeli intelligence is not great, okay? Israeli intelligence is greatly exaggerated. And I do think, what is this? People carry their dogs from a damaged apartment building after an Iranian missile strike in Tel Aviv. What, you think that's me carrying Kaya? I'm actually in Tel Aviv.
Oh my God. It kind of looks like a skinny Hassan and a skinny Kaya. It's actually kind of funny. It genuinely looks like a skinny Hassan and a skinny Kaya. Like a Hassan with a normal-sized head and a normal-sized Kaya. Well played. Well played, Cheddar. I think Hassan might be in Tel Aviv.
That's you, bro. I'm here.
Enhance.
That's the Israeli injured undergoing plastic surgery. Charlie Kirk being more leftist than some chatters in here. Yeah, I know. This is insane. Regime change will result in a bloody civil war, killing hundreds of thousands, and creating another massive Muslim refugee crisis. Topping a leader?
Bruh.
What do you mean, topping a leader, bro? Bro said topping a leader. He's looking up at us right now. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, topping a leader is never as easy as you think. And trust me, I have tried topping Donald Trump quite a bit. And he has a whole lot of ass. Okay. As you guys notice, as I'm nearing 9 hours,
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah. Things are becoming funnier.
Gay and Lebanese.
Topping a leader is never as easy as you think. It almost always results in further involvement, a civil war, and chaos. Resist this. Leave it to the throat goat? Jesus Christ.
This is
Jesus
ridiculous.
Seriously, these chatters,
comes to Canada?
chat is out of control. Chat has been out of control over here tonight to some degree, and damn, is Hassan's chat wild. Shit is crazy over there, chat.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
And he has thoughts?
Also, I'm not sure whether or not I'm glad or offended that Hassan has now expanded his soundboard to 3 sound shots. He continues to encroach on my territory of being the sound shot champion of YouTube. I'm highly offended by that.
How rude.
Highly offended. Took my gerb.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed.
Oh, this is the Canadian news broadcast I did. It's 9 minutes long. We can watch it.
Hassan Piker is one of America's most popular political commentators on the left, especially amongst younger people.
He has to do that because affordability is a real
Is Hassan
issue.
watching
He
a
spends
video
his day-
about himself? Okay, hold on. I'm skipping past this. I'm not watching a video of Hassan watching a video about himself. That's for somebody else, not me. No, no, no. I'm not going to be doing that today. God. Sorry for everybody who was just dying to watch Hassan watch a video about himself. But I do feel it's a little too parasocial for tonight. That's just me.
Also get nukes. Yeah. Senator Tim Kaine of the membrane, Tim Kaine of the brain, the anti-interventionist Tim Kaine went on Jake Tapper. I guess I must have missed that one singular moment where there was a fucking anti-interventionist on the broadcast. Spinzio, thank you for the 5 gifted. What is this? Okay, dude.
President Trump has advocated all kinds of reasons for this unnecessary war with Iran. It's because of their nuclear program. Wait a minute, 6 months ago, he said he'd obliterated the program. Years ago,
Tim
he
Kaine
tore up
is up
a
here.
diplomatic
I
deal.
can't concentrate on what Tim Kaine is saying right now. I want to know what that chatter said to Hassan to get that reaction. It was fucking hilarious. He's like, thanks for the 5 gifted. He looks at the message and he's like, right. I gotta hear that one word. What did he say just now? He's like, come on. Do it. Wait, say it again, Hassan. What was that? What happened?
Where there was a fucking anti-interventionist on the broadcast. Spinzio, thank you for the 5 gifted. What is this? Okay, dude.
President Trump has advocated all kinds of reasons for this unnecessary war with Iran. It's because of their nuclear program. Wait a minute, 6 months ago, he said he'd obliterated the program. Years ago, he tore up a diplomatic deal that was controlled.
People hate Hassan so much. They're willing to give him their hard-earned money just to get him to read obscene and terrible messages. Okay, says Hassan. Wow. I really do want to know what the hell that message was to get that response from Hassan.
Iran's nuclear program. He suggested last night the war was justified because Iran interfered in the 2020 election that he refuses to concede that he lost. It's to protect protesters. Wait a minute, President Trump is sending Iranian refugees back into Iran to face persecution. If he cared about Iranian citizens being oppressed by their government, he wouldn't be doing that at the same time. This was a war without, I can say this, I'm on 2 committees that give me access to a lot of classified information. There was no imminent threat from Iran to the United States that warrants sending our sons and daughters into yet another war in the Middle East, and I'm going to do everything I can to stop it.
Have you seen the August 12th thing? Shapiro is giddy. Oh God, of course he is.
Shabbat. Oh God damn it! I was about to take a break. Oh God, Ben Shapino.
I'm out in Miami, ho. I'm out in Miami, ho.
You're hurting the kids.
I was about to take a break. We're 6 hours in. All right. I'm going to take a break. After this.
From Sabbath to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is
Oh, no,
the
not
most
the
courageous
Sabbath.
commander-in-chief in modern American
Oh,
history.
God. Oh, the
just
Sabbath
meant-
was interrupted. Oh, this is the most anti-Semitic attack possible. How dare you interrupt the Sabbath? Wait, didn't the IDF do strikes on the Sabbath? What's the Old Testament say about that? I'm trying to remember.
That's in the Bible.
He's returning from Sabbath. Isn't it still Sabbath? Where the fuck is he in the world that it's no longer Sabbath? It's sundown? No, it's not. Is sundown dummy? Bro.
Casual
Where is the
Shabbat. That's what we
sundown?
call it. It's true, Schmegley. It's true.
Ben Shapiro
Look
lives
at-
in Los
look at
Angeles.
Hassan over
Oh,
here.
he doesn't.
Okay,
It's
I'll be
EST.
back.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh,
He doesn't
I'll be
live in-
back. I'm gonna let Hassan try and figure this one out. Checking time zones over here. Wait, I refuse to accept that it's the Sabbath right now. Anti-Semitogen. Hassan at it again.
Hassan Parker.
Oh, he doesn't.
All right, BRB.
EST.
Oh, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Fuck it. By the way, just a reminder, since we're not taking a normal break, just remind everybody, if you're on Twitch, to follow the stream. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, hit that bell icon and the like button, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. That's right, without support from space fam such as yourself, we would cease to exist, and I would go floating off into the deep dark void. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels on the vertical, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, over on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars.
Are you not entertained?
That's true. But he doesn't live in LA anymore. You're right. He's on the East Coast. My bad. My mistake. I forget. He's an LA boy. For those of you who don't know, I think he no longer lives in LA. He lives in like Tennessee, I think. I tried to check him. Sabbath is relative when you got to get your clicks? No. He's in Tennessee. That's why. You think Jews don't live in the East Coast? Your anti-Semitism is showing. True.
Hey, obviously, I just came back from Shabbat, from Sabbath, to the news of what is going on. And let's just say this. President Trump is the most courageous commander-in-chief in modern American history. There is no question about this. What he just did is the bravest move by a president of the United States of my lifetime, bar none, without a doubt. Hey, obviously,
That's all you need to know this is a fucking terrible decision. You know what I mean? You're aligning with Ben Shapiro, okay? What more do you need to fucking know? He's gagging on it, dude. Oh my God. I love President Trump. He's the greatest president of all time. My commander-in-chief. I love him. He is Ben's commander-in-chief. He's Israel's commander-in-chief. Claire for New York, call your U.S. senators and reps, demand they unequivocally oppose this war and do everything in their power to stop it immediately. The learned helplessness of Congress must end.
That the Trump administration and the Israeli government have launched an illegal assault on Iran, killing unknown numbers of civilians, beginning what could be a long campaign to destabilize the region, to cause mass chaos and death and destruction. What we need right now are not lengthy statements. We don't need procedural nonsense. What we need is real action from our Congress members to stop this madness now. I need you to do two things today. One, call your Congress member and make sure that they will vote to support the War Powers Resolution, and they will be unequivocal in saying no to a war with Iran. Two, find ways to get out in the street, to make your voice heard, to say, we do not support a war with Iran.
So the plan is to relentlessly bomb Iran for like 2 weeks, and then what? What's the phase 2 that leads to thriving liberal democracy exactly? Because we've done the bomb the hell out of them and killed their leaders thing 3 times now. Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, we're 0
Do you know
for
what
3.
we're here for?
Like, I'm going to be real with you. Destabilize the hell out of Iran, then they just leave. Sounds like you just get mega ISIS. Yeah, well, and then sometimes you can get mega ISIS to run the country. Okay? That would objectively be the design here, for the record.
Person is in severe condition, 2 others in moderate condition, and dozens of others across Israel tonight have been lightly wounded by some of these Iranian ballistic missile attacks. But really, this is just the beginning of all of this. As I mentioned, we are now 19 hours into this latest conflict between the United States and Israel on one side and Iran on the other, and both the U.S. and Israel are vowing that they will continue to carry out these strikes for as long as necessary, something that's going to go on for at least several days. And Iran has also vowed that its retaliation will bring this conflict to levels not seen during the 12-day war between Iran and Israel back in June. We are very much in a much more perilous moment right now in the Middle East, and we're only beginning really to see the consequences of that latest military action that is now unfolding. Sarah?
Yeah. It is, a long way away, and those ballistic missiles often Israel is able to thwart because of the Iron Dome and other apparatus that exists there. Clearly, some of those have gotten through, and now, as you have been reporting, there are casualties there in Israel. I do want to go now to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who is joining me now from the White House. There are so many questions, but the one that everyone is wondering now, because after they've seen this, and there are some people who are very shocked and surprised by this, but there was a huge military apparatus buildup by the United States in the region. So for others, it is not a surprise that this happened. It was just the timing of when it happened that may have taken them aback. What more is the president saying tonight about these strikes and his plans for the future?
Look, the plans for the future are still a huge question, Sarah. We've heard President Trump now in a series of short interviews as well as posting on Truth Social. In terms of a timeline, it still really remains unclear what the timeline is. We heard him say at one point he could pull out in 2 days, or this could take much longer. And he posted this on Truth Social.
Do you even say anything? How the fuck do you have so many viewers? You're so boring. Sorry. Here, let me do what my closest market competitor does instead.
How rude.
Yeah, based.
Actually taking the
8%. Wow, that's harsh. Coming for Hassan over here. Chat once again. Yeesh. Hassan can't get a rest over here. He's trying to do internet journalism. People be coming at him. Walking Stick Library, thank you for the follow. I mean, sorry, not the follow, the raid over on Twitch. I almost didn't notice that. Thank you very much. Hope the stream was good today. Been a crazy freaking 24 hours, hasn't it? Everybody go follow Walking
Guys,
Stick Library.
The elite pedophilic cabal extracting natural resources from the global South nations is actually fucking based. It's not actually going to help your wallets even a little bit, but you're a bunch of dumb cattle. And that forced projection alone, fantasize about another third world brown person dying. As we.
Is this from yesterday? Depends on what time zone you're in. But yeah, this was Hassan's Saturday stream that ended like 3 hours ago. We're just watching the last couple hours of it right now, or like parts of the last couple hours, last few hours or so.
Spend tens of billions of dollars to destroy their lives and livelihood, and remind yourself of how powerful you are. Now, Patrick.
It's his moment to shine. It's PVD's moment to shine, everybody. Oh my God. He's here. Patrick Bet David. Paul Bet Davidson, I mean, or what's his name again?
Paul Bet Davidson.
You're about to be value-tained.
It's his moment to shine.
Patrick Bet David.
I'll tell you why, because since 1979, when these guys took over, Iran's been chaotic for people that live there. 81% of the people there do not want the IRGC. I left Iran July 15th of 89. June 3rd of 89, Khomeini died. Not killed, died. I was in school at Gulbenkian. We're in the streets. I'm trying to find my parents. It was absolutely insane. Eventually, we did. 6 weeks later, we escaped, went to Germany. Fast forward from 89 till today. Now, the Supreme Leader Khomeini being taken out. This isn't like taking out the president or general of the army or even the prime minister or even the Pope. You took out the number 2 to God in their religion. You took out the supreme leader. This is a statement to everybody. Brett Baer put out a post about the fact that they took out 40 of their leaders. Think about what that conversation looks like right now to say, listen, guys, you have a couple options. You can either work with us or you're next. Does anybody want his job? Does anybody want to be the supreme leader next? Because the target's on you. What do you guys want to do? So that conversation, I believe, is taking place right now. But the world just got safer today because of all the leaders
he's
that were
fucking stupid, so he's the perfect guy for this moment.
The world's going to be a safer place.
How do the Iranian people feel about this?
Ecstatic, to say the least. They're dancing, they're parading, they're crying, they're emotional. You see the celebration amongst women. Women feel free that finally this cloud that they have over them, that they can't do anything and don't put this on and don't put that on. I mean, this is a massive moment for them. They've been waiting for this for 47 years. And you have to realize for 47 years, we've had a lot of different presidents. We've had a lot of different Iranian leaders that have tried to make this happen. But the one thing that's very different is the president made this happen. The Iranian people, I wouldn't be surprised if moving forward in the Iranian community, a lot of the people that couldn't stand the president because they were liberals or, oh my God, he's so this, he's so that, watch how many Iranians who were Democrats could overnight become Republicans saying, I support this man here.
How do you think this changes the political dynamic here in the United States? You've kind of seen some wishy-washy comments from Kamala Harris, from Gavin Newsom. Yeah, Ayatollah is a bad guy, but this is an illegal war, and I don't support it.
It's wild seeing so many. Yeah, he's spiritually Israeli, as a diasporoid Iranian. It's so wild. Every single one of these guys. Every single person you're seeing on screen talked about how Trump is the peace president, by the way.
Maybe marriage, maybe finances, maybe you lost a client, maybe you lost a business, and it's carrying all this burden on you, right? Think about everything that we're dealing with. So a few days after Supreme Court rules against the president, publicly everyone's talking about, you know, you got to give this money back. And then he goes to the State of the Union, calm, cool, collected, has a blast, calling them crazy, enjoying himself, celebrating with the, you know, the hockey team that just won, talks for an hour and 48 minutes. And while he's giving the speech, this is what we have to realize. He knows they're about to attack Iran, but no one knows it. I mean, this is not an easy thing to do for a leader. When a leader's carrying burden, you typically will feel something from them. You felt nothing. This is why Iran, the IRGC, was shell-shocked how it happened. It's not like they did it at 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning. 8:15, it's like in your face. We're going to do it when you're awake because we want you to know. We went inside. You had a mole. The same way many years ago, we've all seen the movie Donnie Brasco with Joe
I'm going to keep it $1.50. I'm not a fan of liberal interventionism, but there was a reason why it was such a resilient and domineering hegemonic force on the planet for the entire duration of the Cold War and certainly after. America is going to find out the hardest way possible what it looks like when they do this kind of fascist interventionism instead, this in-your-face interventionism, this vulgar imperialism, because when you don't even leave room for anyone in the middle powers or anyone in the periphery to even assume that American intervention is going to play some kind of liberalizing role in your country, when you don't even make that fucking sale to other people, they're just biding their time until they fucking, until they push back. That's what I think, because history is riddled with different forms of domination being toppled when it becomes an inevitability, when you have no way out but to fight. People will fight back. Okay? I think we have horse blinders on, and human life is finite, and we have only our lifespan to comprehend world events. Okay, we only have our own relatively short lifespans to comprehend how the world changed.
Hassan speaking philosophical truth over here right now. Getting all sorts of deep. It's true. We only have one lifetime with which to comprehend literally everything. Absolutely correct about that. It's reality of having a finite existence in this universe. Reminded of this all the time. All right, we're not going to watch this whole Hassan. Well, of course we're not going to do that, but we're not going to watch 3 full hours. That's a bit much. I'm going to skip ahead to about here. If YouTube will let me.
How the world changes. And that's precisely the reason why it's impossible of like Saddam or even Iraq is very different. America's direct military intervention in Iraq was much more comprehensive. It wasn't just like a decapitation strike and then that's it. Iraq is not Iran. Iran has a much more sophisticated and much better trained military than Iraq ever did. Iran has designed its entire network of defense and its contingency plans against exactly.
You have a link of protesters attacking and storming the U.S. Embassy in Karachi. I'll look for that. But no, links can't be posted in Twitch or YouTube chat unless you're a moderator or me. Them's the rules.
Illegal.
Just took place today. Who knows what happens going forward? I can't make any predictions, right? But I'm just simply telling you that if you think that like, oh, the Ayatollah is dead and people are celebrating and then all of a sudden it's just like, boom, regime is done, welcome liberal democracy, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm seeing what you're talking about right now. Well, I'm going to look into this. But of course, right now, Pakistan and Afghanistan are literally in an all-out war. Started 2 days ago. So that's actually not shocking. That's not that shocking to me but this is absolutely big news right here. U.S. consulate in Pakistan attacked, according to India Today. I just zoned out. I just realized this isn't playing.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh my god, sorry. I was looking at my phone just now. My bad.
What's sad is my Iranian friends think this escalation is good for them and Iran will be better now. Yes. Just as the Iraqis did. That were on the receiving end of the cruelty of Saddam, and they thought that this was good. I mean, there were people who participated in taking down the Saddam statue. And for years and years, Americans loved talking to Iraqis who were like, oh man, Americans are coming here. Welcome, welcome, peace, peace, peace. You guys are going to liberate us. You guys are going to liberate us. And then having them went and joined fucking ISIS, bro. Like, the fuck? Well, not half of them. What do you think happens with violent military intervention? What do you think happens in a power vacuum? When I was 6 when the U.S. invaded, people were happy. They said we would be like Germany or Japan after World War II, but soon enough they realized how stupid they were. Yeah, America don't do that no more.
Not sooner.
Okay? And if they didn't do that to Iraq to design a bulwark against Iranian intervention in the region, they sure as shit are not doing it to Iran. You know what I mean? America doesn't do that kind of Marshall Plan style redevelopment project after destroying the country any longer. That's the old America. It's much more effective and much cheaper to just destroy the country and rip it apart and let everyone else in the region deal with it. Tens of millions of people displaced. Also, we don't know where this goes because America and Israel have said that they are going to continue blowing up Iran. And as I have said earlier today, it kind of feels like they will increase the dial of cruelty that they subject the regular Iranian population to and continue punishing them for, I guess, not destabilizing the country hard enough or fast enough.
How rude.
Because right now, the first wave of attacks was limited for American, intervention capabilities. Because if given the opportunity, America could have done a shock and awe style bombing campaign in Iran. They didn't do that. There's a reason why they didn't do that. I mean, they still blew up a school, mind you. They have to. They have to get their licks in. They have to fucking kill some children. They can't. Like, if it's America and Israel we're talking about, they have to kill school children. That's a given. But the reason why they kept the deaths to, 200.
Also, the first strikes, right? We're talking about this is all pretty early on right now. So, the numbers are probably going to keep climbing. And as they have been, in fact, climbing. And as Hassan ended his stream, a second wave of strikes came in.
As opposed to 2,000 or 4,000 or 10,000 in the first round of bombing campaigns, was because of what Donald Trump said shortly thereafter. He said, it's time for you to take matters in your own hands, go out in the fucking streets, and take control over the government. If Obama did this, we would be playing Resident Evil.
What you talking about?
I think you might be a little confused. You've lost the plot. No, I'm telling you what the government of the United States of America and Israel are both saying. They're saying, go out to the fucking streets, take matters in your own hands, fuck the government up. It's your government now. Put your hand in the fucking, go out and pull all the money you can from the banks. Their money is your money. Okay? It's much cheaper to get the Iranians to do this rather than expend billions of dollars more in munitions with no real way to control wherever the popular resistance goes. I know Iran wasn't under the Soviet bloc, but do you think America would have been able to carry out the attack if Soviet Union still existed? Genuinely, it's crazy how a nation is able to blockade entire countries or kidnap and kill the heads of state without any repercussion. With Iran, yes. Iran is a unique country. Unique in the sense that they have cared about maintaining sovereignty more than anything else. They are famously anti getting any help whatsoever from other regional partners. At most, they've worked with Russia from time to time, and even then, it's like fairly limited. They're very stubborn. They're very proud. It's weird to talk about this like I'm approaching it with an Orientalist framework, but they quite literally did not want Soviet help. As a matter of fact, they slaughtered a lot of the Soviet-aligned Iranians that played a big role in the Iranian Revolution. Because if you were to bracket off like the different political formations in Iranian society historically, there was a fairly large contingency of communists, trade unionists, socialist Iranians, and China. And they played a major role in the popular revolution. They played a major role in the Iranian Revolution alongside the clerics, the Islamists, and the Islamists basically put them in prison shortly thereafter.
Right to jail, right away.
And then they completely eviscerated the remainder of that movement with the Iran-Iraq war, especially because some of the secular forces then aligned with Iraq.
Okay, and that's what we're going to call it on the Hassan stream from yesterday. Really today still for many people, West Coast. I think it's 11:44 in California right now. Oh boy, okay. Still got more stories. I keep adding them as this goes on. I've got stories coming up all the way to the live footage of an Iranian, or the aftermath of an Iranian strike in Tel Aviv, which we will go to momentarily, but I've got a few videos before we get there. The last few hours since Hassan ended his stream. We've been going for over 6.5 hours on this one topic. Oh my god. Alright, let's move it along now to global news from 4 hours ago. World reacts to U.S.-Israeli strikes on Iran. And as it turns out, basically everyone in Europe is fine with it.
Leaders around the world say they were blindsided Saturday after learning of the U.S. and Israel's early morning strikes against Iran, which has plunged the Middle East into another conflict.
La France n'a été ni prévenue ni impliquée.
French President Emmanuel Macron saying France was not made aware of the strike ahead of time, just like, quote, all the other countries in the region.
So it is clear they must never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon.
British Prime Minister Keir Starmer condemned Iran for responding with strikes on nearby partner countries that are not involved in the conflict. He says British forces are carrying out defensive operations in the region to protect its interests and those of their allies, while calling for de-escalation.
It is vital that we prevent further escalation and return to a diplomatic process.
While Russia urged the U.S. and Israel to stop their strikes immediately and return to a, quote, path of political and diplomatic settlement, as Moscow continues to rely on Iranian drones to unceasingly bomb Ukraine. The U.S. strikes on Iran come as the two countries were in the middle of negotiations to end Iran's nuclear capabilities, a process Oman's foreign minister appeared optimistic about just Friday, as the country has served as a mediator between the two sides.
I am confident and in my assessment
of the way the talks are going.
However, that confidence quickly turned to dismay following
Immediately,
strikes.
if not sooner.
Posting on X, Foreign Minister Badr al-Busaidi said those talks have once again been undermined, urging the U.S. not to get sucked into a war that isn't theirs.
What do you mean? It's absolutely ours. It's a ridiculous claim to say that it's not the U.S.'s war. The U.S. literally started this thing. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Let's go here. CBS Evening News. Regime-approved media from 4 hours ago. Retired Rear Admiral and Marine Corps veteran breaks down strikes in Iran.
This operation, which the Pentagon is calling Epic Fury,
Yes,
is
Tony Two
also
Cuts.
epically complex and full of risk. For more on what...
Tony Two Cuts is on the Iran desk tonight. Look it up if you don't know what I'm talking about. Or don't.
Don't be creepy.
It's
What
gross.
goes into an operation like this. Let's bring in retired Admiral Mark Montgomery, who served 32 years in the Navy as a nuclear-trained surface warfare officer. He's now at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy. Also here is CBS News contributor and Marine Corps veteran Elliot Ackerman. Admiral, I'd like to begin with you. Thank you very much for joining us here. You were a strike group, carrier group planner at one point. You know more than anyone on this channel right now about what went into a strike like this. Take us through what you saw, what stood out.
You know, I thought it was a good, comprehensive first day, and you can obviously see that the number one target here is senior leadership, both of the Iranian, the Supreme Leader, but also of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. I think what went alongside this was what's called suppression of enemy air defense. So we simultaneously would have attacked the remaining air defense systems that weren't destroyed by Israel in the 12-day war last year. And this is all a precursor for follow-on strikes over the next, I would suggest, probably 2 weeks, where we go after the other targets that didn't need the surprise that the targeting of the Iranian leadership did. So you would clearly hit them on day one while they were loose with their security, as loose as they would be with their security, and where you could get as many as possible. And while getting the Supreme Leader was very important, you can also see they made some serious inroads on other IRGC leadership and military leadership.
Admiral, you've seen the response from Iran. President Trump said he expected it to be double. That might be bluster. What do you make of it?
You know, I think this is what you get in an initial response. I think we'll see more over the next few days. So there'll now be a race between us.
I cannot stand to listen to this fucking guy. Also, this guy must drink a fuck ton. What is going? He's got some serious. What is it called? I forget the name for this. Oh my god. All right, we don't need this alcoholic warmonger to tell us about anything. All right, I'm going to keep this moving. NBCLA from 4 hours ago. Iran strikes disrupt Middle East air travel. Yeah, no kidding. Oops, that did not work. What in the fuck is going on? Oh, it's because there's fucking text
Trading
behind
or
it,
destroying their ability to.
I hate that. I hate that function sometimes. It's so annoying. It shouldn't work at like where it's super
Flights in the Middle
simple.
East are being halted after the strikes on Iran. You can see empty counters at LAX for.
Like, I don't know if anybody ever noticed this, but like if you pause a YouTube video and you're on a computer, you can highlight, right? You can highlight certain text, which I think is a great function. But when it's around the search bar, right? Like the progress bar, like it interferes with that functionality of the progress bar. Like, and it's so annoying. And all they'd have to do is just like disable the functionality of that of that thing for this area, and it would solve everything. It would be a great function. However, they ruin it. They ruin it with that. It's very annoying to me.
Flights in the Middle East are being halted after the strikes on Iran. You can see empty counters at LAX for Turkish, Emirates, even Qatar Airlines. We did speak with some travelers who connecting flights in Dubai were also canceled. That included one family whose final destination is India.
I know that our flights just got canceled. A little anxious and, you know, not knowing what's going to happen because now we got to worry about the return flights too, you know.
Okay. While we're talking about air travel, let's take a look at the current airspace in the Middle East. It's the AP. Damn. Not a single plane flying over Syria, Iraq, Lebanon, Israel. There is some air traffic over Jordan and Saudi Arabia, but the UAE basically shut down. Kuwait shut down. Iran obviously shut down. My God. And I'm not seeing a lot of planes over Afghanistan either. Sort of spooky. All right, let's keep going through these. Jesus, I have so many videos on my list right now, it's out of control.
Breaking at 11, sirens go off in Jerusalem as Iran vows revenge against the U.S. and Israel. This after the Iranian supreme leader is killed in a massive military operation. Plus,
public is going to see is an enhanced police presence.
The NYPD stepping up security at sensitive sites across the city. What we're learning about any potential threats.
and New Yorkers hit the streets to protest the strikes against Iran. Their message for the president. Good evening, I'm Alan Devlin.
And I'm Jessica Moore. Thanks for joining us tonight. We are following developments on several fronts. We've just learned the U.S. and Israel launched another round of strikes early Sunday morning local time in Iran. And Iran is now vowing to carry out its heaviest offensive yet.
This all comes nearly 24 hours after the military operation was first launched. Here's what we know now. President Trump announced that the Iranian supreme leader was killed in the strikes, and Iranian state media confirmed it. The president says heavy and pinpoint bombing will continue uninterrupted through the week or even longer. Meanwhile, Iran's Revolutionary Guard is warning a severe, decisive punishment.
We have team coverage at 11, including how local Iranians are reacting to the military operation. Let's begin with Dick Brennan here in studio with the very.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us moving. I don't need it anymore from CBS, even CBS New York, who I have a softer spot for. But we're gonna keep it moving. Okay, the next one is Al Jazeera English from 1 hour ago. Explosions in Doha and Dubai after IRGC announces more attacks on Israel and 27 different U.S. bases.
Live pictures here in
Jesus
Doha once
Christ.
again, where we've heard missiles being intercepted this morning. You can see the impacts of that with smoke billowing there on the horizon as cars still on the road. Ibrahim Sultan Al-Hashimi is Director of Media and Communications in Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he says that Qatar reserves the right to respond to the attacks.
In the name of God the Merciful, the state of Qatar condemns in the strongest possible terms these ballistic missile attacks and considers this operation as a blatant violation of its sovereignty and the safety of its territories, and also a grave escalation that threatens the stability of the whole region. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already affirmed in an official statement that it reserves its full right to respond in accordance with international law and with the Charter of of the United Nations in proportion to the size of the attacks in order to protect its sovereignty and to protect its higher interests.
Well, as we mentioned, Iran is targeting U.S. assets in the Gulf region for a second day. Several loud blasts have been heard in Dubai and, of course, here in Doha, the capital of Qatar, from where Axel Izamovich is standing by and has the very latest. So, Axel, the Qataris have said there were dozens of missiles and drones launched against the country yesterday and overnight, and those strikes now continuing this morning.
Yeah, that's correct, Nick. We've seen another wave of attacks coming from Iran. In the past hour or so, we heard at least 10 explosions over the Qatar's capital, Doha. But what we understand that there is a plume of smoke rising from the industrial area. That's the neighborhood here in Doha. But we don't know what exactly caused that plume of smoke. It could be a falling debris. It could be one of the missiles. But at this point, we don't understand what actually happened over there. But from this vantage point, Nick, I have to mention that those explosions that we heard this morning, they were very, very loud. And it really goes to show that the situation here is not winding down. In fact, it's becoming even more frequent in terms of these attacks. Right now, the situation remains calm, but there are imminent threats. There's going to be more attacks coming in the next hour or so. But what we understand that we also received an emergency alert going off on our mobile phones, where the authorities here in Qatar urging everybody to stay indoors and
This is escalating really fucking fast right now. Jesus Christ. I basically woke up and went straight into this. Like, I went to bed knowing that this had all started, and then woke up and, like, looked at my phone and was like, Jesus fucking Christ, you gotta be kidding me. This whole thing has really escalated just into just utter madness. I mean, we are now basically caught up to the current moment. I've been making serious progress on that front. This is from 54 minutes ago. Al Jazeera English. Trump warns Iran of unprecedented force if it strikes, quote-unquote, very hard today.
Well, US President Donald Trump has responded to Iran's warning of a major response. He's posted on Truth Social. Iran just stated that they're going to hit very hard today, harder than they have ever hit before. He then wrote in all caps, they better not do that, however, because if they do, we will hit them with a force that has never been seen before. Manuel Rapello joins us live now from Washington, D.C. So, Manuel, just tell us more about what Donald Trump has been saying about the events of the past 24 hours and more.
Oh, when Donald Trump fucking says stuff like that, like with a force that has never been seen before, all I can think about is nuclear weapons. I mean, am I so crazy for thinking that with the fucking unhinged
We
lunatic?
have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Am I so fucking crazy for thinking that that's what he's thinking? I mean, and I hope to be wrong. And on this one, I really hope to be wrong. But if he does that, and hopefully that's not what he's talking about. But honestly, with this man, my mind always goes to the very worst thing immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But in this one, we gotta hope and pray that I'm very wrong about that. A force never seen before.
Nick, the fact that President Trump, in just the last hour, took to Truth Social shows that he is still very much focused on these developments as they continue to unfold in Iran with Operation Epic Fury.
Well, see, that's exactly what my mind goes to. No, Wedge, this is literally the thought that I'm saying right now. How do you hit harder than ever? You use the big nukes that have never been used before. I can't remember what they're called. It's like, God damn it. But yeah, no, exactly. There's a certain kind of nuclear weapon that has not been used but exists. And that's the only thing I can think of. And it's just disturbing. Of course, Donald Trump speaks in vagaries and is a bloviating fool, but that is what I think of when I hear that sentence.
Has not changed, however. The primary narrative here from the Trump White House is that this was an operation, the operation itself in conjunction with the Israeli military was, quote, necessary to protect U.S. forces in the region, to deter any more Iranian threats, and to contain Iran's nuclear ambitions. Right now, what we can also point to are statements from late on Saturday from the Department of Homeland Security, which was putting embassies in the region on high alert, as well here domestically from the Federal Bureau of Investigation. FBI Director Kash Patel says that he's put the FBI's counterterrorism unit on high alert domestically over the potential for, or rather from over chatter from pro-Iranian groups on social media. So there is a concern here domestically over whether or not the United States is prepared to counter any possible attacks here domestically in the United States, given the fact that there's still questions over the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. So more questions. It's quite late in almost 2 in the morning here in Washington, D.C., but President Trump will surely be facing a lot more questions in the morning and as well as the coming days.
I understand reaction within political circles has been on partisan lines, but what about from the broader public? Because, of course, Donald Trump, he did campaign on the fact that, you know, no more wars. It's all about America, not going into having any foreign intervention.
President Trump is going to have a hard time convincing the American people that this was a military action that was in the best interest of the United States. Specifically, his base, which he rallied back in 2016, is saying that promising to, quote, stop racing to topple foreign regimes. Those are President Trump's own words. He campaigned in the last election very heavily on a platform of no foreign wars, of no prolonged conflicts, of not dragging the United States into quagmires like Iraq or the war in Afghanistan. President Trump is in a difficult position right now where he is going to have to convince not only lawmakers on Capitol Hill here in Washington that regime change, if that is the objective of the United States, regime change would be in the best interest of the United States, would be serving U.S. interests. He has to convince his base that that this was the right move, a base that was rallied again on this idea that the United States would be America first. We're already hearing from some Republicans, from people, from members of his own base, from the so-called Make America Great Again movement, who are saying this is not America first. How exactly does this serve U.S. interests, and how exactly is this making America safer?
And he will want to get, given everything you've said, he'll want to get U.S. involvement done and dusted as soon as he possibly can in Iran.
That's absolutely the case. President Trump very clearly does not want a prolonged conflict. He's made it clear that he is not looking to put boots on the ground in the United States. We also know that President Trump, though he's very politically savvy and knows very well how to speak to his base and to rally his base using TV and using social media, but there is this concern. We also have this very clear understanding that President Trump cares very deeply about this image that he's trying to portray of a peacemaker, of a...
Yeah, you can't be a peacemaker and start a fucking all-out war in the Middle East, okay? Write that down. Whoopsies. Yeah, write that down. Fuck's sake. Shit is out of control. What a shitty day. All right, honestly, we have made massive progress on our list. We're not done with the stream, but we've gotten all the way through most of the videos. I am going to cover what's going on in Pakistan because it's relevant to this right now, I think, as well at the end of this. But let's go to Tel Aviv, to the site of an Iranian strike. This is a live stream from Reuters going on literally right now. Damn. I'm just gonna go back to the beginning and see what all there is to see on this.
Just the plane taking off, the American plane doing siren. I saw some streaks, but nothing. One was north and one was south. It's too far away. My little camera. Galat.
Well, as you can see, some pretty severe damage here in Tel Aviv. I got more live stream. This is now in Iraq, where pro-Iranian protesters have gathered in Baghdad. This is also live. Yes, sooner than immediately, Madly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Look, I didn't come up with that one, all right? Trump did. Is this outside the U.S. Embassy? Hold on, I'm going to go back to watch some of this. Oh, this has only been live for 9 minutes? Wait, what's happening?
Trump has been musing about bombing Iran for what feels like...
Go back. Can I not scroll back on this? I don't think I can. Oh wait, yes I can. I've been going for like an hour and a half. Okay, well you can see like hundreds, I guess you would say, maybe hundreds, maybe 1,000 people here. Hard to tell. But at least hundreds of people here in Baghdad protesting. You can see off in the distance a line of what appear to be police. Not clear what. That's U.S. military police or Baghdad police. I don't know. All right, I'm going to go to the live. You managed to find a person streaming from Iran? Interesting. I figure that's got to be hard with the internet shut down, essentially, right now. I wonder how they're getting around that. I can't tell what this guy's flag says. Okay, well, I think that's all I've got for you on this for now. We're gonna switch over to Pakistan for our last story. Just a quick round of applause to everyone. We did 7 whole hours on this fucking thing. Not counting last night's stream. Really, this morning's stream. Really? Starlink? Yeah, it could be Starlink. That's what I was thinking, probably. If that is the case. Yeah, let's go to Pakistan, because in the last 48 hours, war has broken out there. But before we do that, I just want to go to before this war broke out. Long, long ago. Wait. No. Go back. Go back. No, back one more, you bastard.
How rude.
Trump has been musing about bombing Iran for what feels like 3 weeks. We already did this last year, and the administration claimed that they had obliterated their nuclear enrichment program. So if they had done so, how can they make the claim right now that they're just minutes away from having a nuclear weapon, which Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israel lobby and the defense industry, or I guess defense industry associated elected leaders have been saying they're minutes away from a nuclear bomb for like 30 years.
The day after the Oppenheimer tested his bomb.
Yeah, they were just like
a week away.
How can we channel this energy? Also interesting, Oppenheimer's views on I think Zionism were, I might be misremembering it. I don't want to go down the tangent. Regardless, so here's Caitlin Collins asking JD Vance about that very question.
On that, and secondly, on Iran, while you're here, can you explain to the American people why the United States would need to strike Iran to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon if the United States obliterated their enrichment program last summer?
Well, I'm not going to make any news on Iran today, Caitlin. I'll let the president make those announcements. As you know, he is sending 2 of his best negotiators to Geneva tomorrow in order to continue to try to strike the best deal possible for the American people. But the principle is very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. If they try to rebuild a nuclear weapon, that causes problems for us. And in fact, we've seen evidence that they have tried to do exactly that. So the president sending those negotiators to try to address that problem, as the president has said repeatedly, he wants to address that problem diplomatically, but of course the president has other options as well.
So didn't answer the question at all. Now maybe Markwayne Mullin, senator, will answer. Also asked here by Collins. This is just a good question as Brian's pulling it up. It's so farcical here. Here she is with similar line of questioning with Mullin.
Not Saudi Arabia, out of UAE, out of Kuwait.
I think people see the risks for sure, obviously, of a nuclear-armed Iran. I think it's just hard sometimes to get your head around that we were told last summer it was obliterated, and now we're saying a strike might be necessary if the talks don't work.
But obliterating is much different than rebuilding it. They are perfectly trying to rebuild it. Why do you think China and Russia is silent on this?
How can you rebuild it if it was obliterated?
But I'm just saying, but why do you think China and Russia is...
But how can you rebuild it if it was obliterated?
I've already explained that. How do you rebuild your legs after you shatter them? How do you rebuild a house after it's been knocked down by a tornado or a hurricane? You can rebuild things. The foundation may still be there. You can build a lot back on a foundation once the top of it's removed. And so the structure, if the structure of the foundation is there, they can start rebuilding.
Yeah, we'll see what the president decides. I do want to ask because...
All right, so then I don't think you should use the term obliterated if they were able to rebuild it in less than a year.
We're going to obliterate it
immediately, if not sooner.
Give me a joke.
Obliterated my leg.
Yeah.
I would need a fake leg.
Yes.
There's no rebuilding my obliterated leg.
Right.
What now?
Right. Does he mean broken in many places? Okay, then you would need a cast or something to bring it back. Like they know that they have to work backwards from Trump's Trump's braggadociousness about the efficacy of those strikes. Hey guys,
right and they
if you wanted to
indicted me.
prevent Iran from having a nuclear weapon, all Trump had to do, he didn't just have to send Witkoff and his son-in-law, you know, one of his two best negotiators, as J.D. Vance put it, to Geneva to have these talks. You could have just stayed in the JCPOA.
Yes, Donald Trump could have just done nothing. Like 6 years, 7 years ago. It was a little while. It was a while ago. Can't remember exactly when he got out of the JCPOA. I think it was 2019. Might have been earlier. But M's absolutely right. Donald Trump could have just literally done nothing, and then Iran never would have had a nuclear weapon. And actually, they never did. Actually, as it turns out, they never did have a nuclear weapon. They don't have one right now. Those are just the facts. Now, let's go over to Pakistan and Afghanistan. Well, really, Afghanistan, where Pakistan started a bombing campaign 2 days ago, calling it open war. Because why not start 2 different wars in the Middle East? Same week. Same week. Totally fine.
Right now.
Pakistani security footage released shows overnight strikes in Afghanistan's Kabul. Okay, let's go straight to this next one. This is the AP from yesterday. What to know about tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan? Oh, fascinating. Tell us.
Tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan escalated on Friday. Pakistan's defence minister says there is an open war between the two countries. Here's what to know. Afghanistan's military carried out strikes against Pakistan on Thursday night, in retaliation to Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan's border area over the weekend. Pakistan responded with airstrikes in Kabul and 2 other Afghan provinces. The latest escalation comes after Pakistan on Sunday struck border areas against what it said were hideouts of Pakistani militants it has blamed for attacks inside the country. Claims Kabul rejects. Militant attacks in Pakistan, mostly by a group called Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, or TTP, have steadily increased since the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan in 2021. Pakistan says the TTP is operating from Afghanistan, claims both the group and Afghanistan deny. Tensions have also been exacerbated by Pakistan's deportation of Afghan refugees. Their nationwide crackdown, launched in 2023, has targeted foreigners living in Pakistan without legal status. But
yeah, these tensions have just been increasing. We've been kind of monitoring them from afar. This is not the first breakout of tensions, but this does seem to be the most serious that we have seen between these two nations in the last 2 years. And it's not good. Especially considering the tumultuousness happening right now in the Middle East. Already, I think it really complicates the situation. I got 2 more clips. This one's also from the AP from yesterday. Kabul residents reacting after the latest strikes against Afghanistan. Now, we're going to go straight to this next video. This is supposedly, just actually before we get to this, hold on, I'm just going to go back to this. Because I don't actually know this 100%. I'm trying to figure it out, like, literally right now. Just because of the nature of this stream tonight. We've been doing journalism on the fly with no real preparations. Or very, very limited preparations, and much has been unfolding while the stream has been going. I've just been trying to stay up with it. But, I am getting reports, at least on YouTube right now, but I don't have any verification from any news outlets that I know. Actually, wait, Wait, what is this? Hold on, let me look at... No, this is old. No, this is not it. This is not... No. Yeah, so I don't know whether or not this is... So, just a grain of salt on this next video. I do not know. I cannot verify the veracity of what you're about to see, and I just want to make that clear before we watch this. But this is supposedly, and this is a bunch of people are live streaming this right now. I'm not going to go to the live streams. I'm just going to watch a quick clip, just because I don't want to get sucked into something that I can't verify with any level of certainty right now. But this is a channel I'm completely unfamiliar with, claiming that pro-Iranian protesters are storming a U.S. consulate in Pakistan. Actually, maybe that's the problem. I'm searching for an embassy. I keep calling it an embassy. It could be... Just realized there's probably two things. There's probably an embassy and a consulate. Let me double check this now. Here. No, I'm not... Oh, wait. No. Reddit. That's not good enough. Damn. Okay, yeah, here we go. Quick clip, 18-second clip from some channel I'm totally unfamiliar with. Okay, there you go. That's all we got on that one. Although, just looking at this at this channel, it's not a huge channel. They don't do a ton of views or anything, but they seem... many of these appear to be real. Many of these appear to be real stories. So I'm actually likely to err on this possibly being real. I'm just looking through their channel. It's called A News with a Z. But I really don't know. News from A to Z. That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Well, people, what a crazy start to the fucking weekend, eh? 7 hours of that. Start this all off. We will try and do a Sunday fun day stream, of course. It's gonna be hard to bring the valuetainment. It's gonna be hard to bring the valuetainment tomorrow. Boy. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. And until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Cali Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noah, Nadia, Jokey, Scout, Selena, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah. But wait, there's more. Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Meteorologist, HPX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizla, Benny Hanna 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, and The Anarchist. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. And if you're on the vertical stream, you're going to have to go over to the horizontal stream if you want to enjoy the wonders of the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream. Right, I see a bunch of ones in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch, which of course means that the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream is about to be engaged. Just a reminder, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Really helps us out. assumed that he was just like, he was